case.
Yes, good morning all. We'll start now. Okay. So now we'll be starting with process costing. Yes, I know last two questions of standard costing in YouTube video, it don't have sound, right? Voice is not there. Fine, that we'll see after doing these chapters. If time permits, we are going to discuss those two. Otherwise, somehow I will manage. No worries. You will get those two questions. Don't worry yet. Now, process costing. Guys, process costing is method of costing. Okay? Process costing is method of costing, which is used by industries where conversion of raw material to final goods require more than one process, where your particular manufacturing thing involves more than one process. In all those scenarios, we are going to apply the method of costing, which is known as process costing. Yes, good morning, good morning. Now, generally how it works, sir? See, first main material we will introduce in the process one. Okay. For that, again we might add on some other material, supporting material, direct wages, factory overhead, because only this overhead, admin overhead, selling and distribution won't come here. Why? Because process means we are talking about production. Under cost of production, admin and S&D won't come. However, if admin is related to production, it will come, no doubt in that. But generally, in admin, in process costing, admin will be generally treated as related to general in nature, so that won't take for me. Hope you guys understood. Selling and distribution, admin won't come here. Only related to manufacturing things will be here. Okay. In process one. Now, the process one, we will get some output that we will transfer to process two. There we will add some material, some wages, some overhead. Then it will be taken to the next process. Like that it will be done. Once it becomes finished goods, then we'll transfer to finished goods account. From the finished goods account, whatever is unsold, that stock will be there in the finished stock account only. Whatever is sold, that will be transferred to costing P&L. Okay. Forget about this. In simple, for example, let's say you are a manufacturer of cricket bat. Okay. First process is what, sir? We take that big wood and we cut into the shape of cricket bat. But of course, we won't produce bat properly like this, right? We don't produce bat like this. Rather, we will split it. First, we will produce something like this, and we produce handle something like this. Let's say this happens in the process one. So in process one, main material we have given wood, and for cutting and all some other stuff, labor was there, overhead was involved, etc. Second process, joining this here. So these are going to be the output of process one. But in process 2, again to join this, we need gum, all those things. Process 3, adding overgrip to this as well as adding some stickers, etc. So that will be process 3. Then it will be market ready. Then we'll transfer it to finished goods account. From the finished goods account, whatever the cost of bat sold, that will be transferred to costing P&L. That will be matched with the sales amount. We will arrive at net profit or net loss. But not only so much, we will be involving our admin, we'll be having admin overhead, we'll be having selling and distribution overhead, marketing, etc. Correct? No? That also we should book, no? Otherwise we won't get the net profit. That will be booked in costing P&L. Your admin overhead, selling and distribution, etc. general expenses will be booked where? Costing P&L. Is that clear? Yes. Not only so much, guys, sometimes there will be abnormal loss, abnormal gain, etc. So that abnormal gain, abnormal loss also we charge it to costing P&L. Then what do we do with the normal loss, sir? I will tell that. This basic thing you understood. And also one more thing you guys have to remember. Main material will be introduced only in process 1. What do you mean by that? Guys, whatever the output you got like this in the process 1, handle and bat. Now tell me, in process 2, can I add on extra wood and increase my bat numbers output? No, I can't, because the wood should be cut into the bat shape, not bad shape. I mean, I am cutting bad shape, but yeah, wood should be cut into the bat shape in process 1 itself. So always remember here, whatever the material we speak about, that is not a main material, that is a supporting material there. So number of output cannot be increased from further stages. Whatever you want to increase, it should come from process number 1 itself. If at all it could be done in process 2, then why we will do process 1? Correct, no? Okay. Now, fine, sir. How do you treat the losses? What do you mean by losses in first place? Let's say I have introduced anything, let's say 1000 units. In that, normal loss is 100 units. Normal losses are 100 units. So 900 units is whatever I am expecting, good units. Now if at all you get 850 units, that means 50 units are your abnormal loss. If at all you get 920 units, that means you are getting 20 units more than expected. 20 units are your abnormal gain. Is that clear?
Yes.
Clear or no? Okay. Is that clear? No doubts. Done. Now, abnormal gain and abnormal loss. You understood, no? How to value those abnormal gain and abnormal loss? Listen, guys. First, to determine the cost per unit, what you should do? To determine the cost per unit, you should take the total cost. Why and all, I am not explaining a reason here, right? Cost per unit, total cost. From that, I should reduce scrap recovery from what? From normal loss. From normal loss divided by total input minus normal loss units. Cost per unit is equal to total cost minus scrap recovery from normal loss. That should be divided with total input minus normal loss. It doesn't matter with how much is actual loss, but you are going to compute cost per unit on this basis. That means one thing is very clear here. If at all normal loss is there, that should be reduced from the denominator. Right? At the same time, scrap recovery from the normal loss should be reduced from the total cost. Is that clear? Now, once I find out cost per unit, if at all abnormal loss units into cost per unit will be there. No, this I should charge it to costing P&L. This I should charge it to costing P&L. However, if at all any scrap recovery from abnormal loss is there, no, what I will do, I will reduce it from this, then final figure I will charge it to costing P&L. Or you can credit it to costing P&L also, it's completely your choice. Is that clear? Okay. Next, abnormal gain also same thing. Rather than debiting, we will credit it. However, please keep in mind. Please keep one thing in mind about abnormal gain. Let's say 1000 units you introduce. How many units you introduce? 1000 units. Now, in that, let's say 100 units are normal loss. 20 units are abnormal loss. That means how much I actually, or let's say abnormal gain. So output, how much I have? 920. Correct now? Yes. Now listen to this very carefully. I have to reduce scrap recovery from normal loss. No. I have to reduce scrap recovery from normal loss. No. That I would have recovered relating to 100 units or 80 units. Of course, I will recover straight away for 100 units. But really 100 units scrap is there. Actually, we have only 80 units of scrap. Understood? Because total loss is only 920, no? Total loss is only 80, no? Not 100. But in normal loss scrap recovery, we took it on how much? 100. That's the reason what we do. Whatever the 20 extra units scrap recovery we taken in normal loss, that shall be transferred to abnormal gain account. That means that shall be reduced from the abnormal gain. Final abnormal gain will be credited to costing P&L. Please keep this thing in mind. Okay. See here. Cost per unit is total cost at respective process minus scrap recovery from normal loss at respective process whole divided by total input minus normal loss units. And abnormal loss units multiplied with cost per unit at respective process minus abnormal loss units into scrap recovery, that will give you final net loss of abnormal loss, that will be taken to costing P&L. Abnormal gain in units into cost per unit, abnormal gain into scrap recovery, because actually it's not recovered. These are good units. Why I will recover scrap from it, right? So the net gain shall be taken to costing P&L. Net gain shall be taken to, is that clear? See how the process account looks like. Debit side, I will book all the expenses related to production in that particular process, including opening stocks. Credit side, I will book all the closing stock plus whatever we have transferred to next process, right? See there. Opening stock. Of course, it will involve some material, labor, overhead, etc. More about that we are going to learn when we are going to discuss equivalent units. For the time being, not required. We will add the main material to it. We will add other material to it. We will add wages. We will add overhead. We will absorb overhead. Correct? Done. Credit side, if at all normal loss units, I will reduce. I told you, if you remember, my denominator should be reduced by normal loss units. That's why I will credit, because whatever I introduced, I debited, no? So whatever the normal loss, I will credit. However, if at all any scrap recovery is there from normal loss, that should be reduced from the total cost, right? So total cost is in the debit side. So this one I will, scrap recovery from normal loss, I will take it in the credit side. Is that clear? Whatever I transfer to next process, that I will credit, and abnormal loss I will take out from the process account and I should charge it to costing P&L. And if at all, this is very important. if at all you sell any product in between the process, that is you are not waiting till that process, I mean all the process getting completed, the in between product only, let's say it have ready market. For example, let's say you are a ghee manufacturer, you will start with curd. Now curd will be converted to buttermilk and butter. Now butter also has a ready market, then you might sell off butter also a bit, remaining you can transfer to ghee. So when you convert a butter, I mean when you sell the butter, that means that is happening before goods reach finished goods. That's the reason in that process only you book the sales. But if at all you take the selling price, sales amount of that thing in the process itself, then what happens, it will give you profit or loss in the process account itself, which should not happen. I don't want to show my process account as a profit center. That's the reason what I will do, I will take only cost of that from there. Then I will take it to costing P&L. In costing P&L, I will take revenue as well as cost. I will take revenue as well as cost. Then I will be having closing stock. More about closing stock we are going to learn in equivalent units. Is this process one account clear? Don't worry if you have confusions, because when we start solving the sums, anyhow, with that you will understand. Abnormal loss. Abnormal loss. In the process account, we booked it as binormal loss. In the abnormal loss account, we'll book it as to process account. And whatever the scrap recovery from that, I will book it as by bank account. If at all it is integrated, non-integrated, I will book by CLC, and balancing figure will be transferred to costing P&L. Abnormal gain account, I booked in my debit side of the process account, right? Because it is more than expected units. So normal loss, whatever the scrap recovery relating to these abnormal loss units, abnormal gain units, that will be debited. Balance will be taken and credited to costing P&L. Normal loss account, only normal loss account will come into picture only and only if there is a scrap recovery. If there is no scrap recovery, there won't be any normal loss thing at all. And we book scrap recovery from normal loss. If at all you transfer anything to abnormal gain, that will be there. Finished stock account, opening stock from process, how much you received, cost of goods sold, closing stock. And in costing P&L, how much we sold directly from the process, that butter one I told, no, cost of that. How much we sold from the finished goods, cost of that. Your general expenses like admin overhead, selling and distribution, your abnormal loss, your abnormal gain, and money received will be credited by sales or by bank. Balance will be net profit. Got it? This is your process account. Now let's do one thing. Without any opening closing stock, we'll see a few questions on the process costing. Then we'll go to equivalent production unit. Okay. Basically, this chapter has only 3 elements in it: normal process, equivalent units, inter-process profit. Okay. Only 3. Shall we look into few questions now? Yes. Oh, give me a second. I think I didn't share it, no? And I don't know. What do you want me to do?
In PYP, we have people
Oh my God, what are you talking? I don't know.
19.
Study material? 12. That's it?
But there will be some repetitions.
Yeah, smart. Examples you left or you took?
No, examples are not taken, only the illustration.
Examples you should take, no?
So in other things, like you have worked out from the illustration.
Okay.
So
Total we have 36 questions to discuss.
that is it. But I think this is almost the same pattern we were doing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, not much. It will be getting over quickly because we won't keep on drawing accounts and all. I'll just take you through it. Yeah.
When is your train tomorrow?
When?
What time?
What time?
You're leaving tomorrow?
11, I feel. I didn't check the tickets. I had to check the tickets. I asked them to book it at like late evening, so it should be after 10.
Train of light.
Going by bus. Chennai, no? Here on. Next day morning I will be there. I mean, for me, train is so, I feel it's so inconvenient. For few to train, they love it. Like Karthik sir and all, they don't like traveling by bus. They love to travel by train. I hate traveling by train. I mean, first place, from your place, you need to go to railway station. There you have to wait till that comes. Then get into the tent, search the. For me, though, these guys like Karthik sir and all has crazy idea. Okay, AC things will come first, then it will come, it will come, it will come. I don't have any idea. Once I went to end of the train, then again I came to front of the train. Can you imagine? So that thing. Plus, at least bus if at all I am late, 5-10 minutes they will keep calling. They will scold. That is different, but at least they will wait. These train guys won't wait only. So very difficult.
Where is your boarding point here?
Gandhipuram, this.
So it's very near.
Very near to our flat, yeah. But still, according to auto people, it's par. They will take 100. That is different.
We don't go by walk and
Trolley will
but we will be having
luggage, yeah. See. For Karthik sir, it is difficult, it seems, like bus. He don't like bus.
Me also.
Train is comfortable. Seriously. Train is comfortable. But can you imagine one kid, small kid, will be there in the train? It happened with me. It happened with me once. Small kid, like around, might be less than a year. Midnight it started crying. Now, if it is 2-3 years, we can tell their parents, just take care of it. Now it is 8-10 months. Their fault also it's not there. They are also sorry. They are looking at all of us and they are feeling sorry. What we can do? At midnight, can you imagine? Next day I have class. In bus that won't happen. Bus window you can open, no?
But
And that wind comes, it will stop crying. But
so you will not feel that body pain or vibration when you're going in.
bus also won't be.
Especially
Vande Bharat, I agree. Because the time whatever is spent, it's saved there. So Vande Bharat I travel. For me, that overnight sleep and all, oh my god.
monthly 4-5 times I will travel to Salem.
Train only.
Yeah, my husband is there. I'll go
Next time you try bus, I'm telling you.
Salem. It'll
Salem
take
is how
3
far?
hours. In train, I'll go in 1 hour 15 minutes.
But you should match your time with train time. Here bus to anyhow it will be there.
But here it's more than 1.5 hours. Sometimes traffic 3.5 hours.
What? Oh my god.
From here, going out of that Singapore place itself, no, that itself will take 45 minutes time from a place to there.
Hmm. Correct. For me, though, bus will go.
Even if you are there, they'll give you a car.
Yeah. Look at this question number 1. From the following data, prepare process account indicating the cost of each process and the total cost. The total unit that passed through each process were 240 for a period. That means they are trying to tell you that, boss, there is no normal loss, there is no abnormal loss. This is example number 1 in your study material. Or I think illustration number 1. Okay. So, indirect expense amount to 85,000 may be apportioned on the basis of wages. There was no opening and closing stock. May I know the total wages, please? 80, 2 lakh, 60, 3 lakh, 40,000. So, may I know this indirect expense is how many percentage of wages? 85,000 divided by 3 lakh 40,000 into 100. 20.
25%.
Okay. Now listen. If at all I do the process 1 account, debit side 2 things will come, credit side 2 things will come. One is units, one is amount. We introduced how many units? 250 units. That I will write it as 240 units. That I will write it as 2 materials. 1,50,000. Next labor you introduced 80,000. Should I take it in the unit column or no?
No.
Why? Labor you introduce, not the any input which increases your output, right? And also supporting material also you should not take in the unit column. Please keep in mind, because that also is not going to increase your output. So 240, labor I will take 80,000, other expense 26,000, and your indirect expense 25% of your wages, which is 20,000. Got it? And there is no normal loss. Everything should be transferred to process 2 account. Process 2 account, we are transferring 240 units. 2 lakh. Got it? Like this only will do for the process 2, but for process 2 it is not going to be 2 material, rather it's going to be 2 process 1. Because from process 1 we received, right? And we will add wages. This material is there, no? That will come as 2 material, but unit column don't take anything. Because this is going to be supportive material in process 2. Gum, all those things. And labor, other expense, overhead will be 2 lakh into 25%, 50,000. And credit side will transfer to process 3. In process 3 also will do the same drama. I don't think so. We have to discuss more about it. Hello? Per unit they have done this. You don't have to worry about it. Okay? You don't have to worry about it. Now, look at this question number 2, which is an example of ICA material.
So that from process 2 and process 3 same.
That is what I told. Same it is. Process 1 will come, material, labor, etc. They haven't taken unit column, they have taken per unit column. You don't have to do that. You take unit column, normal process you follow. Question number 2, which is an example question. A product passes through process 1 and process 2. Material issued to process 1 amounted to rupees 40,000, wages 30,000, manufacturing overhead 27,000. Normal loss anticipated is 5% of the input. 4750 units of output were produced and transferred to process 1. There were no opening stock. Input was 5,000. Scrap has no realizable value. You are required to prepare process 1 account, value of normal loss, and units transferred to process 2. See. Concentrate. First, there was no opening stock, right? First we introduced material. Shall I write it as 2 material? Okay. How much we have introduced? 5,000 units at the cost of 40,000. Next, 2 wages. How much? 30,000. 2 MOH. How much? 27,000. You don't even have to worry about it. They only have given what it is. By normal loss, I am going to reduce it because my denominator should not include it. by normal loss, guys, 5,000 into 5%, 250. And there is no scrap recovery. Amount column, nothing will come there. So actual output is also 4750. That means there is no abnormal loss as such. So everything will be transferred to process to account. 4750. Actually here you can take it as balancing figure, but still I want to follow the normal process only. Okay. So what I will do, I will find out cost per unit. How do you find out cost per unit, sir? Total cost. Guys, how much is total cost? 97,000 minus scrap recovery from normal loss 0. Total units introduced 5,000 minus normal loss 250. May I know how much it is? 20.42. No, guys, listen. Now I should multiply 20.42 to 4,750. We will get 97,000. Okay. So with that, your process 1 account gets over. However, whenever you get this decimals like this, listen, always remember, you take the actual calculation to abnormal gain or abnormal loss. That is 20.42 you got, no? If at all there was abnormal loss, abnormal gain, you multiply 20.42 to that. Transfer to next process, you take it as a balancing figure. Reason being, your abnormal gain or abnormal loss units will be there, no? Will it be more in number of units or less in number of units? Less in number of units. Let's say 10 units. But transfer to next process will be there, no? That will be more in number of units. Let's say 100 units. Now, due to rounding off thing, let's say difference is coming to 20 rupees. Due to rounding off thing, difference is coming to 20. Now, if at all you take the 20 rupees as a balancing figure to abnormal loss or abnormal gain, how much per unit it's going to impact? Rupees 2. Rather than taking there, if you take that balancing figure to the next process amount, then how much it's going to impact? 0.2. Where the impact is less. When we take balancing figure to the next process. See, in examination, generally this situation won't arise. If at all the rounding of things and all are coming, then you can go for the I'm telling. Reason is very simple. Spread is more. Spread is more in terms of, in case of next process compared to abnormal gain or abnormal loss. Is that clear?
Yes.
No doubt. Paka.
So instead of taking 96,995, we need to take the balancing figure of 97,000.
Correct. If at all here abnormal loss and all will come, first you fill in that by taking 20.42. Then take the balancing figure here. That is the case. Hope it is clear, everyone. Okay. We'll go to the next one. Same question, okay? Ditto question, but they are telling scrap recovery of 2 rupees is there. Scrap recovery of 2 rupees is there. Then how it works, sir? Concentrate. So, to material, we introduced 5,000 units at 40,000. To wages, 30,000. To manufacturing overhead, 27,000 by normal loss. 5% of 5,000. 250. Best part, there is a scrap recovery of 500. There is a scrap recovery of 500. Is that clear? No doubt. Okay. Scrap recovery of 500 is fine. Then by transfer to next process or process 2. 4,750 only we are transferring. How to value that? Very simple. Let me take the total cost. 97,000 minus scrap recovery from normal loss. 500 divided by total units introduced. 5,000 minus normal loss units. 250. 20.3. per unit. Correct, no? That I am going to multiply here. Here I will get 96,500. Is that clear?
Yes.
Anyone, any doubt here? However, if at all you see the normal loss accounts, how it will be there, sir? In the debit side, I will be taking it as, here what is the entry? Normal loss account debited to process 1 account, no? So in the normal loss account, I will write to process 1. How many units? 250. How much I transferred? 500. How much I got actually by bank? How much I got? 250 units, 500 rupees. Anyone, any doubt about this normal loss account? Pakka. Great. We'll go to the next one. Similar question, but here the output is 4550. That means actually we are expecting 4750, but you got 4550. That means 200 is what, guys? 200 is abnormal loss. So how to account for it? Very simple. See here, first I will show the process 1 account. Okay. So first, 2 material, how much we have introduced? 5,000 at the cost of 40,000. 2 wages 30. 2 manufacturing overhead 27,000. Is that clear? Next, by normal loss 250 units, scrap recovery 500. By abnormal loss 200 units. Amount will write by next process 4550. Is that clear? Now it's time to determine the cost per unit. How do you determine cost per unit, sir? Total 97,000 minus scrap recovery from normal loss 500 divided by total input 5,000 minus normal loss units 250 per unit 20.32. Got it? Hello? Now, listen. First, should I take 20.32 into 4550 or should I take 200? 200. So, 20.32 into 200. 4,064. May I know the balancing figure? 92 436. Now if you want, you can check once. 92 436 divided by 4550. 20.32. However, if at all you had taken, let's say, this one as the actual figure, how much will be 4550 into 20.32? 92,456. So may I know the balancing figure here? 20 rupees more, right? 4,000? Oh, 4,044, right? 4,044. Now you do 4,044 divided by 200. 20.22. From 20.32 it fell to 20.22. But in second case it didn't. Because in second case the variation spread will be for many units. So impact taken is very less. But in first case, first case that is the case. In second case, the denominator is very less. That means even 1 rupee impact will make like around 0.05 rupee. Right? 1 rupee also makes so much. So that's the reason we will do that. Is that clear, everyone? Pakka? Great.
If we divide that 92,436 by 20.32, we get...
No, that you don't divide. Final answer per unit, is it coming 20.32? 92,436 divided by 4550. per unit is matching, no? Of course, unit wise, there is a rounding of error, no doubt in that. But in numbers, it is not shown. So it's always advised to take rounding balancing figure for the next process where the spread is more. Okay, as there is a abnormal loss, should I quickly show you guys the normal loss also? Normal loss account. See there, normal loss account. First, I received money by bank account, 250 units, 500 rupees to process 250 units, 500 rupees I transferred. Correct? Talking about abnormal loss, listen. What was the entry? Abnormal loss account debited to process account. So to process account, 200 units, right? 4064. Correct, no? By bank, not costing P&L. You are recovering scrap, no? By bank, from the 200 units, you are recovering 400 rupees. Sir, that is scrap recovery from normal loss, no sir. Array, scrap is scrap, it doesn't matter, normal or abnormal. Scrap value will be there for both, unless and until they specifically tell. Okay, so now balance will be transferred to costing P&L. How much? 4,000, no, 3,664. Is this clear, everyone? No doubt. We can proceed. Okay. Similar question, but here the output is 4880. Example 5, as well as this was past year paper December 2021 for 5 marks. Okay. They're asking you to prepare process 1 account, value of abnormal loss, abnormal gain transfer to process 2. However, I will show you normal loss account also, abnormal gain account also here. Okay. 5 marks. Yeah. 5 marks only process 1 account. Only process 1 account. You're happy or sad?
Very
Huh. See here, process account. First I will take 2 material. How many units introduced? 5,000 at the rate of 2 wages, 2 manufacturing overhead. Correct? By normal loss, 250 units, scrap recovery, 500. But transfer to next process is 4,850. That means credit side 100 is more. So that I will take it in the debit side as an abnormal gain. Okay. Now shall we find out the cost per unit? Very simple. Total cost 97,000 minus 500 divided by how much you have introduced? 5,000. How much is normal loss? 250 per unit. 20.32. That means you can see there abnormal gain, abnormal loss will not impact your cost per unit. Reason being, you are only taking normal loss into consideration while finding out cost per unit. 20.32, right? So let me value my abnormal gain first. Hope you guys understood why abnormal gain first. I want to keep that balancing figure to the spread where is more spread. Sorry, 1 second. 5,100, 5,100. Total how much you told? 99,032, 99,032, 98,530. Just check per unit is going to be 20.32 or no?
20.32.
Hope it's clear. Now shall I, they didn't ask, but shall I show you the normal loss account? Yes? Also I will show you abnormal gain account in this. Normal loss account, see, by bank. By bank. Guys, no.
No, gain.
You didn't even have loss of 250 to sell the scrap of 250. Right? You had loss of just 150. Huh. So 150 you sold at 2 rupees 300. But to process how much you have taken? 250 units, 500. That means where will other 100 go? That will be charged to abnormal gain account. Understood normal loss account? Hello. Now, abnormal gain account. What was the entry? P&L account, sorry, process account debited to abnormal gain account. So in abnormal gain account it is by process 100 units 2032, but everything I am not transferring because I know that I have to write off bit normal loss scrap recovery, that is same 100 units we recovered 200 rupees, remaining will go to costing P&L. How much? 1832. Simple. Is that clear?
Yes.
No doubts? Hello? Great. Train travel is good, sir. Okay. Costing not uploaded. They uploaded. How many sums are we going to do in the process costing? How many sums I told, guys? 37 sums. But in that already 5 are done. Can you imagine? Fast. I promote, sir.
December 2021, the same type but with different 10,000
Which one? Yeah. Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, any small changes also I kept in question. Okay. Otherwise, I can make it much more. But small changes also I am keeping. Question number 6, everyone. Question number 6. A product passes through 3 processes. The output of each process is treated as the raw material of the next process to which it is transferred, and output of the third process is transferred to finished stock. Process 1, you can see material issued, that is a main material, etc. They have given manufacturing order. 10,000 units have been issued in process 1, and after processing, the output of each process is as under. Process 1 outputs they have given, normal loss in each process they have given, and there is no scrap recovery, you can see there.
Yes.
No stock of material or WIP was left at the end. That means they are trying to tell that there is no closing stock. If at all opening stock, closing stock is there, always remember there will be a scope for equivalent units. Okay. Calculate the cost of finished goods. Very simple. Shall I quickly show you the process accounts? First, to material, process 1 account I am doing. To material, 10,000 units, amount being 40,000. Did you introduce labor? How much? Did you introduce overhead? 10,000. If at all anything else is there, you should take, but not general expenses related to production. Got it? By normal loss, out of 10,000 units, 200 is normal loss, and there is no scrap recovery. However, your output is just 9,750. That means where other 50 is going? Other 50 is going to abnormal loss. Now it's time to find out cost per unit. How much is the total cost here? 56,000. Minus scrap recovery from normal loss, 0, divided by units introduced, 10,000, minus normal loss units, 200. 5.71. 5.71 into 50. 9750 into 5 point, balancing figure. You might get rounding of thing. Here, total 56,000, 56,000, 55.
714.5.
Got it? Per unit, I think we will get so much on. Just check once, 5.71 only or no? 55,714.5 divided by 9750. No doubt. We'll go to process 2 now. Okay. Process 2. Here I will write 2 process 1. 2 process 1. 9750 units at 55,715 I will take, okay? That 0.5 I am leaving. 2 material 20,000. Don't take it in unit column because that is not a special material. That is normal material what we add on in the during the process. It's not going to increase any production units. So direct wages 4,000, 2 more 10,000. Got it? By normal loss they are telling 5% of the input. 9750 into 5%. 487.5. Let me make it as 488. No scrap recovery. Okay. So 9750 minus 488. 9262. Right? 92. How much is 9750 minus 488? 9262. But your output is 9,400. That means by process 3, 9,000, right? 9,400. That means it is abnormal gain. How much? 138. 138. Per unit, may I know? Total year 55,715 plus 20,000 plus 10,000 plus 4,000. 89,715 minus 0 divided by 89,715 minus 0 divided by 9,750 minus 488. 9.69. 139 will be valued at that price, 9.69. 1,337. Now the total would be debit side 91,052. Balancing figure 91,052. Per unit it's gonna be 91,052 divided by 9,400. May I know the total per unit? 9.69. Matching, right? Hi Kunal. Yeah. You can proceed, right? Oh, one more is there, no? Process 3, I will just show it here only. Is that fine? From process to 9,400 we received at the rate of 91,051. Okay. Then we added material, we added labor, we added overhead. So normal loss is 10%, which means 940. That means if at all you introduce 9,400, in that 940 goes as a normal loss. How much should be the output? 8,416. 8,460. But how much it's coming? That means 460 is your abnormal loss. 460 is your abnormal loss. Got it? We will take the total of this minus 0 divided by 9,400 minus 940. We will get cost per unit. That you are going to multiply with the abnormal loss. Balancing figure, you can take it to finished stock. Finished stock or finished goods. They ask you to prepare finished stock. So we are going to use the term finished stock. Is that clear? No doubt? Look at this seventh question. Everyone. Seventh question. RST Limited processes product Z through two distinct process 1 and process 2. Process 1 and process 2. On completion, it is transferred to finished stock account from the following information. From the following information for the current year, prepare process 1 account, process 2 account, as well as finished stock account. Got it? Now, raw material used 7,500. That is the input of raw material. Then raw material cost per unit. This they are giving to check the two material. Write the two material. Okay. Transfer to next process is 7,050. Normal loss on input is 5%. So 7,500 into 5% is how much, guys?
375.
So normal loss units are 375. Please keep in mind. Direct wages is there, direct expense is there, manufacturing overhead is there. Realizable value is 12.5. Process 2 also same thing. 6,000 units of finished goods were sold at profit of 15% on cost. Assume there was no opening stock or closing stock. Okay. Shall we see this? I will just show it here. See, process 1 account. We introduced 7,500 units. Raw material cost was 60 rupees per unit. 4,50,000. Next, we incurred direct wages. Direct expense, which was 60% of wages. Manufacturing overhead, which was 20% of wages. That will give me total. And by normal loss, 5% of input, which is 375. And they told scrap recovery is 12.5 per unit. So 375 into 12.5. Okay. Then we transferred 7,050 units to next process. 7050. That means, guys, you have introduced 7,500. In that normal loss was 375. Output was supposed to be 7,125. But you transferred 7,050. There is no closing also. That means 75 rupees is your abnormal loss. 75 will be your abnormal loss. For this valuation, total of my cost 6,94,350 minus scrap recovery 4,688 divided by total units introduced 7,500 minus normal loss units 375. 96.79. That I will multiply here. Balancing figure I will take here. Is that clear? Now look at process 2. From process 1 I received 7050 at 6,82,403. Direct wages, direct expense, manufacturing. You got to know how it is, right? So 7050, next what they are telling, there is a normal loss of 10%. That means 705 is normal loss. Guys, 7050 we introduced. In that 705 is normal loss. How much is the balance? But actually how much we transferred? That means extra 180 from where it came? Abnormal gain. So finished goods I will take this, abnormal gain I will take this. Per unit, total of this. How much is total of this? minus scrap recovery from normal loss. 8 lakh 88,615 divided by total units introduced 7050. Normal loss 705 per unit, please.
Given 6525 is fine.
How much it is? $888,615 divided by 7050 minus 705. 140.05. That I will multiply with the abnormal gain. Then balancing figure I will take it to finished stock account. Is that clear? Now in the finished stock account, concentrate. I will take to process 2, and whatever is sold relating to that cost, I will take it to cost of sales or costing P&L. Balance will be kept as a closing stock. And in your costing P&L, 2 finished goods only you can take rather than cost of sales. You can take 2 finished goods. Abnormal loss, abnormal gain, sale. It is sold at 15% of profit on cost. Got it? You will arrive at net profit. Simple question. Nothing is there. You can proceed, I feel. Right?
So in the class we have opened normal loss, abnormal loss. So in the question they ask those things.
Yeah, only whatever they ask in question, that's it. Nothing. Unless and until it is required for workings, you can open it as working notes.
Because in our class, every question we have worked out all the
Practice. Shall we go to the question?
costing P&L is cost only we have to get.
Yeah.
Finished goods account we put number of units sold into cost.
Yeah. Cost per unit, though we got it there. So I will take by costing P&L. By costing P&L, I sold 6,000 units.
Yes.
And cost per unit I already computed. Process 2 may cost whatever I got, that only. This one. Yeah. Here I will take 2 finished goods. Okay.
So to process to
From process 2 I transfer to finished goods. Finished goods to it coming to P&L. Process 2 or process 1 will come into picture only when you are selling something which is there in the process, not which is already finished. We'll go to question number 8. Okay. Which is the study material question, as well as which is there in past year paper, which was there in past year paper November 2019 for 10 marks and past year paper November 2022 for 10 marks. Also study material question. I think in illustration only it's there. Not there? This question? It's in PYP. Okay. November 2019, is it? Okay, done. See then. A product passes through 2 distinct processes before completion. Following information are available in respect of process 1, process 2. Raw material used, cost per raw material. So first introduction of raw material will cost us rupees 7,50,000. Transfer to next process is 9,000. Normal loss is 5% on input. That means 10,000 input is 500. That means output is 9,500. Correct? That means there is a abnormal loss of 500 units. Direct wages 3 lakh. Direct expense is 50% of direct wages, 1,50,000. Manufacturing overhead is 25% of direct wages, 75,000. Arey, this is ditto like a last question only. The only difference is scrap value is different for each case. Hmm? Next. Process 2, of course, main material is not introduced. So normal loss is 10% of the input. Last, how much we received? 9,000. On the 10% means normal loss will be 900 units. Guys, 9,000 you introduced. In that 900 units is normal loss. Output was supposed to be. But how much you got? So 100 is abnormal gain. Got it? And direct wages is there. Direct expense is 65% of this. Manufacturing overhead 15% of this. Huh? Got it? 8,000 units of finished goods were sold at 15% profit. There was no opening and closing stock of WIP. They are asking process 1 account, process 2 account, finished goods account. Here they are asking all this. Okay, see. Costing, yeah. So raw material, yes. Direct wages, direct expense, manufacturing, but it's advised to prepare the costing P&L also because they are talking about sales. Okay. So by normal loss, by process, by abnormal loss, accordingly we have taken. Hope it's clear. I don't have to show you there. Here it will go to cost of sales. 10 marks. See. Normal loss in process 1 so much, process 2 so much. But in process 2 abnormal gain is there. So relating to that we have to reverse it. This is what we have recovered. In abnormal gain account, transfer to costing P&L, abnormal gain account, transfer to costing P&L. Got it? Simple question. Any point you want me to explain in this question, let me know, otherwise we can proceed. Okay, right? If at all you want me to explain the normal loss account, just see there. First, by bank. In process 1, actually, there was 500 of normal loss, right? 500, and scrap recovery was 13.5. Correct? Next, in process 2 again, by bank, actually normal loss is 900, but 900 is not loss because you have introduced 9,000 and you got output of 8,200. That means actual loss was just 800, but normal loss you booked is 900. That means 10 was abnormal gain, no? That means you are able to sell only 800 scrap here, not 900. Please keep in mind. So 800 into 145. One second. 1 lakh? 16,000. Is that clear? Okay. 2 process 1. 500, 6750. No doubt in that. 2 process 2. We didn't transfer 800 units. We thought normal loss is going to be 900 and we debited it thought amount 900 into 145. 1,30,500. It won't match because there is a abnormal gain. We should write it off against abnormal gain. 100 units into 145. Now the normal gain, loss account will be done. Hope it's clear, normal loss account. No doubt. Okay. Great. Look at this question number 9. Past year paper, May 2018. Okay. Alpha Limited is engaged in the production of product A, which passes through 3 different processes. Process P, process Q, process R. The following data relating to cost and output is obtained from the books they have given. Production overhead is 90,000 recovered as a percentage of direct wages. May I know the total direct wages? So overhead is 90,000, wages are 1,20,000. So overhead is how many percentage of wages? 75%. So overhead relating to process 1 would be 30,000 into 75%. Process 2 will be 40,000 into 75%. Process R will be, is that clear? Next. 10,000 kg of raw material at rupees 5 was issued in process P. So this is main material. So this is sub material. 10,000 into 5, 50,000. There was no stock of material or WIP. The entire output of each process is transferred to next process and finally to warehouse. That means finished goods. Moral of the story, they are telling that no opening stock, no closing stock. There is a normal wastage of 10% in the process they are telling. 10%, right? So 10,000 into 10%, 1,000. Normal loss is 1,000. The scrap value of waste is rupees 1 per kg of the output process transferred to next process and finally to warehouse as under. Process P we are transferring 9,000. Awesome. Guys, we introduced 10,000. We transferred 9,000 means actual loss is also 1,000 only. So there is no abnormal loss or abnormal gain. Q. 9,000 we introduced. In that 10% is normal loss. 900. That means 8,100 is your, what is it? 8,100 should be the output, but actually is 8,200. That means 100 abnormal gain. Then 8,200 we have introduced. Of the 10% is a loss, 820. Guys, 8,200 minus 820? 7,380. But actual output is, that means 80 is your abnormal loss. Got it? The company fixes the selling price at the end of each product, end of the product, such a way to yield a profit of 25% on selling price. So whatever the cost you get, that you take it as 75, 100 will be selling price. Prepare process, calculate the selling price. Are simple. Scrap value is there, no?
Yes.
1 rupee.
So the 10,000 kg of raw material is 5 per kg.
That is the main material.
Main
Two material.
Then 30,000.
That is sub material. In that unit will come, in this unit won't come. If at all here they haven't told this, then I would have taken 10,000, 38,000. But here particularly they are telling some other amount. See here. To process 10,000, 50,000, 2 direct material, 2 direct labor, 2 overhead. Normal wastage and next process we transferred. Whatever is the balance. Reason being there is no abnormal gain. Next one. From process P we received this much. Extra material, labor, overhead we added. And normal 900, scrap recovery 900. We got to know there is an abnormal gain and we found out the value and we charged. Process C, process Q we started with process R we started with process Q. Material, labor and overhead introduced. Normal wastage is there. Still 80 was there. Abnormal wastage 7,300. Got it? And now we got to know that per unit cost is rupees 52. Correct? After all the three process, final cost is rupees 52. Now if I take selling price as 100, cost will be 75. If I take selling price as 100, cost will be 75 because profit is 25% on sales. So now 75 means 52, 100 means question mark. 69.33. Your selling price would be 69.33. Simple question, nothing much, isn't it? We can proceed, I feel. RTP November 2020. M Limited produces a product X which passes through process 1, process 2, process 3. In process 3, a byproduct arises which after further processing at the cost of rupees 85, product Z is produced. The information related to month. Always remember, byproduct is your reduction in the total cost. That you are going to learn more in the JPBP, but for the time being, remember, in whichever the process you get byproduct, NRV of that byproduct, you take it in the reduction as the cost in that particular process. NRV of that byproduct. Now, normal loss is 5%. They are telling material introduced is 7,000. Okay. Other material added, direct wages, direct expense. Production overhead is 2,88,000, which is absorbed as a percentage of wages. May I know the total wages here? Rupees 90, 1,44,000. 1,44,000. Guys, your overhead is 2,88,000. Your wages are 1,44,000 into 100. That means overheads are 200% of wages. 200% of wages. So for the first case it is 84,000. Second case it is 1,08,000. Third case it is 96,000. Anyone any doubt? The scraps are sold at rupees 10 per unit. Scraps are sold at rupees 10 per unit. Product Z can be sold at rupees 135 and selling cost is rupees 15. So remember guys, remember one thing here. How much is the selling price they are telling? 135. How much is the selling cost? How much is the further processing cost of Z to bring it into saleable condition? 85. That is NRV, no? Selling price minus whatever the additional cost we incur to make such sale happen. Right? So how much it is? So NRV is 35. Now NRV of this byproduct, that is 35 into 600 units. Rupees 21. This one you should reduce from cost of process 3 account. This you should reduce from the cost of process 3 account. Is that clear? Okay. Guys, how much did we introduce? How much did we introduce? 7,000 units. Correct? No? In the process 1, how much is the normal loss? 5%, which is 350. Correct? I was expecting 6650, but actually I got 6,600. That means 50 rupees is abnormal loss. Is that clear? In the second process, I introduced 6,600 units. There is a normal loss of 10%. 660. 5,000. Correct. But output is 5,200. That means again 740 is your abnormal loss. So in third process, finally I have introduced 5,200 units, which is output of process 2. And there is a normal loss of 5%. 260. 4,940. But output is 4,800. That means 140 is your abnormal loss. Is that clear? Okay. See here. Process 1 account. 2 material, other material, wages, direct expense, production overhead, normal loss of 350, abnormal loss of 50, and the cost per unit we compute and we find out this. Process 2. From process 1 I received this, other material, wages, direct expense, production overhead, normal loss 10%, 6,600, scrap recovery is that. So remaining will be abnormal loss and transferred to next process. Got it? This is very important.
Cost per unit will be first multiplied with abnormal loss, then the balancing figure will come. In case if there is abnormal gain, first it will be multiplied with.
Which one? Which one? This one is it?
Not this one, generally. In case if there is abnormal gain,
Huh.
first we will calculate.
Multiply with abnormal gain, then balancing figure. Always balancing figure, you take it to the next process. Okay, process 3. From process 2 we received other material, direct wages, direct expenses, production overhead. This is very important, concentrate. Third one we got abnormal gain, is it?
Or loss.
Yeah, because product Z is there, no? Output 4,800. 5,400 is total output of process 3. Total output is, I will show it. Wait. See here. You introduced 5,200, ah?
Yes.
Okay. Normal loss was 260.
Yeah, 5%.
Product X you transferred is 4,800. Correct? Still,
So 4,940 should come. But yes, 140 is normal.
see, 5,200 we have introduced. 260 was normal loss. 4,940 is what we should have got. But what we got is 4,800. But at the same time, we got byproduct of 600 also. No? See here. I will show it. You take normal in the credit side. 260 normal loss, 4,800 byproduct Z. You should take NRV of byproduct Z. I think I told you already and computed somewhere. Right? Yeah. 35 rupees per unit, 21,000. That NRV, I will reduce it from the cost. That means this is treated as a normal loss. Byproduct is treated as a normal loss because you can't avoid the byproduct. That's what I was telling. No, sugarcane if you give, can you like ask them not to get the sugarcane, that molasses wastage? No, that is byproduct wastage, but which is normal. So this 600 will be treated as normal loss. So total normal loss will be 860. 260 plus 600. How much you have introduced? 5,200. In that normal loss, you can take it as 860. So,
Oh, this itself is we are treating it as.
yeah, byproduct is normal loss.
4,340.
But how much output you have? 4,800. That means what is that 460? Abnormal. Got it? Make sure you reduce this 21,000 also while finding out cost per unit. This is also treated as scrap recovery. This is reduction from cost, no? Byproduct. I told you, no, NRV of byproduct should be reduced from the cost. I will take the total of debit side minus scrap recovery from normal loss 2,600 minus 21,000. Whole divided by units introduced 5,200 minus normal loss 260 minus byproduct 600.
This will come in normal loss.
No, it will come in byproduct account. See here, byproduct account. Byproduct account, byproduct Z. Correct? 600 units. We sold it at what rate they are telling? 130.
21,000.
No, we sold it at, no, we didn't sell it at 21,000. NRV is 21,000. 135. How much is 600 into 135? 81,000. In that 81,000, process cost was 51,000. Additional cost. Further processing cost. They told no.
600 into 85.
85 rupees per unit. So 600 into 85. Further processing cost. Selling expense 9,000 they told. Balance is NRV, that shall be transferred to process account. Is that clear?
Yes. So can you show the abnormal loss? Normal
No,
loss.
normal loss account they didn't prepare. Only they asked process 1, process 2, process 3, byproduct process. So always remember, byproduct is a normal loss and NRV of byproduct is just treated as a normal loss scrap recovery treatment only. But of course, it won't come in the normal loss account. Okay. We'll proceed. Fine. We'll do one thing. We'll take break and we'll proceed. Okay. Or leave. One question we'll see and we'll take a break. See there. A producer of oils purchases 400 liters of oil at a rate of 75 per. This is recently asked question. Very nice question. Listen. A producer of oil purchases 400 liters of oil at the rate of rupees 75 per liter in container of 40 liters each. That means when you produce purchases 400 liters, how many containers you get? 10 containers. Other expenses that the process are 37. See, this is material cost. 400 into rupees 75 is your cost of material. How much? Rupees 30,000. Other expense at the process were 37,350, including an abnormal loss of 12,500. But you should take only normal cost. Abnormal straight away should go to costing P&L. How much it will be? 24,850. Normal waste in the process are 10%. That means in this 400 liters they are telling 10%, which is 40 liters are normal loss. And waste is sold at rupees 10. Scrap recovery would be normal loss 40 into 10, 400. And each empty container is sold at rupees 50. That means we are recovering from this also. But see there. Generally, 10% of the containers get damaged so badly that become unsaleable. That means generally we could have sold only 9 containers. That means how much would be the scrap recovery? This is normal only, right? How much would be the scrap recovery? 9 into rupees 50. 50, right? Rupees 450 would be normal. Is that clear? Next. However, in this situation, more containers were damaged. Only 5 containers were in saleable condition. IIO. 4 containers are abnormal. 4 containers are abnormal. That means actually I recovered only from 5. Done. Next, actual output is 375. Guys, out of 400, if at all 40 liters are gone, output was supposed to be 360. But 15 liters more we have abnormal gain, which is sold at a profit of 20% on cost. They're asking you to prepare process account as well as income statement. Very important question. Concentrate now. See. Don't get confused 3, 3, 4, 4 lines and all. One they are telling container, one they are telling oil. First we purchased oil. 400 liters we purchased at the rate of 75. Two material 30,000. Is that clear? Okay. Other expenses I am booking only normal expense. I told you already. We calculated it as 24,850 also. Correct? Also normal loss 40 liters. And we decided that each and every liter will fetch you 10 rupees. 400. Got it? And we decided that out of 10 containers, one will be abnormal loss. Sorry, normal loss. Remaining 9 will fetch us some money. That's what we decided. Correct, no? So, by sale of container, out of 9, only 5 fetched us a money. 5 into 250, normal loss. Other 4 will be then abnormal loss. Now don't see, here is the thing. Earlier also we used to take abnormal. If at all units are more than normal loss. But earlier we used to multiply with cost per unit. Here don't multiply with cost per unit, multiply with the recovery amount. Reason being our main product is not container, our main product is oil. So don't take the cost per oil as a cost of container. So only 200 is taken. 4 containers is lost. In simple, you don't have to worry much. We know that my cost should be reduced with 9 containers into 50 rupees. Array, my cost should always be reduced with the normal loss, right? Normal loss recovery, no. Out of 10, I thought that 9 containers I am going to recover. So 9 into 50. Is that clear or no? Okay. Then we got to know there is abnormal loss of 15. That how it will be valued, sir. Guys, take the total cost. 54,850. From that, reduce the normal loss. 400. Not only this. Even the cost we thought of recovering from the containers. Just like a byproduct, you can say. Reduce it. Array, I don't know, we didn't recover. Sorry, I know that we didn't recover 450. But normal. That's the treatment, right? Whether you recover so much or you recover less, you recover more. Doesn't matter. Scrap recovery from normal loss should be reduced. Is that clear?
Only one question is not one is abnormal. 5 is insignificant.
Totally, 9 was supposed to be scrap recovery. That means I should have recovered 450. That's all matters to me. What I didn't recover, that will go to costing P&L in the later part. From the total cost, when I am reducing, whether I used to reduce actual normal loss units or I used to reduce as per our calculation. As per our calculation, we used to reduce. And whatever the extra we booked as per our calculation, that we used to book it to either AG or AL. Correct? No? Same treatment. You should have recovered from 9 containers that you reduce from the cost. That whatever 4 you didn't recover, no, that in a later part you book it to costing P&L. Got it? So 150. So I'm going to value my abnormal gain 15 units at 150 and transfer to next process 375 units at 150. Is that clear? Now here income statement you see 150, 375. By sale, we are going to sell it at 25%, 20%, whatever it is. Abnormal gain. Abnormal loss of containers, here we are booking. There we took it as a income while computing cost per unit. But actually it's a loss, no? That one we booked here as well as abnormal loss we booked here. Finally, what we got is net profit. Hope it is clear. So always remember, any byproduct or any kind of like this, whatever scrap recovery from the normal loss should be taken.
So it's totally taken from that.
Not totally, only from 9 containers. How much I should have? Now you might think that 9 is not normal loss, sir. 9 is actual containers. Array, my containers itself is a scrap.
Main product is
My main product is oil. Container itself is scrap. Now I know 10 containers are there. I know scrap recovery from containers is 9 containers into 50. I didn't recover that, but I wanted that.
But now the loss only that container will come here as in
In-
the income.
Because we already treated it as gain, but it is not. So don't think that way. Arey sir, container if it's 10 in that one is normal loss. No, why you are telling 9 as normal loss? Container itself is loss. Got it? Nope. How this no? It's material only I'm sharing no. Aya. Material only I'm sharing no. Fine. We'll do one thing. We'll take a break now. And after coming back, we'll see 2 questions. I have just divided it in different bases. We'll see that. Now, how many questions are done? 11 are done. No? Chalo, we'll take a break and we'll proceed. Yeah. Beginners can follow. But it will be speed. Very fast.
யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டேன். நீ பார்த்து பண்ணிருந்தோம்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு. கூப்பன் முடிச்சிட்டேன். இன்னும் 2ல வந்து போன தடவை காஸ்டிங்ல 70 இப்பவும் வாங்கி
ஓல்டு ஸ்கீமா இல்ல நியூ ஸ்கீம்?
நான் தப்பு பண்ணதுனால என்னுடைய அது 3 மார்க் 4 மார்க் இருந்தா 3 மார்க் எனக்கு எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் இது வந்து ஜாப் காஸ்ட் லார்ஜ் கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு 60 சேர் ஜாயின் காஸ்ட் இல்ல லார்ஜ் காஸ்ட் நான் 65 லெவல் நினைச்சிட்டேன். 27 லெவல் சரியா
புக்கெல்லாம் அது நிறைய இருக்குங்க.
அது வந்து நான் கிளாஸ் கொடுப்பாரு அப்படியே மாணவர்கள் ப்ராடக்ட் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஷேர் பண்ணிருக்கலாம். ஃபஸ்ட்டு இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் பேஸ் படிப்போம். நம்ம அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிட்டு அதுக்கு ஒரு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணாலே புரியுது. ஷேர் பண்ணி இப்போ ஃபஸ்ட்டு இன்க்ரீஸ் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ட்ரேஸ் பண்ணுவோம். போன வருஷத்தோட ஃபஸ்ட்டு இந்த வருஷத்துக்கு எதாவது சேஞ்ச் பண்ணுவோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் சப்போஸ் சேஞ்ச் இல்லைன்னா செக்ரட்டரி கவுன்சில் எடுத்துருவாங்க. எப்படி படிச்சு நம்ம இமேஜினேஷன் சப்போஸ் அவங்க சேஞ்ச் இருந்துச்சுன்னா வந்து இது எம்ஓஏ ஆகும்.
எத்தனை ஐட்டம்ஸ் அது 13
16 10 இருக்கு. இது பேலன்ஸ்ல ப்ராப்ளம் நஷ்டம்
16 இருக்கு. அப்ப இதெல்லாம் இருக்கு.
கவர்மெண்ட் ஆடிட்டும்
அதுல எத்தனையோ இருக்கு. அது இருக்கு டிஃபரெண்ட் எஜுகேஷன்.
அது வந்து 17
இது இந்த 2 சப்ஜெக்ட் வச்சாலே எவ்வளவு வரும்?
இல்ல இதுலயே 20%
20% இருக்காது.
இந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தாலும்
போன டைம் என்ன சொன்னாங்க
ஸ்டாக் ஆகிட்டு
எப்படி அங்கிருந்து பண்டிகை மாசம் ஸ்னாப் எதுக்கு இருக்கு
நேற்று மார்னிங் அன்இன்ஸ்டால் பண்ணிருக்கேன்.
ஏன்
அதுதான் அவங்க அக்செப்ட் பண்ணேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் மறுபடியும் ஸ்டோரேஜ் இருக்குங்க. அதுக்கெல்லாம் எனக்கு மற்ற கையிலே இருக்காது. அழிக்கிறதுக்கும் கஷ்டம். அது நான் லேப்டாப் பண்ணி மறுபடியும் அழிக்கிறது டைம். அதனால வேணும் போது இன்ஸ்டா பண்ணிப்பேன்.
ஓகே ஓகே
சாப்பிட செஞ்சுருக்கீங்களா?
தெரியுமா அது சினிமா பார்க்கணும் புரியல என்ன பண்றது வெயிட் செகண்ட் இங்க இருக்குன்னா சும்மா தெரியும் கிளாஸ் வந்துட்டு புரியல சரி ஆமாடா
போன தடவையும் இந்த தப்பு
அதான்
போன தடவையும் இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணி
don't miss this opportunity to give the yes.
என்ன சாப்பிடாதுன்னு சொல்லுங்க.
Chat hookah.
ஏன்
எப்ப அட்டன்
ஒரு
ஒரு நாள் இல்ல
28 தான் இருக்கு. அதுல மேரேஜ் பிளேஸ்
28 dates போட்டு 28 போட்டு
ஆமா.
இது ஒரு நாள்ல நம்ம இங்கே இல்ல
ஏய் ஆனா செலக்ட்ல போயிருந்து
ஒரு நாள் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இது சாமானியமா ஓ இது எப்படி ரெண்டு மூணு நாள் எடுக்கலாம்
அவர் போனதுல 3 நாள் இருக்கு. ஏன்னா மேரேஜ் இப்படி ஒரு 3 days ஆகும்.
ஒரு இல்ல கான்செப்ட் ஒரு கான்செப்ட்
கான்செப்ட் எடுத்து
ஏய் வீடியோல
இன்னைக்கு சாப்பிட்டு இன்னே சாப்பிட்டா
சரி இதெல்லாம் சாப்பிட்டு பேசணும் மறுபடியும் அதனால
ப்ராசஸ் காஸ்டிங்ல ஈஸி இல்லையா? ஆனா ப்ராசஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் போட்டு பாருங்க. ரொம்ப ஓவர் கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் உடம்புக்கு நல்லா இருக்கு. அப்படியா? ஓகே ஓகே. அந்த ப்ராடக்ட் சி கொடுத்து பை ப்ராடக்ட் அதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம்.
நான் வந்து ஜானவரி ஓவர் கான்ஃபிடன்ட்
எந்த சம்பளம் கொடுப்பாங்க இல்ல எல்லா சம்பளம்னா எதுல இருந்து
இங்க அருட்ப்ரோலும் அது மட்டும் நீ பார்த்தாலே முடிச்சிடலாம். இதுவே போடுறதுக்கு டைம் இருக்குது. நான் உனக்கு திருப்பி ரிலேஷன் இருந்தா நான் தான் இதெல்லாம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம். அதனாலதான் எனக்கு பயமா இருக்கு. ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல போதும் ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல ஏதோ ஒரு இடத்துல விட்டுட்டே தான் இருக்கேன்.
நம்ம இன்டர்பிரேஷன் அவங்க வேற ஏன்னா அந்த இதெல்லாம் காஷிக் வந்து இங்கே எடுக்க சொல்லுவாங்க. ஃபேக்டரி ஒர்க்கர்ஸ்ல நீங்க வந்து இதுல தான் இருக்க முடியும்.
அதுதான் நான் உங்ககிட்ட கேட்டுட்டே இருந்தேன். ஃபேக்டரி காஸ்ட் ஃபேக்டரி காஸ்ட் யோசிக்கவே யோசிக்காத. ஃபேக்டரி ஃபேக்டரி ஓவர்
ஆனா நம்ம சம்ஸ்ல கிட்ட காசு எம்சிக்யூல வந்து நம்ம ஒவ்வொரு டைமும்
எப்படி எடுத்துருக்காங்க என்ன வெறும் சூப்பரா முடிக்கிறடா. ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் என்ன செய்யணும்
வச்சிருக்கேன்.
நீங்க நான் உங்களுக்கு இன்னும் 2 நான் ஃபைலிங்கே நான் முடிச்சேன். தான் போவேன். யாரு இருக்காங்க? ஜலப்தியா? நண்பருக்கு ஜலப்தி ஜலப்தி ஃப்ரெண்டு. ராமசாமி சாரோட பெட்டு இதெல்லாம் அதுதான் எங்களோட வாங்க வேணும் தெரியுமா வேணும் அவசரம் ரிச்சா தெரியுமாங்க ஒரு பாக்கெட் மாதிரி இருக்கும் ஒரு பாட்டு
இந்த பாட்டு வச்சிருக்கேன் அவங்க எல்லாரும்
பெரிய டீம் ஃபேமிலி மாதிரி
நான் போனேன் அட்டன் பண்ணி முடிச்சுட்டு ஆஃபீஸ் ஒரு ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் அவர் எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சவருக்கு வந்து என்னோட குழந்தை அவனோட எங்க மெயின் அவனோட சார் இவர் வந்து சார் அவர் சார் இவர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஃபவுண்டேஷன் அவர் கோபி சைடு
ஆஃபீஸ் ரெடி ஆகிட்டு
சென்னையில இருக்கு திருப்பூர்
நீங்க 1 month வரும்போது எந்த டீம் இருக்க
வரலான்னு வந்தேன் அப்போ வந்து
அங்கேயே ஜிஎஸ்டி தெரியுமா தெரியாது ஜிஎஸ்டி தனியா இருக்கும் இன்டர்நேஷனல்
எங்க என் ஃப்ரெண்டா ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கும் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்போம்
எனக்கு அங்க ஒரு 6 பேர் ரொம்ப க்ளோஸ் போனா நம்ம ப்ரொமோஷன் அங்கதான் இப்போ எல்லாம் முடிச்சுட்டு சண்டை விட்டுட்டு தான் கட்ட முடியாது தர முடியாது மாதிரி கொடுக்கும் எனக்கு அந்த ஜிஎஸ்டி கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தேன் ஜிஎஸ்டி மட்டுமே மாசம் 3,80,000 4 லட்சம் ஜிஎஸ்டி மட்டும் இப்போ இதுதான் சொன்னாங்க கார்டு ரிவார்டு
சர்வீஸ் ஐடிசி
அதனால கிட்ட கேளுங்க
Yeah, 28, 29.
2029.
When is it? 28th or 29th?
28.
Huh.
But one
Can you guys shift this side? Too
cold.
This one? Oh my god.
Today it's a little better.
Yeah.
It will be marathon will be for 1 day.
Okay.
Generally.
No, not 1 day.
It cannot be completed in 1 day. Then it will be 2 days. 3 days.
3 days it might be. Last time he took 4 days, no? Half of day. That they will tell.
Just want to plan. Whenever I plan to sit for one subject, no, there will be another subject which is that. My mind feels like that. Again, there is less number of days.
That is there.
But the concepts will be very same. Even
Like which concepts?
so whatever you have done.
Same, no, it is. We'll proceed now.
Yes. I think that was the first time they asked, is it?
Byproduct, yeah. But yeah, it is a question of like, I mean, when you complete this JPVP thing, you will be able to. Because in JPVP, we discuss about byproduct. Okay. So, shall we proceed? Madam? Just tell me whether cursor is over there.
Yes.
Where?
You need to come down. Sit.
Sorry.
Just come up. But it is not coming to that. It is in the below screen. It's not.
Then that should be closed in remote.
Can I have that?
Yeah, please. Fine.
It will pass within the time period.
Yeah. Okay. Now why it got open? It was there from the beginning?
No. Just a few minutes it came and it.
Question number 12. Okay.
Launch at the same time in which we
Yeah, one. Today we need to do some reels.
You?
Akhilesh. You guys will be there. You both attended costing and accounts, no? You guys can join. Planned, I don't know. And not that end. That AI. I was not there at all. What? No, it was AI. AI. AI, literally AI. Where I will sit and act all those things. Everything, no, everything. AI is so dangerous. No. They took these class videos and they created that model of this voice. No.
That is what they asked.
Even tummy was same. Can you imagine?
Sir, even the hands.
Everything. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they give a lot of, when you give a lot of data in, then it will take perfect things. Everything AI. Crazy, no? Not AI. Question number 12. Okay. So far I told you, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, but in AMA you can do it, no? Yeah. I mean, till that part got cut some YouTube video, then yeah. November 2023. So I told you generally the output won't be more than input, but in some cases it can be, right? See there. A product passes through two processes A and B. The output of A is treated as input of process B. Great. Following information. Input material A 3,90,000. Process B. Indirect material 34,370. Wages they have given. Overhead they have given. Output transferred to process B they have given. And transferred to finished goods they have given. See there. From process A to process B we transferred 68,640. But output is coming to 69,000 because of the other material might be added in between. Normal loss is 7,800, here 240. There is no realizable value of normal loss. No stock of material on WIP was left at the end. You are required to prepare the process account. Normal only, but there will be abnormal gain in the second case. That's it. Okay. See, 7,000, 78,000 you have introduced. Yes. In that 7,800 is normal loss. That means
Some music is playing.
okay, Sunday. 70,200. This should be the output. Yes or no?
Yes.
But the output is 68,640. 1,000. This is your abnormal loss. This is your abnormal loss. Got it? Now, you gave 68,640 as input to process B. In that, 240 is your normal loss. 68,400 will be your unit should be. But actually, we transferred 69,000. That means abnormal gain is 600. Got it? That's it. Not much. See here. Process A. Any trailer they released recently? Something. 78,000, 3,90,000, wages 2,85,000, overheads. See normal loss, abnormal loss 1,560 we got, and per unit basis maybe we will value that and transfer to process B. Process B, you will get abnormal gain. Nothing special here. The only thing is more than input, you will get output. Accounting wise, nothing. We can proceed, I feel. See this one. PYP January 2025 for 8 marks they have given. A chemical compound manufactured through two processes, namely process X and process Y. Process Y is dependent on the output generated by the process X, and semi-finished chemical compound received in the process X shall be mixed up with further materials in process Y. That means in process Y also we are introducing something special material and all. The detail of the cost and other is as follows. We introduced 1000 kgs at the rate of 50. In process Y extra we introduced 700 at the rate of 90. Please keep in mind. Here material getting introduced in both the stages. Direct labor 35,000 and 25,000. Process plant time. This is overheads. How much is overheads? 12,000. 9,600. Expected output is 75% of input. 750. Okay. Actual output is just 700. Actual input is 700. Realizable loss is 8 rupees. Value of normal loss, that is scrap recovery, and 5 rupees. The department overhead for the period was 30,000 and absorbed on the direct labor cost. How much is direct labor cost there? 60,000, right?
60,000.
So overhead is 30,000. Wages are 60,000 into 100. Both of that, madam, together 35 plus 25. 50%. So overheads here it would be 17,500, 12,500. Process plant time represents the attributable plant runtime in respect of assume no finished stock and WIP in the opening and closing. Prepare process X, process Y, normal loss, abnormal gain. See, look at the process X. We introduced 1000 units. 1000 at 50 rupees, 50,000. 35,000 is direct labor. Overhead is 12,000. Other overhead is 17,500. Normal loss was 250 and recovery rate was rupees 8 per kg. So it became 2000. Abnormal loss was 50. Next process is 700. So based on that we found out cost per kg. How sir? 1,14,500 minus scrap recovery from normal loss divided by units introduced 1000 minus normal loss units. 150. We will be valuing it at 150. Got it? Now going to process 2. From process X we received 700 at the rate of 1,05,000. Extra material of 700 we added, which was 63,000. Got it? So total material introduced was how much? 1,400. Normal loss, how much they are telling? 20%, no? How much is 20% of this? 80% output is expected. That means 20% is normal loss expected. So this will be your normal loss, 280. Scrap recovery is 5 rupees per unit. Direct labor overhead is there. Departmental overhead is there. So listen, 1,400 you have introduced. Yes. In that 280 was normal loss. That means how many units should be the output? 1,120 should be the output. But how much is the output? 1,150. That means 30 is abnormal gain. Abnormal gain. That's it. If you see the normal loss account, buy cash relating to process 1, buy cash relating to process 2, and abnormal gain reversed. Abnormal gain account, balance will be transferred to costing period. Simple it is. Nothing special.
Sir, for next process,
Hmm.
if a new material is added, means with the actual output we have to
Add the new material.
Because main material is only added, no output will increase because it's a chemical. Sometimes it happens like that. In process 1 we'll process some chemical, in process 2 we'll add the additional chemical, like that. Got it? We can proceed. This is also very nice question. Very nice question. Process account with weight loss and scrap. Listen, RTP November 2022. Many might do mistakes here. Listen, that too in the scrap. They will do mistake not in the scrap. Scrap recovery may they will do mistake. Concentrate. SM Private Limited manufactures their product in the 3 consecutive process. The detail are as follows. Transfer to next process, transfer to warehouse. That means, try to understand, 60% will be transferred to next process here. 40% will be sold during that particular period itself, process itself. Whatever received, of that 50% will be transferred to next process. Remaining 50% is sold here only. Process C, 100% will be taken as a finished goods. Okay. In each process, there is a weight loss of 2%. That means whatever you give input, of the 2% will be gone as a weight loss.
That is treated as normal loss.
Yeah. Scrap is 8% of input of each process. The realizable value of the scrap of each process is as below. Process A, 2 per ton. Process B, 4 per ton. Process C, 6 per ton. The following particulars related to April. Process A we are using 1000 tons. Process B 260 tons. Process C 140 ton. Rate per ton they have given. Direct wages, direct expense they have given. Prepare process A, B, C. See here. Everyone, concentrate. In process 1, how many units we have introduced? 1000 units. Okay. In this 1000 units, 200 units anyhow it will go as a 20 units will anyhow it will go as a weight loss. 8% of the input, that means you should take 1000 only of the input, not net quantity. In this 1000, 8% will go as scrap, normal loss. Now can you tell me the scrap recovery from normal loss? No, total can you tell me? Scrap recovery from normal loss. 100 into rupees 2, which is 200. I told no, this is where everyone will go wrong.
No, that
2% is a weight loss. That means that is not there at all. What you will sell as a scrap? Only for 8 there will be scrap. Normal loss is 10 only, no doubt in that. But scrap recovery will be there only relating to that scrap, not weight loss. Because weight loss may what you will sell? Nothing to sell, no. Understood? Okay. So see here. 1000 tons we have introduced at the cost of 20,000. Direct wages, direct expense. Weight loss 20 gone. Scrap 80. Only recovered amount is relating to this 80. Got it? Now they are telling how much is
next process only 62.
output of that particular department they haven't given. That means we assume there is no abnormal loss. We assume there is no abnormal loss. Abnormal loss or abnormal gain. So total 900, no? 20 weight loss, 80 normal loss, 900. If this is the case, in this 60% shall be transferred to process A. 540 shall be transferred to process A. 360 shall be transferred to finished goods or costing P&L. 540, 360. Is that clear?
But this 540 and 360, the rates are like whatever.
Which one? Rate down. Rate will be very simple. How much is my total cost? Total cost is 27,160. Scrap recovery from normal loss 160 divided by total units 1000. Normal loss 100. Rupees 30 per ton. So 30 into 540. 30 into 360. Rates will be computed in a normal manner. Is that clear? Now, process B. From process A, we introduce 540 tons at the rate of 16,200. Also, they are telling in process B, directly we are introducing 260 kgs. Correct?
Yes.
So, 260 kgs we introduced at the rate of 15. Wages, direct expense. Now, weight loss. How much we have introduced in total? 540 from process A plus 260 directly. 800. 2% of this. 16. For that, no scrap recovery. Please keep in mind. 8% of 800. For that, scrap recovery is there. Rupees 4. Okay. 256. And you can see there, as I already told you, there is no abnormal information, means there won't be any abnormal. That's the assumption. 800 minus scrap recovery 64, weight loss 16, total 80. That means 720. In that 720, they are telling 50 is sold, 50 is transferred to next process. So process C, I will transfer 360. To finished goods, I will transfer 360. Is that clear? Cost per unit will be 25,456 minus scrap recovery 256 whole divided by 800 minus 100. Sorry, 80. Which will come to 35. 360 into 35. 360 into 35. Is that clear? Now going to process C. In process C, we introduce this much. Also material of this much. Wages and direct expense. So total is 500. Right? In this 2% is a weight loss. 10 is a weight loss. Total is 500. In that 8% is scrap, 40 is scrap. And scrap recovery per unit is rupees 6. So 40 into 6, 240. So total, whatever is the balance, that will be transferred to warehouse. 100% will be transferred to warehouse because there is nothing called next process there. Anyone, any doubt here? Please let me know. If there is no doubt, we can proceed. We can proceed.
So one thing, you just show that accounts are accounts.
Only these three, no?
For the
Only three.
remaining finished goods.
Hmm.
Because there is transfer.
Finished goods account, you will write to process A, to process B, to process C. By balance carried on because they are not telling anything about sales. If at all they tell about sales, cost of goods sold will be transferred to costing P&L. That's it. Is that clear? Okay. Inter-process profit. Study material 1 question is there. Oh, sorry, not inter-process profit. Wait. This is not inter-process profit. It is with inter-process sale. Okay. That is in between the process only we are selling some products. We are not transferring everything to next process. See there. RTP May 2023. So whatever is transferred in that process account, what we will do? Whatever is sold, that will transfer to costing P&L. Whatever is transferred to next process, that we will take it as by process account. Correct now? So see there. Meta Company Limited is engaged in the production of the product Trio, which passes through two different processes. Process P, process Q. Other information obtained is as follows. Raw material use 10,000 at the rate of 80 rupees, which will come to guys 8 lakh. Direct wages is there, direct expense is there. Selling price of unit they have given. That means if at all you sell anything in that particular process only, you will end up making 130 rupees and 190 rupees. Production overhead is rupees 3 lakh to be recovered as a percentage of direct wages. So may I know the total direct wages? 1 lakh 30,000. So may I know how much is 3 lakh divided by 1 lakh 30,000 into 100 is 230.78%. Sorry?
It's 769, sir.
Is it PYP? Is it May 2023? PYP May 2020. Now, actual output of the process is as follows. P, it is 9,200. Okay. And Q, 6,400. 3/4 of the output of process P passed to next process. Guys, 9,200 of that 3/4. This will be transferred to Q. Okay. Whereas remaining 1/4 we are going to sell. $2,300. Huh? Got it? Next. The entire output of process Q was sold. Okay, because only two processes there. After process Q, it is selling, finished goods only. Management selling expense during the year is 170,000. Should we take it in the process account? We should take it in the costing P&L. Good. These are not allocable to processes. If they don't tell also, you should not. The normal loss of two processes, process P 6%, process Q 10%. So listen here, how many units we have introduced?
9,200.
10,000 we have introduced. In that 6% is normal loss. 600. That means you are expecting around 9,400. But output is 9,200. Moral of the story, 200 is abnormal loss. Now, in the process queue, you gave 6,900. Please don't take 9,200. Because in that 1/4 was sold, 3/4 was kept. We gave input of 6,900. There is a normal loss of 10%, which means around 690 is normal loss. Correct? That means 6,210 should be the output. But the output is 6,400. That means 190 units more than what we estimated abnormal gain. Done. Next, the loss of process P was sold at rupees 5 per unit, process Q at rupees 8 per unit. Assume that process P and Q are not the responsibility center. That means in simple they are trying to tell you that boss, don't book the profit in the respective process account, book it in the costing P&L. Don't book it in the respective process, rather book it in the costing P&L. See, process P they are asking, process Q they are asking, abnormal loss, abnormal gain, costing P&L. See, process P account. 10,000 you have introduced. Hello? 8 lakh. Wages 52,000. Direct expense 8,600. Overhead 230.77% of wages. 52,000 into 230.77 percentage. 1,20,000. Okay, you can take that proportion. Now, normal loss, as we already discussed, 600, and there is a scrap recovery of normal loss, rupees 5. 600 into 5, 3,000. Also, there is a abnormal loss of 200. Correct? Now listen. What is the cost per unit? 9,80,600 is your total cost. From that, if I reduce 3,600, which is scrap recovery from normal loss, divided by total introduced 10,000 minus normal loss 600 per unit.
3,000.
Sorry, 3,000. 104. Now, 104 into 6,300, 6,600, I am going to transfer it to 6,900, no? 6,900, I will transfer to next process. Whereas 2,300 into 104, I will transfer to costing P&L. That is cost of goods sold. 6,900 into 104. How much? Got it, everyone? Done. Now going to process Q. We received 6,900 from process P. This is the value. Wages is there. Direct expense is there. Production overhead. Done. Normal loss, we determined it 690 and we got to know that there is abnormal loss of 190. Correct now? Now, total cost may I know? 7,17,600, 78,000, 11,100, 1,80,000. 9,86,700 minus scrap recovery from normal loss 5,520 divided by total units introduced 6,900 minus normal loss 690 per unit. Okay. So 158 into 190. 6,400 into. So see here, whatever is sold, that as they didn't ask you to prepare finished goods account, straight away from here only I am transferring it to costing P&L. So in the costing P&L, I will write two process account P and Q. Okay, done. Next, abnormal loss account. Process P, there was an abnormal loss. Scrap recovery was there. Costing P&L 19,800. Abnormal gain account. Process Q. Normal loss account say this much. We have to reverse it. I told you already, right? Relating to the loss which is not recovered, which is already treated as recovered in normal loss, should be reversed to the abnormal gain account. Got it? Then we'll book that abnormal loss and abnormal gain. Sales amount we will book as by sales. Selling expense we have to book into P&L, and balance will be your net profit. Simple question, but there is a inter-process sale. Hope you guys understood that. Yes or no? Okay. See this 16th one. Product passes through three processes A, B and C. The detailed expense incurred on the three processes is as follows. Units issued. RTP September 2025. So, cost of material introduced during the period would be, cost of material introduced during the period would be 10,000 into 100. 10 lakh. Okay. Then after that we introduced other material, other labor, other direct expense in each and every process. Selling price per unit is, see, they have given for each and every department process. Management expenses are 80,000, selling are 50,000. So this 130,000 where we should book costing P&L. Got it? Actual output of three process: A 9,300, B 5,400, C 2,100. 2/3 of the output of process A, that is 9,300 into 2/3, 6,200. That means remaining is 3,100. Correct, no? Done. 1/2 of the process B, so 5,400 into 1/2, 2,700. Other thing is 2,700 was passed on to next process. So this is next process, this is next process. This is sold in the respective stage, this is sold in the respective stage. Is that clear? The entire output of C was sold. The normal losses are 5%, 15%, 20%. The loss of process A was sold at rupees 2 per unit. B was sold at 5 per unit. C was sold at 10 per unit. Very simple question. Correct, no? Same ditto. Here 3 processes there rather than 2. So here first process A. What was the input? 10,000. Correct? Normal loss was supposed to be how much? 5%, which is 500. Output was supposed to be 9,500, but output is 9,300. That means in first case 200 is abnormal loss. Got it? B. Unit introduced are 6,200. Please be careful, not full 9,300 or what. In that 1/3 was sold. 6,200. And B, there is a normal loss of 15%. 930. Balance 5,270. But the output is 5,400. That means 130 is abnormal gain. 130 is abnormal gain. Now going to process C. Process C. Introduced are 2,700 guys. Please keep in mind. not full 5,400, because there is a loss. I mean, we are selling off other half of the units, 2,700. Normal loss is 20%, which is 540. Output is 2,160. Is that clear? Now 2,160, but transferred to sales are 2,100. 60 is your abnormal loss. Is that clear? And whatever the sold units, that is 3,100 as well as 2,700, cost of that should be transferred to costing P&L, whereas cost of 6,200 and 2,700 should be transferred to next process. Is that clear, everyone? I don't think so. We have to discuss it again. No, right? Hello? You can go through all those things once. Now we are going to equivalent units. Yeah. You're feeling too cold? Feeling too cold? Is it? Then take a walk and come. No, 2 minutes. Is it? Take a walk and come. First floor, huh? Not this one. Now we have two more concepts to discuss. Equivalent and inter-process profit. What shall we start with? Inter-process profit or equivalent units? Inter-process profit. Equivalent no need. Why? Huh? After completing this, we'll go to equivalent. Fine. Works. Inter-process don't have much questions. I think two should be there. One is study material question, one is examination question. In equivalent, two concepts are there. Many will feel it difficult because they don't know why they are doing it. Inter-process is difficult, Is it?
Last one they asked me.
Case scenario. Yeah. Oh my God. What happened? Not increasing. You read it, no? Hey, this is my name. This they misprinted. Oh, you read this?
Rastrith.
This my name they misprinted. These are the people who sent. Don't read the name.
Okay.
YouTube live is going on. Shall we proceed? Interprocess profit. She thought she got content and it went like this. That's the beauty. Interprocess profit. Guys, what is this interprocess profit? Nothing. Just we are not treating process as a cost center. Yeah, by the time we went there, I completed AOK. AOK will see. Equivalent units we'll see later. So, interprocess profit is nothing. We are not treating the process accounts as a cost center. Instead, we will treat them as a profit center. That is, when the different processes are done, one process will transfer to other process. No, that won't be transferring it at a cost. Rather, it will transfer it at cost plus profit. It will transfer it at cost plus profit. Listen guys, while solving this type of question, the process account what we do is, will include these three things. Cost, profit, total. Cost, profit, total. Listen here. Here cost and profit column what we are discussing. Cost and profit column what we are discussing. This is from the organization point of view, not from that particular department point of view. I repeat again, here the cost column as well as profit column is organization point of view, not the department point of view. Whereas this total is there, no, this is your department point of view. This total is your department point of view. Hope it is clear. Always remember the units, amount column we take it as cost, profit, total. Cost and profit is relating to organization. Total is relating to our particular department. Is that clear? So cost of the department where you will find? Total column. Very good. Cost of the organization where you will find? Understood? Because the cost of the department need not be the cost of organization. Cost of the department need not be the cost of organization. Why? One department transferring to another department. Let's say cost is 10,000. They transfer to another department at 12,000. Does that matter as a whole organization? For the whole organization, cost of that is how much? 10,000 only, not 12,000. But for the other department, receiving department, the cost is 12,000, not 10,000. Let's say in your house, you and your sibling. Let's say you gave loan to your sibling, 1 lakh. Now your sibling should pay interest of 10% on it. Now sibling paid 1,10,000. Now my question is, did that 10,000 make any impact on the family's income? No. One person is paying, other person is receiving. Best part, both are under the same roof. Same happens here.
Then
For the organization, it's not going to matter. For the organization, real profit is the profit what we receive by selling it to the outsider. In the interprocess, how much ever the profit you book, that is not at all relevant for us. That is not at all relevant for us. Being the organization, for me, the profit which I am going to book is only that profit which I make by selling it to the outsider. And being the organization, for me, the cost is only those costs which moves out of the organization. Whichever I pay to outsider, that is the cost. Whichever I receive from the outsider, that is my revenue. That net is my profit, not the department wise. Got it? But to measure the performance of the department, to have a control over department, we will ask them to send it accordingly. Is that clear? When you see, we have two questions, if I'm not wrong. We have two questions. Those two questions, if we see, you will be able to do it. Yeah. Listen. In which attempt you told MCQ May? May 26. It came in MCQ. 10 marks. Straight. Oh. See. KT Limited produces a product EMM which passes through two processes before it is completed and transferred to finished goods. The following data, this is PYP May 2019. Before that, we'll go to study material question. Question number 34. A Limited produces axe which passes through two processes before it is completed and transferred to finished goods. The following data is as follows for the month of October. Process 1, opening stock they have told, direct material they have told, direct wages they have told, factory overhead they have told, closing stock they have told. Inter-process profit included in the opening stock is nil. Of course, it will be nil. Why?
So it's
Process 1, whatever the expense are incurred, everything is outsider's expense. That means being an organization, my profit won't be there in that at all. Are you guys able to understand? Whatever the expense incurred, that only will be there in the opening stock, no? So, expense, everything is incurred on an outsider, not to any other process profit is involved there. Going to process 2, there is a opening stock profit of 1500. They are telling in the opening stock 1500 is inter-process profit. Why? Because in process 2, whatever is there, that is received from process 1. But not everything. There might be wages, etc., which we pay to outsider. So fully you can't tell everything is inter-process profit. No. Portion of it is inter-process profit. Finished goods also same thing, because it includes profit portion of process 1, process 2. Now see. Output of process 1 is transferred to process 2 at 25% profit on transfer price. So process 1 is there, no? That is transferred to process 2 at 25% profit of transfer price, selling price. Transfer price means the price at which one department sends to other department. In simple, you can remember it as selling price. Output of process 2 is transferred to the finished stock at 20% profit on the transfer price. Stock in process is valued at prime cost. Guys, how we are valuing the stock? Prime cost. Finished stock is valued at the price at which it is received from process 2. Sales during the period are 1,40,000. Prepare process cost accounts, finished goods accounts showing the profit element at each stage. First, process 1 account. Opening, I told you we are going to take cost, profit, total. Whereas cost and profit is organization point of view, total is department point of view. Okay. Now, process 1. There is a opening stock of 7,500. Guys, organization point of view also it's 7,500. Department point of view also 7,500. Why, sir, organization point of view also 7,500? Because process 1, whatever is incurred, everything is paid to outsider only. So it is cost for the organization also. It is also completely the cost. Done. Next, material wages. These two also we are paying to outsider. For department also it is the same cost. For organization also it is the same cost. So in total column also same amount will come. Cost column also same amount will come. 15,000, 11,200. Is that clear? As the closing stock is valued at prime cost, we are going to find out prime cost. Prime cost would come to 33,700, 33,700. How much they are telling closing stock? 3,700. Guys, 3,700 is for a department. Correct? Even for the organization also 3,700 only. Because whatever the prime cost is incurred, everything is incurred to outsider only. So cost of closing stock for an organization as well as cost of closing stock for a department will be same in process 1. Because no inter-process profit is involved here. Got it? Because you can see cost is same here. Is that clear? Done. Next, factory overhead 10,500. Same drama. Now we got total cost. Listen, they are telling we are transferring to next process at 20% profit on the, 25% profit on the transfer price. Guys, being department, will I consider my cost while determining the selling price, or do I consider organizational cost?
Organization.
Being department, I am least concerned. Being department, for my cost, I will consider as my cost. I don't check how much is inter-process profit and all. So being a department, I will consider my cost. So being a department, how much is my cost? 44,200. See, in process 1, it's not going to make any difference. When you go to process 2, you will understand. Listen, 44,200 is my cost for the period. But everything is not my cost because there is 3,700 rupees in the closing. That means my cost of goods sold is 40,000. 40,500. Now listen. Everyone. If at all our transfer price is 100, profit will be 25, cost will be 75. Now I know that 75 means 40,500. 100 means question mark. 54,000. I am going to transfer it at 54,000. Okay. But for the organization, is cost of that 54,000 is 54,000? No. Cost is 40,500 only. Why? Whatever the extra money is involved, that is inter-process profit. Organization point of view, I will book it as profit only and only if it is coming from the outsider. So for organizational point of view, I will book 40,500 only. Profit of the department I booked. Total. Is that clear? This is your process 1. Now the process 2 starts. Very important. Concentrate. Opening stock 9,000 is there. They are telling that 9,000 includes 1,500 of inter-process profit. Moral of the story, organizational cost is not 9,000. For the organization, opening stock value is just 7,500. Because 1,500 what is there is our own profit. Got it? Next we purchased material. Transferred from the first process. For department 2, of course, the cost is 54,000 only. But for the organization knows that in that 13,500 is our own profit. So for organization, out of this, only 40,500 is cost. Because 30,000 is own organizational profit. Got it? Next, we got direct material by paying 15,750. Now my question is, are we paying it to outsider or are we paying it to our other department? Material. Outsider. That means cost for both department as well as organization will be same. Wages also same. And they are telling closing stock is valued at prime cost. So the prime cost for the department would be 90,000, but from organization point of view only 75,000, because 15,000 of interdepartmental profit is there. Correct, no? Now closing stock of second process, how much they are telling?
15,000.
4,500, no? No, what 15,000 you were talking?
90,000. Okay. That's
Now closing stock, how much they are telling? 4,500. But that is for which one? Department. Correct, no? Hello?
yes, sir.
I want to find out for organization. Listen, how to find it out? Very easy. When department had a prime cost of 90,000, when department had a prime cost of 90,000, closing stock is 4,500. But I know that from organization point of view, cost is not 90,000, cost is just 75,000. So from organization point of view, how much is my cost of closing stock? 3,750. 4,500, 3,750, 750 is the profit element involved in closing stock. Sir, how is that possible, sir? 25% should be there. No. In my closing stock, not only what I paid to earlier department is there, it includes whatever we bought in cost, like additional material, additional labor, additional overhead, etc. Is that clear? Now, factory overhead is there. Again, we are paying it to outsider, so it will be cost for both. Now, cost for this particular department is 94,500. Cost for the organization is 79,500. Now, what they are telling about the transfer? They are telling output of process 2 is transferred at 20% of the transfer price. Being an organization, how much is my cost? My cost is 94,500. Sorry, being a department, 94,500. However, in that 4,500, I still have it as a closing stock. I still have it as a closing stock. Is that clear? Now, that means for me, the cost is 90,000. Now I know that if I take sales as 100, then profit will be 20. Cost will be 80. 80 means 90,000. 20 means question mark. 22,500. So being a department, my cost is 90,000. I'm going to transfer to them at extra 22,500, 112,500. So transfer to next process is 112,500 from department point of view. And department profit I will book 22,500. Now the balancing figure shows me how much is my cost to the organization. In this, how much is the profit to the organization? See there. Although for department, if it feels like next department, it feels, oh my god, 112,500 is the cost. From organization point of view, nothing. Actual cost is just 75,750, because remaining is inflated with our own profit. Got it? You understood or no? Now, going to the finished goods. Opening stock they have given. From the finished goods department point of view, 22,500. In that, they told profit involved is 8,250. That means whatever the opening stock is there, to organization the cost is just 14,250, not 22,500, because our own profit is involved here. From process 2 we received. From the process 2 whatever we got here. Got it? Now closing stock. Listen very carefully. Closing stock, how much they are telling? 11,250. what they are telling, closing stock is valued at the price at what we received from process 2. So listen, what was the price at what we received from process 2? 112,500. Correct, no? From the department point of view. From department point of view, closing stock is 11,250. From organization point of view, that 1,12,500 is not cost at all. Actual cost is just 75,750. So profit involved is how much? 7,575. So profit element in closing stock is 3,675. Is that clear? Hello? Next one is very important. Listen. Finished stock is valued at a price at which it is received from process 2. Sale during the period is 1,40,000. That means sales I will book it as by costing P&L in P&L account only. 1,40,000. Clear? Now I will find out how much is the cost element in it, balancing figure. For the organization, I got, for the organization, cost is 82,425. From organization point of view, profit is this much. Now the balancing figure will give me departmental profit. Hope it is clear. Okay. We have ditto question asked in the examination in May 2019 and in recent attempt. Is that clear? That's all. Simple. This similar question is there. You can just check it once. Anyhow, if at all still you have confusion, properly solved one, it's already there in our YouTube. You can go and check also. Hardly around 40-50 minutes video is there where complete discussion on transfer price, this inter-process profit is there, as well as 2 question solution properly solved, that is also there. Here we are marking, no? It's not there. Yeah.
That is in chapter wise.
No, that is uploaded as a separate video. Only inter-process profit itself is uploaded as a separate video. You just put Rastrith and inter-process profit. You should be able to get it if I'm not wrong. But you guys will write my name wrong only.
I write like Raj.
Rastrith. No, you search inter-process profit ArivuPro. You should be. ArivuPro spelling you guys will write correctly now. Yeah, it's there. 1 hour 18 minutes.
Material itself, every page has a name and it has.
Which one?
Your material.
But still people won't use it. Can you imagine? I told no the other day. Don't laugh. Why are you laughing?
We talk about ostrich.
Ayyo. Chalo. We'll proceed. Guys. Ayyo. This one nice question is there, okay? That is determination of percentage of waste. Shall we start? A manufacturing unit manufactures a product XYZ which passes through 3 processes X, Y and Z. The following data is given. So if you remember, I told you one point, unless and until they say there is an abnormal loss in any stage, what we should do? Assume there is no abnormal loss as such. Okay, unless and until question says there is an abnormal loss or abnormal gain, assume there is no abnormal loss or abnormal gain. And see this question. PYP July 2021 for 10 marks. One of the simple question. Reverse calculation, that's it. See there. A manufacturing unit, 3 distinct process. In process A, material consumed is 2,600, direct wages 4,000. Process Y 2250, 3500, 2000, 3000. Now, the total production overhead is 15,750, which was recovered as 150% of direct wages, which is gonna be 6,000, 5,250, 4,500. So 10,500, 15,750. Done. 15,000 units at rupees 2 each were introduced in process X. So process X, we are going to introduce 15,000 units at the rate of rupees 2. Got it? The output of each process will be passed to the next process. Finally, we are able to transfer 12,000 units to finished goods. That means from our third process, output is 12,000 units. No stock of materials or WIP was left at the end. Now it is very important. Following additional information is given. Process X, there is 6% of normal wastage and 1.1 rupees scrap recovery. Process Y, they haven't given the normal loss percentage. You have to determine. And 2 rupees is value of scrap. Process Z, 5% is scrap percentage and 1 rupee is scrap recovery. You are required to find out the percentage of wastage in process Y, given that output of process Y is transferred to process Z at rupees 4 per unit. That means they are telling cost per unit of process Y, when you calculate, it's gonna come as rupees 4. Understood? Prepare process account for all the 3 processes. Guys, it is nothing but a reverse workings. Before that, I want to ask you one point here again. If at all, here nowhere they spoke about abnormal loss or abnormal gain, right? Process Y, what is happening that we don't know, that will determine, no problem. But you tell me in process X and process Z, shall we just assume that there is no abnormal loss? Yes? And can I also say that process X transferred is opening of process Y or the material of process Y. Process Y transferred is material of process Z. Correct? Now, listen, in this scenario, what I'm going to do, I'm going to prepare 3 accounts. X, Y, and Z. Actually, they have given 2 alternatives, but let's stick to our normal method only. Okay. First, in the process, this is X, right? X, Y, Z. Process X, we are going to introduce material of 15,000 units at rupees 2 rupees, 30,000. Got it? Next, again we introduce material of 2,600. Again we introduce wages of 4,000. Again we introduced overhead of 6,000. Hello? Is that clear? Okay, that's it all. That's all about the expenses. Now it's a normal loss. Normal loss is 6%. 900. And did they say anything about scrap recovery? 1.1. How much is 900 into 1.1? 990. Is that clear? As there is no information about the abnormal loss there, I am gonna assume 14,100 is also transferred to next process. May I know the cost per unit here? Total cost would come to 42,600. So 42,600 divided by, minus 990 divided by 14,100. 2 point? 95 per unit. So how much is 2.95 into 14,100?
41,000.
Is process X clear to everyone? Because there is no information about the abnormal is given, I am going to assume there is no abnormal in the process X account at least. I mean, you take the balancing figure, no guys? Five?
4116. Oh. Ah.
Correct? Now, in the process Y, now it is very important. Opening is 14,100, 41,000.
In case no abnormal loss, this cost per unit,
Balancing figure only.
so but we have to find the cost per unit.
It's always advised because otherwise one question like that, one question like this will be confusing one.
Since we are just doing it like that, in this
Yeah.
also here. But this doesn't make any difference because the balance is
Correct. Additional material introduced 2,250. Wages 3,500. Overhead 5,250. Is it clear? Hello. Now, credit side. I'm gonna take normal loss. What is the best part there? We don't know how much is our normal loss units. Okay, let's take it as balancing figure. Let's find out how much is the units transferred to next process. Do you know that? So process Y, this is all max we can do before preparing process Z. So let's solve process Y. We'll go to process Z and we'll try to prepare as much as possible. How much is coming from the process Y? That we don't know. Let it be. Huh? Okay. Next, material introduced are 2,000, labor 3,000, overhead 4,500. Correct? Now, from the Z, they are telling we transferred 12,000 units to finished goods. Correct? Now, Z normal loss percentage they have given. See there. 5%. And they are not speaking anything about the abnormal. So I am going to assume there is no abnormal. So guys, some amount of X we have introduced. From that 5% went as a loss. Correct? That gave me output of 12,000. That means if at all I used introduced 100, I got output of 95. To get the output of 95, I am introducing 100. Now I got the output of 12,000. How much I should have introduced? 12,000. We'll take 632. From Y, we have introduced 12,632. Is that clear?
Yes.
Clear or no? Now, I know that my normal loss is 632 units. My normal loss is 632 units. Is that? Huh? 4 rupees from Y it came. I will tell that. Scrap recovery is 1 rupee, which is 632. And they are telling from department Y, cost like goods transferred at rupees 4 to department Z. So 12,632 into 4. 50,528. Now may I know the cost of finished goods?
3,020.
12,632. Balancing figure straight away.
59,396.
59,3. Is that clear about this, everyone? Hello. So far, is it clear? Now I know that in process Y, I transferred to Z. How many units? 12,632. How much is the value?
3,528.
Now, don't take balancing figure as normal loss. Don't take balancing figure as normal loss. Arey sir, you only told no sir, if the abnormal is not given, then whatever is given is normal, no. But one more hint they have given. They have told per unit cost is 4 rupees. In process Y, per unit cost is 4 rupees. So what, sir? See here, everyone. See here, everyone. What is the formula to arrive at cost per unit? Total cost minus scrap recovery from normal loss divided by total input minus normal loss units. Correct? No? Now everyone concentrate. How much is the total cost? Total cost of process Y quickly. 52? No. Total cost you tell first. 52,610. Rupees 52,610 minus scrap recovery from normal loss. Guys, I don't know the normal loss units. I don't know the normal loss units. Shall I take it as N? Scrap recovery is 2 rupees per unit. N into 2. Is that clear? Divided by total units introduced. How much was the introduced unit to process Y? 14,100. Correct? Minus normal loss unit. Shall I take it as N? Yes. So my numerator would be rupees 52,610 minus 2n whole divided by 14,100 minus n. They are telling the answer is 4. Correct? No? That means 52,610 minus 2n is equal to 56,400 minus 4n. So 2n is equal to 3,790. N is equal to 1,000. So your normal loss units are how much? 1,895. Got it? Guys, you have introduced 14,100. You have introduced 14,100. In that 1895 is normal loss. 12,632 we transferred to process Z. That we came back from process Z. So what should be the balance? If it's 0, that means there is no abnormal loss or gain. 427 still there. Balance you got, no? That means whatever you produced, 427 still you need to adjust. You have 14,100. How much is the total of this? 14,527. That means you are getting more than you introduced. That means 427 is your. Got it? Everyone? So abnormal gain is 427, right? 427 is your abnormal gain. And we know that cost per unit remains same. So 427 into 4. 1,708. By the way, scrap recovery from normal loss is how much? 1895 into 4. Sorry, 4 alla, 2.
2,
3,790.
3007.
9.
This is how we will do. And yeah, how much normal loss we got? 1895. And how much was the introduced? 14,100. May I know the percentage of normal loss? 4, is it?
20.44.
13.44 percentage will be my normal loss percentage. Is that clear? Also, they have given some alternative answer. That one you ignore, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hope it is clear here. Everyone? Simple or no? Simple only, but should be there always.
Obviously, lot of things has to be done on the floor.
Correct.
If I was one now.
Then gone. But you should always remember. Can't trust her. She told, can't trust her, check the water bottle. You should not have told. Now I don't ask you.
Take and do something.
You won't. Is this clear, everyone? Hello? Pakka? No doubt? 200%? Now, one last topic. Equivalent units. Where majority of the students, without knowing why they are doing it, they will do it. They will do it. Majority of them will do it. But why they are doing it, that we don't. We'll see. What is it? Okay. Shall we start? Listen. Now equivalent units will come into picture when there will be stock, either opening stock or either closing stock. Okay, what is that, sir? See, guys, let's say we have one process. Okay, let me call it as process A. We have one process, let me call it as process A. Now in the process A, let's say there is a opening stock of WIP in first place, 1000 units. Okay, it has material 5000, labor 5000, overhead 5000. Let's say material wise it already taken everything whatever is required. Labor wise it is 50% complete. Overhead wise let's say it is 25% complete. Value of opening stock is 15,000. Understood? Now we introduced material. Let's say we introduced 10,000 units of material. 10,000 units of material we introduced. which will come to, let's say, around 60,000. Labor around 80,000, overhead around 90,000. These are the costs incurred during the period. These are the costs incurred during the period. Now listen. By normal loss. Let's say in this around 800 is normal loss. Let's say scrap recovery is 5 rupees per unit, which is gonna be 4,000. Or let's say 2,000, 2.5 rupees per unit. By next process, by abnormal loss, by closing stock of WIP. Let's say all these are there. By next process, let's say around 8,000, total 8,800. Abnormal loss, let's say 200, total 9,000. Closing stock, let's say 2,000 units. Now, how to value this? Simple, no sir. Take the 15,000, add 60,000, 80,000, 90,000, reduce normal loss of 2,000, divide it by how many units? Units introduced, which is 11,000 minus normal loss 800. If I do that, it will be wrong. I should divide it by equivalent unit. Why equivalent units? Numerator is same only, of course. Total cost minus scrap recovery from normal loss. But why equivalent units? Because this 60,000 what I have incurred, I agree. This to I incurred only relating to 10,000 because this won't consume anything. But this 80,000 what I incurred, is it completely only relating to 10,000? No. Even this 5,000 was incomplete. So can I charge same amount of labor to both of this? No. Why? This is already 50% completed. This will consume only 50% of what this has consumed. Correct, no? Whatever 10,000 that I am starting from scratch. So it will consume 100%. Whatever transfer to next process, that will consume 100% of labor. But if at all this is transferred to next process, this won't consume 100% of labor. Because out of this 1,000, already 50% is done. That means this will consume, which will be equal to 500. So I can't divide directly by 10,000 or 1,000, 11,000. I should divide it by 10,500. Understanding or no? Overheads also. Whatever 90,000, that is not only relating to 10,000, that is also incurred to make this good. 10,000 units, which was already 25% complete. That means this will also consume equivalent to 750 units. That though finished goods done. What about closing stock? It is not at 100% complete still. Right? So it is not the right way to divide it by the total number of units, because everything won't consume the same amount of resource. Right? So that's the reason we try to compute equivalent units. Got it? That's the reason we try to compute equivalent units. That could be done in two ways. One is FIFO approach. One more is weighted average method. What is this FIFO, sir? FIFO says whatever you transfer to next process, no, in that first 1,000 will be out of opening stock. First out opening stock, whatever was there, that was completed and transferred. Remaining is there, no, that is out of newly introduced units. Got it? Yes. So you can't take 8,000 directly. Why? In this 1,000, it won't consume as much as this 7,000 consumes, because this was already partly complete. Understood? Yes. Understood now why equivalent will come into picture. And there, guys, how we used to determine the denominator? We used to take total units. Correct? And we used to reduce normal loss. We used to come at good units. Correct now? But here ulta. Listen. Last time what we used to do? 0 units, 11,000 units. Assume. Let's say in this 1,000 units are normal loss. Okay. So what we used to do, in denominator we used to take 11,000. In denominator we used to take 11,000. From that we used to reduce normal loss of 1,000. Output we used to take. This was our approach earlier. But now while computing equivalent unit, we start from 0. We try to reach 10,000. We start from 0. We try to reach 10,000. Now my question is, when I am starting from 0, try to reach 10,000, how to deal with this normal loss of 1,000? I started with 0. I want to reach 10,000, where my total will be 11,000. How to deal with this 1,000? Add. Don't consider. Array, you are stopping here only, no? So anyhow it's not added. You don't have to reduce. Don't add also. Are you guys understood? So that's the reason, always remember, whenever you are computing equivalent units, normal loss unit column, you should always take it as 0. Because normal loss, if at all you take, denominator will increase. That should not happen. Got it? Now, talking about abnormal loss. Let's say good units were only 8,200. That means what was 1,800? Abnormal loss. Now my question is, normally how we used to treat with abnormal loss? How we used to deal with abnormal loss? We used to take 11,000. From that we used to reduce only normal loss. We used to make sure that abnormal loss is already there in good units. Correct? If at all you reduce abnormal loss, what used to happen? My cost per unit used to increase because of abnormal reasons. Correct? Now, what if I am starting from 0? Then what I should do? I have to add it, because I will take 8,200 available plus abnormal loss of 1,800. That will give me 10,000 proper denominator. Got it? So, in normal case, when we start from the total units, we reduce normal loss, we arrive at good units. Here to arrive at good units, from the available units I should add, for the available units I should add abnormal loss. Understood? So only normal loss we should take it as 0. In all other things will come here. How we used to treat with abnormal gain? Here instead of 10,000 we are getting 10,200. But still we used to reduce full 1,000, no? That means we were making sure this 200 is not included, ignored. Here I am starting from 10,200, but I want to come back to 10,000. So what I should do to 200? Reduce. So abnormal gain will be reduced, abnormal loss will be added while computing equivalent units. Hope it's clear which is reduced, which is gained. Because in equivalent unit means I am starting from 0 till good units. In case of earlier case, I was starting from total units introduced till good units. Ulta. Hope it's clear. See then. When any opening stock or closing stock exists in the process, then we cannot compute cost per unit directly, as the resource consumed by those opening stock and introduced during the period won't be same. Therefore, we have to consider equivalent units for computation of cost per unit. We have to consider what? Equivalent unit. You understood why it is? Now, what are the methods, sir? Methods of computation of equivalent units are FIFO, VAM. FIFO and VAM. FIFO is whatever inventory was there in the opening stock is assumed to be completed first, and closing stock assumed to be fully out of what we introduced during the period. That means whatever the closing stock is there, all the resource is consumed during the period. Whatever the opening stock is there, portion of resource is consumed during the period. I repeat again. Closing stock, whatever is there, all the resources consumed during the period, because it started from scratch. It went till 70%, let's say. That means full 70% is consumed during the period. That means if at all from scratch 0 to 100%, if you take as 1 unit, that means closing stock will be 0.7 unit. Correct? Opening stock, if it is 60% complete, that means it consumed only 40% of resource during the period. That means it is equivalent to 0.4 units of units introduced and completed. Is that clear? Whereas in case of weighted average, no differentiation is made between opening stock and units introduced during the period. Okay, I will tell how it should be done. Now, what are the steps involved in this case? Concentrate. Step number 1, determine your denominator, that is computation of equivalent unit. Step number 2, determination of cost per equivalent unit. That's why we did so much drama. Step number 3, allocation of cost to transferred to abnormal loss, abnormal gain, closing WIP. Okay. Fourth one, preparation of process account. Got it? First one, compute equivalent unit. Second, cost per equivalent unit. Third, allocate it to different things like transfer to next process, abnormal loss, abnormal gain, closing stock, and last, prepare your process account. Few notes you have to remember always. When question is silent regarding percentage of completion in relating to the material, always assume to be 100, because generally we give full material in, then we work on it. So we will assume 100% of material is introduced.
Gave this notes. So this is almost like whatever the mistakes we do.
In the exam, yeah. I mean, points to remember, not to be done. When question is silent regarding percentage of completion in terms of abnormal loss or abnormal gain, assume it to be 100%. Loss is 100% completed. Normal loss should not be considered while computing equivalent unit, as cost should not get allocated to normal loss units. If any abnormal gain, that should be reduced. If any abnormal gain is there, that should be reduced while computing EU, not added. Scrap recovery from normal loss should be reduced from the cost of material incurred during the period while arriving at cost per unit. To apply FIFO, complete information of opening stock should be there. Otherwise, you can't apply FIFO. Amount of opening stock should be there. How many percentage complete? That also should be there. If these two information is not there, you can't apply FIFO. You want to go for weighted average method. Okay. Now, how to do it under FIFO and weighted average method? We'll do one thing. We'll take a break and later we'll continue and discuss. Okay. Bye. Take a break till 2:10. Enjoy. 15 minutes. Sunday. Fund.
chili chicken, kilma biryani, இன்னைக்கு பிரவீன் ஏதோ மட்டன் குழம்பு வச்சு பேசுறீங்க வரையணும் இதெல்லாம் என்னமோ சொல்லுவீங்க நான் போறேன்
என்ன தெரியல
திவ்யா வீட்டுல இந்த இந்த ஒவ்வொரு இதுலயும் கீழே கொடுத்துருக்காரு இதோட நோட்ஸ் இருக்குல்ல கீழே கொடுத்துருக்காரு அதை நீ சம்ஸ்ல ஃபாலோ பண்ண மோஸ்ட்லி மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் குத்திக்கலாம் நீ குத்திக்கோட நல்லா இருக்கு நான் இன்னொரு போட்டுனேன் அது போட்டுக்கோ குத்திக்கோ அந்த மூக்குத்தின்னு ஒரு இது இருக்கு தெரியுமா ரொம்ப நல்லா ஓகே நீங்க இன்ஸ்டால இருக்கீங்களா இன்ஸ்டால இருப்பேன் ஆக்டிவெல்லாம் இல்லை காமிக்கிறேன் இப்ப என்னோட தான் சினிமா வச்சிருக்கேன் இதுதான் முன்னாடி நான் போட்டேன் இவ்வளோ வளர்ந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் போட்டேன்
ஆனா இது வந்து செரி
அது இதோட மெட்டீரியலா வேற அதோடது வந்து நார்மல் பாலிஷ் மாதிரி இருக்கும் ஆனா அந்த எண்ட் ஃபுல்லா வந்து கோல்டன் ஃபினிஷ் மாதிரி இருக்கும் அதெல்லாம் போயிடுச்சு எனக்கு இது ஏன் போனேன்னா இது பண்ண முடியல இது பண்ணா மேல இருக்கு அவ்வளோ வளர்ந்துருச்சு இதை ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணனா இதுக்கு முன்னாடியே இதுக்கு ப்ரெஸ் ஆகுது முக்குத்தி எடுத்து பார்த்தா இது முக்குத்தி ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கும் நான் அடிக்கடி அதை பார்ப்பேன் அதனால வரும் நீ ஏன் அப்புறம் முக்குத்தி குத்திக்காம இருக்க மூக்குத்தி எல்லாமே இது உள்ளாக்கு இல்லடா அதெல்லாம் இதெல்லாமே மூக்கோட
இதுல
அது யூஸ்வல் இல்ல இந்த மாதிரி இதுல ரொம்ப ட்ரெண்டியாவும் இருக்கும் ட்ரெடிஷ்னலும் இருக்கும் எல்லாமே இருக்கும் காசு இருக்காது எல்லாமே இந்த இது பேரே பெயின் வடிவியல் இதுவும் ரொம்ப நல்லா இதெல்லாம் வந்து இப்போ ட்ரெண்டியா நிறைய இருக்குல்ல ஹலோ ஹலோ இல்ல ஆமாண்டா abnormal units கொண்டு போய் equivalent units anyway general இப்போ வரைக்கும் அந்த லாஸ் பர்சன்டேஜ் எத்தனை
லாஸ் வந்து நமக்கு நார்மல்
போட்டு அந்த இதுக்கு தகுந்த அதே மாதிரி நார்மல் லாஸ் ஃபீஸ் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க அதே அதில் மல்டிப்ளை பண்ணி
நார்மல் லாஸ் பண்ற அந்த யூனிட்ஸ் எவ்வளவு அது வந்து நமக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கா இல்லை எக்ஸஸாக இருக்கிற கம்மியாக இருக்கா
இதுல வந்து இப்ப நம்ம பார்த்ததுல ஒண்ணே ஒண்ணு வந்து அந்த ரிவர்ஸ் வந்து அது ஒண்ணுதான் இருக்கு
ஒரு எக்ஸாம் அந்த மாதிரி இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக
டிஃப்ரெண்டா ஹலோ ஹலோ நம்ம வீட்லயே இருந்தது நான் கீழே வந்து அப்படியே வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கேன் இன்னைக்கு சண்டே இல்லை கிரிமாவா?
இருபத்தஞ்சு பேர் இது பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நாள் மட்டும் எத்தனை பேர்? 20 பேர் வந்திருக்காங்க. 21 பேர் வந்திருக்காங்க. மற்ற எல்லாரும் நாங்கள் 4 பேர். இருக்கும். ஏன் ஏன்
வச்சுக்கீங்க. Brown color dress, pink color socks. But I did.
இப்போ டெம்பரேச்சர்
கொஞ்ச நேரம் ஆக இந்த பக்கம் மட்டும் இது வேற இது கொடுத்தோம்ல என் ஃப்ரெண்டு நீ மட்டும் குழம்பு மட்டன் குழம்பு சாதனை தயிர் மட்டன்ல எல்லாமே பிடிக்கும். மட்டன்ல அதுவும் எங்க வீட்டுக்கார வீட்டுல செம்மையா செய்வோம். ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை, வெறும் வெங்காயம் பச்சை போட்டு சூப்பரா கிடைக்காது. கிடைக்கும். அங்கேயும் சொல்லி வாங்கி கொடுப்பாங்க. நிறைய பேர் மூளை வேணாம் வேலை கேட்கறவங்க தந்துடுவாங்க. எல்லாமே பயங்கர ரேட் தான்.
எவ்வளோ கம்பெனி
800,000 கூட ஒரு மாதிரி. முன்னாடியே எப்படின்னா ஈரல் பத்தி இதெல்லாம் உள்ளே ஒன்றா கொடுப்பாங்க அப்படின்னா. இப்போ ஈரல் கேட்டனாலும் கிலோ 1000 உடனே
அதெல்லாம் புரியல.
அதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக தான் என்ன பண்றாங்க. ராத்திரி வராதான் தெரியல. 15 ஆச்சு நேரம் மாதிரி எனக்கு தெரியலாம். லாஸ்ட் ஆர்டர் இப்படிதான். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒரு 4 நாள் எனக்கு இதை விட நிறைய கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கும். அந்த ஸ்பீட்லே போனா நேற்று கொஞ்சம் நேரம் நேற்று 5:45 விட்டேன். நேற்று ஒரு 3/4 மணி நேரம் போயிடுச்சேன். நேற்று பிரேக் ஒரு 1/4 மணி நேரம் ஆயிடுச்சு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா. அதனால 1 மணி நேரம். இன்னைக்கு சில 10 நிமிஷம் இல்லை 2:140 15 மினிட்ஸ் இன்னைக்கு. சரியா? கண்டிப்பா நீங்க சமையல் இப்படி வரணும். ஆனா நீங்க காலையில ரொம்ப ஸ்லோ. என் ஃப்ரெண்டு ஒரு படம் போட்டு வச்சுட்டு டெம்ப் பண்ணிட்டே இருந்தாங்க. இந்த சமந்தா ஹிந்தி ஏதோ ஒரு கன்னட தெலுங்கா சமந்தாவோட பயங்கர ஹிட்டு. சமந்தா ஃபீமேல் நீ ஹீரோ சமந்தா ஹிந்தி ஒரு படம் பேர் சொன்னான். நான் பார்க்கணும்னா நீ ரெடியா இருப்பேன். எத்தனை மணிக்கு வருது?
மூவிக்கு போகிற மாதிரி இருக்கா வீட்லேயே
எனக்கு சீட்டுக்கு ஓடிடி வாங்கினதுக்கு அப்புறம் தெரிஞ்ச தேட்டர் இப்போ தேட்டருக்கு நான் போய் பார்க்கணுங்கிறது ப்ராட்வே லேசர் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாடு நிறைய சிட்டில இருந்து எல்லாரும் வந்து புக் பண்ணி அதுக்குன்னே வந்து தங்கி பார்க்க சீரியஸடா. அது வந்து வேற எங்கேயுமே இந்த லேசர் இது கிடையாது இந்த படத்தோட. ஏதோ ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இதெல்லாம் எங்க ஆஃபீஸ்ல எப்போ போகலாம்
எப்போ வந்து மூவி
நூற்றி மா இன்டி பங்கார் போட்டு வச்சுட்டு பார்க்கலாம்.
அதுக்கு தமிழ் என்ன
தெரியலடா. டேய் நான் இதை போனப்ப சொன்னான். இப்போ ஐஎம்டிபி வேறு 10க்கு 8.1 நல்லா இருக்கும் போல இருக்கு. நல்லா பயங்கர ஹிட்டா தேட்டர்ல 17ஆம் தேதியில இருந்து இன்னும் வீக்ஸ். இன்னைக்கு சண்டே நேற்றெல்லாம் ஆஃபீஸ்ல பிஸி. நேற்று ஈவினிங் போனோனையும் நான் கொஞ்சம் இது பார்த்தேன். ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் காஸ்டிங் கொஞ்சம் பார்த்தேன். மெட்டீரியல் மட்டும் பார்த்தேன். இவ உடனே கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு 9:30 டயர்ட் ஆயிடுச்சுதான்.
Yes sir, what about you? Tomorrow. Many went to today Sunday, no? They went to have some biryani, it seems. What?
My friend, no. have to kindly borrow her for a few months. She's asking me, she's telling me, can I buy chocolate truffle for all your class? She's there in the shop. So she's telling me. I asked them, they said yes.
When you guys have some like that spare money, you give it to me.
Actually, I take this for you.
Which one, lollipop or water bottle?
He opened that and told that he only liked this, so give it to him.
Thank you. I'm on sugar cut, yeah. But that's okay. But for some reason, when it's open like this, I'm
Sir,
unable to
sir,
trust. Huh?
including sir, I think
No, sir.
no, sir.
Excluding sir. Sir is somehow struggling to lose his weight. Oh, you're taking snap. Thank you, Niveda. Done. Now what to do with this? Have it up. Nice. Now YouTube people will throw me out. Give me a second. I will just 2 minutes. I will finish it.
Yes. The chocolate offers of the girl.
What? When is your birthday? Hmm? I had lollipop only, like chips. I told no, in my exam time. Stress eating. Seriously. 2-3 candies I used to take. This majorly pulse. And if that is not there, that Copico or what is it?
Yeah.
2-3. Look at that frustrating question. Bite it. What fun it used to be, Till afternoon I didn't eat. Did I? Now I, had it. Reduction of stress. Not you were there, of course. Afternoon class.
But your eating patterns are seriously, I'm telling you, the way you eat mix and match.
Good it is. Everyone eats one way only. What is point? I will tell you, you try that. You try that.
Sir, ask her to try.
Dragon fruits with Ananda's mixture. Crazy combination, trust me. You try. Huh? White. Anything you add mixture to it.
But so many added. I understand. That is like salad. Fruit with muskmelon.
See,
Muskmelon dragon fruit mixture.
you guys made it normal having with sundal. So now you feel like, okay, it's normal. Fruits also you should make it normal. Why you have to discriminate?
You don't do that, sir.
Which one?
Your
Which one? Oh, that one. I got it. You did it. No. Okay, I got to know. Leave it. Why you are still doing it? Leave it. Leave it. That's okay. I got to know. Leave it. Leave.
seriously, especially one person is too jealous of her.
Can anyone believe any person will be jealous of? Then how you got to know that when I did that? Now I'm doing or not doing?
Without doing that, you are looking
Now I'm doing or not doing? Then I'm not looking normally like that. No? Okay. See, we were discussing about computation of EU, right? See, what we do, we take the input first. This is how generally we will prepare the statement. We take input column, particulars, output column, and equivalent units of those output. If at all for material separate, labor separate, overhead separate, then equivalent units divided into accordingly 3. Okay. Now, first, whatever the opening stock will be there, that will be input, and whatever is introduced, that will be input. Now, talking about output, transfer to next process. As we are following FIFO, whatever we transfer to next process, we will divide it into 2. Out of opening stock, how much? Out of finished goods, how much? Sorry, fresh issue, how much? Whatever was issued out of fresh issue and completed during the period, that means 0 to 100% it got over during the period only, no? This one I will take it as base unit. This one I will take it as base units. So this will be 100% in terms of everything. Compared to this, opening stock was already some percentage complete, no? During the period, it took remaining percentage. For example, if the opening stock material wise already 60% complete, during the period, it took 40% of what this took per unit. So I'm trying to equivalent everything to this one. What is introduced during the period and completed during the period. So I will take 100 minus already completed percentage. Next. Other than normal loss, everything should be there. Please keep in mind. Because we are trying to find out good units. Good units means what? Total input minus normal loss. So other than normal loss, everything should be there. So next is abnormal loss. Okay. If the question is silent, we will take 100%. If the question says anything, we will take given percentage. Normal loss, always nil. Because if we take that, then total will come to total input, not the good units. And abnormal gain, we should reduce. Because it will be more than good units. The total will be more than good units. You have to reduce it. So less abnormal gain, 100% or given percentage. Closing WIP, as we are approaching FIFO, as we are approaching through FIFO, opening was produced and already completed. Opening whatever was there, it was already completed and transferred. So in closing whatever is there, it is introduced during the period. So if it is 80% complete, that means 80% resource is also consumed during the period. So closing consumed 80% equivalent to what is introduced and completed. Now we will get to know equivalent units. The total only will be our equivalent units. Once we get the equivalent units, step number 2 is determination of cost per equivalent unit. How do you do it? Very simple. Take the cost incurred during the period. Only cost incurred during the period. Because whatever opening is there, that is relating to opening. Here I am trying to find out how much is the cost equivalent to completed during the period. So take the cost incurred during the period, less scrap value of normal loss. Remember that should be reduced from the material cost. Okay. Because from numerator you should reduce no scrap value of normal loss. This is numerator. Denominator is sorted. Now we are discussing about numerator. Total cost incurred during the period minus normal loss. That I will divide it with equivalent units. I will get cost per equivalent unit.
So in the exam, you need to show all the workings like this.
Yeah. Better. Third one is allocation of cost. Allocation of cost, very simple. Abnormal loss or abnormal gain. Material wise, how many equivalent unit? Cost per equivalent unit total. Labor total. Overhead total. Total value of that. Closing WIP. Equivalent units are how much? Material wise how much? Labor wise how much? Equivalent unit how much? Total of that. Transfer to next process. Listen. Introduced and completed during the period. Introduced and completed during the period. For that only cost of equivalent will be taken, because that everything is only cost during the period. But for the opening, guys, whatever the cost we have taken, so far using equivalent cost, that is only cost incurred during the period. That means if at all opening stock was already 70% complete, 30% is what we take it as equivalent cost. Correct? No? That means, that doesn't mean that whatever the cost of the transferred units is 30%. Last year we incurred 70%. So that opening cost will be there. No? That also should be added. Opening cost also should be added. Got it? Then the process account will prepare. Like this. Don't worry, when we solve the sum, we will understand in a better way. If at all it is a weighted average, we don't differentiate between out of opening how much is transferred, out of introduced how much is transferred. Overall transfer we take it as 100%. Abnormal loss, normal loss, abnormal gain, closing WIP, completed percentage. We will get the equivalent unit. Hope it's clear. Then, sir, if we don't divide there, then how can we differentiate how much for opening? You don't have to differentiate. Here what you should do in step number 2, their opening cost, whatever was there, you added only with the opening stock and you charge to next process. Here don't do that. In units you have taken all the units, no? Including opening. In cost also you take all the cost. That is cost incurred during the period. For that add opening less scrap recovery. Then find out cost per equivalent total. Because denominator has opening plus produced. So numerator also you take off incurred during the period plus opening cost. Then allocate the cost accordingly. Okay. Transfer to next process. You don't have to differentiate between how much out of opening, how much out of introduced. And if opening stock is not there, then you have to follow that only. That's it. Now don't worry, I will just show you a few questions. Automatically will be able to understand. Okay. Till which question it was done?
Wastage.
19th was done, I feel. No. 18th was done. 17th at least. No. 17th. See. I think last 3 done, no? 19 done. See. Opening WIP, how many units? 1000 units. How many percentage complete? 60% complete. Study material sum only. Opening cost was 1,10,000. So they didn't tell material wise, labor wise, overhead wise. Overall they are telling. Units introduced during the period are 10,000. Cost of that is 19,30,000. Transfer to next process is 9,000 units. Closing WIP 800 units, which are 75% complete. Normal loss is estimated at 10% of the total input, including units in process at the beginning. Scrap recovered is rupees 10 per unit. Scraps are 100% complete. Using FIFO and weighted average method, compute equivalent production and cost per equivalent units. Also evaluate the output. First, let me do it under FIFO. Okay. What is the statement? Input, particulars, output, equivalent units, percentage, equivalent unit. Here I am not dividing material, labor, overhead, etc. because it is not given. Okay. First, How much was the opening input? Opening was 1000. Okay. Introduced 10,000. Total input is 11,000. Correct, no? In this, transfer to next process. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Transfer to next process. How much it is? 9,000. I'm going to divide it into 2. I'm going to divide it into 2. Out of opening stock, how much? Out of introduced, how much? Out of opening stock, it is 1000. Out of introduced, it is 8,000. Transfer to next process is 9,000 only, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Is that clear? Done. Next up. Closing stock of WIP. How much they are telling? Closing stock of WIP, they told it as 800. Okay. Normal loss. 10% of the input including this. So 11,000 into 10%. 1,100. So just check. Things are matching. Total introduced 11,000. Total count we are getting is 10,900. Correct? That means other 100 is nothing but your abnormal loss. Other 100 is nothing but your abnormal loss. Is that clear? Okay. Opening stock, they are telling. I hope you guys understood. So here also 11,000. Here also 11,000. Opening stock, they are telling 60% complete. That means if at all introduced and completed during the period, if you take it as 100, opening stock is already 60% complete. That means it is going to consume 40% of what that consumed. 400. Got it? And closing stock of WIP, they are telling 75% complete. That means everything started from scratch only. 600. Normal loss, always and always and always nil. Nil. Abnormal loss, they are telling 100% complete. If they don't tell also, we should assume 100%. If they tell, you should take respective percentage. Got it? So now equivalent units are 400, 8,400, 9,000, 9,000. Is that clear?
But then the note I have,
Then you are looking at different question might be.
everything are same, sir.
Then you might be seeing under weighted average method. Turn the page. This also has same by any chance? Okay. Now, step number 1 is done. Step number 2 is to determine the cost per equivalent units. So cost per equivalent unit is very simple. How much cost we incurred during the period they are telling? 19 lakh 30,000. Correct? However, there is a scrap recovery. There is a scrap recovery of rupees 10. So from the normal loss units, we should reduce scrap recovery. Correct now? So finally, my cost would be 19 lakh 19,000 divided by equivalent units 9,100. Cost per equivalent units. Sorry.
210.8.
This is your cost per equivalent units. Cost per equivalent unit. Is that clear? Simple. Shall we do it under weighted average? weighted average. Don't worry, that allocation, process account, everything I will show. A lot of questions are there. In case of weighted average, opening how much was there? 1000. Introduced 10,000. Now transfer to next process. Guys, we are going to straight away take 9,000. We are not going to divide and all because we are using average method. So 100% complete. That's why we are transferring. So which is equal to 9,000. Closing stock of WIP 800. It is 75% complete, which is 600. And your normal loss 1100. You should take nil. Abnormal loss 100 units, which are 100% complete. Total will come to 100. Okay. Equivalent units are 9,700. Got it? Now, cost per equivalent unit. Cost per equivalent unit. But listen, guys, total cost will be how much? 19,30,000. Not only so much, even you should take cost of opening, because you have taken opening inventory as same as during the period, which is 1,10,000 minus scrap recovery rupees 10 into 1,100, 11,000 divided by 9,700. This is your cost of equivalent unit under weighted average. Is that clear? No doubts? I think we would have done process account also, no, for this question. No? Apportionment is also done for this. JPBP was last. Look at this question. A product is manufactured in two sequential processes, namely process 1, process 2. The following information relates to process 1. At the beginning of June 2019, there were 1000 WIP, which was 60% completed in terms of conversion cost. Guys, conversion cost means your labor plus overhead. Whatever the cost you incur to convert raw material into finished goods, that we call it as conversion cost. That is nothing but your labor and manufacturing overhead. Is that clear? In the inventory, which are valued at 2,86,020, that is in the beginning. Material so much, conversion so much, that is opening they are telling. Other information relating to process 1 for the month of June. Cost of material introduced, we introduced 40,000 units at the cost of 96,80,000. Second, conversion cost added, transferred to process 2, closing WIP. 60% complete in terms of conversion cost. 100% of the materials introduced are in process 1 at the beginning. So they are telling whatever the material introduced, everything is introduced in the beginning itself. That means material wise, it's always 100% complete. Normal loss is estimated at 10% of the material input, excluding opening WIP. Prepare statement of equivalent unit using VAM and thereby compute the following. Calculate the output value transferred to process 2 and closing WIP. Simple. They're asking weighted average method. Actually, they can ask FIFO also for this. They're asking weighted average method. Listen, input particulars, output, equivalent unit. Nope. Material conversion cost. Percentage, equivalent unit, percentage, equivalent unit. Okay. First, opening. How much is the opening? 1000. Introduced.
40,000.
40,000. Now we should go for output. If at all it was P4, I would have divided and written. But here I am not going to divide and return. Next process, how much? 35,000. 35,000. And we are going to take everything 100%. Got it? Next, what information they have given? Normal loss. How much they are telling? 10% of input, 4,000.
Excluding opening.
Okay. Don't take it in the equivalent units because that should not form part of your denominator at all. Got it? Next is what, guys? Closing stock of WIP. 1,500. Closing stock?
1,500.
Yeah, 1,500. Which is 60% completed. Material wise, always remember 100% complete.
Conversion 60%.
Yeah, how much? 1,500 and 60%. 900. Is that clear? So you can just check. 41,000 is in the input. Output 39, 40, 500. So 500 is your abnormal loss. So this also 100% complete. And loss, did they say anything? No, that I will write. But loss, did they say anything else? No, conversion cost wise, how much complete and all? No, right? Okay. So I'm going to take this also as 100%. 500. Got it? So equivalent units for material will be 37,000. Labor will be, labor and overhead, 36,400. Is this clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Pakka? We can proceed. Next, computation of cost per equivalent unit. We have material, we have conversion cost. Okay. Cost of opening stock, because we are using weighted average method. That's why we should add. How much they are telling cost of opening? 2,55,000, 31,20. No, not required.
31.
Add incurred during the period. How much is incurred during the period they are telling? 96,80,000, 18 lakh 42,000. 96 lakh, huh?
Yes, 96 lakh 80,000. 18 lakh 42,000.
Got it? Scrap recovery is there by any chance? No, right? Okay. Then this only will be total cost. Otherwise, scrap recovery is there. You should reduce from the material cost. Please keep in mind. 99,35,000.
18 lakhs.
Divided by equivalent. And 36,400, no? 268 point and Got it? This will be your cost per equivalent units. Cost per equivalent units. Now, they are asking you to allocate also. Transfer to next process. Transfer to next process. Material wise, it is 100%, which is 35,000. Correct, no? And cost per equivalent of material 268.51. 850 now. Okay. Also, closing, transfer to next process, material is done. Labor and overhead. Sorry? Hmm. Nine? 950, right? Okay. This will be your transfer to next process. Next is your closing stock. Equivalent units are how much? Closing stock. Material 1500. Sorry? 190.
190.
That will be your value of closing stock. Value of your abnormal loss would be, oh, sorry. Conversion cost wise, equivalent units are how much? Closing stock 900, right? Closing stock, conversion cost wise 900, no? Equivalent unit. So how much is this one? 900 into 51.46.
46,314. 46,314.
4 lakh?
44, 49,
Ah.
4,49,077. Zero zeros.
Got it?
Yes.
Now talking about your abnormal loss. Material wise, how many equivalent units? 500. Correct? Labor wise also 500. One lakh 34,000. Okay.
25.
What is it? Total now? 1,59,000. Is that clear?
Yes.
That's it. Transfer to next process. How much we got? What? Closing WIP, how much we got? 4,49,77. How come these people got this much? 268.51 and 51.46 only, no?
21.7.
How come? Just check. Opening 3120 only we have taken, no? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Cost incurred during the period 18,42,000 only we have taken, no?
18,
18,73,20 divided by 36,200 only we have taken, no? For abnormal loss, they are taking 60. We have taken it as 100. You take it as 100 only. Because they haven't told anything about the abnormal. It should always be 100. If they tell anything, you take that. Accordingly, things will change. Hope it is clear. That's all. Simple question. Shall we see this? Yes. For 5 marks, PYP November 2018. They're asking you to find out equivalent production. They're asking you to find out cost per equivalent unit. Opening WIP 3000 are there, 70% complete. Units introduced during the period is 17,000. Cost in the process during the period is 33 so much. Transferred to next process is 15,000. Closing WIP is 2,280% complete. Normal loss is estimated as 12% of the input. Scrap realized is 50 per unit. Scraps are 100% complete. Again, material, labor, etc. is not there. The first example, what we saw, no? Ditto. Ditto. Nothing else is there here. You can proceed, I feel. Fine, no?
Yes, sir.
Not much things are there here. Look at this 20th. It should be your practical problem. 1 or 2 now. Now. Go through this question. An English willow company who manufactures cricket bat buys wood as its direct material. The farming department processes cricket bats and the cricket bats are then transferred to finishing department where stickers are applied. Farming department began manufacturing of 10,000 initial bats during the month of December for the first time, and their cost is as follows. For the first time means try to understand, they are telling you that there is no opening stock. Moral of the story, either you can go for FIFO or either you can go for weighted average. The answer is no, you should go for weighted average. If the opening is there, then you have choice. If the opening is not there, there is no difference only, no first place. Is that clear? Okay. Next. Direct material, direct labor, conversion cost. Okay. The total of 8,000 cricket bats were completed and transferred to the finishing department, and the rest 2,000 were still in the forming at process during the month end. All the farming department direct materials were placed, but only on an average only 25% were applied to the ending inventory. They're asking you to find out equivalent unit of production for each cost. So we have 2 costs only, direct material, conversion cost. The conversion cost per equivalent unit they're asking, and cost of closing WIP and finished goods they're asking. Quickly go through this, we can compute. Go through this question.
The equivalent units learning the format first. Format வச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த கொடுக்க பாயிண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் பார்த்து இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணும்.
வந்து மெட்டீரியல் எல்லாமே எனக்கு சர்வீஸ் பண்ணிட்டு
opening balance would be weighted average. அந்த format படி போடும்.
காஸ்ட் படி கண்டுபிடிக்கும்போது வெயிட்டட் ஆவரேஜா இருந்தா ஸ்ட்ரைக் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அதோட காஸ்ட் என்ன இல்லைன்னா இது இப்போவா இருந்தால் வெறும் அந்த காஸ்ட் மட்டும் நம்ம வாங்கிக்கணும் அதுக்கு ஓப்பனிங்
FIFO பேங்க் FIFOக்கு ஓப்பனிங் எடுத்துக்கோங்க. காஸ்ட் எடுத்துக்கணும். எவ்வளவு கம்ப்ளீட் ஆயிருக்கோ மிச்சம் இருக்கிறதோட காஸ்ட் இப்பதான் இருக்கு.
இதுக்கு நம்ம வெயிட் ஆவரேஜ் கண்டுபிடிக்கும் ஓப்பனிங் எடுத்துக்கணும்.
வெயிட்டட் ஆவரேஜ்க்கு ஓப்பனிங் எடுத்துக்கணும். காஸ்ட் மட்டும் எடுத்து போடுவோம்.
You know it's going faster. Actually, no, this thing only is not going. Now it's no, I didn't push it.
Okay.
And see, oh my God, such a bad people.
I told him this. Sir, from here to there, where will you change?
It won't go ever telling.
Almost 1 year, I have not seen you. See one time correctly putting it in.
Seriously,
Yes.
so many times I have done. You go and stand. See, here we are going for weighted average. Input side, what we will take? Input side, we will take 10,000. Correct? Output side, transfer to next process, we will take 8,000. 2,000 we will take as closing. That means there is no abnormal, there is no normal. This 8,000 I will take 100% for both material as well as conversion cost. Whereas for this 2,000, material wise I will take 100%. Whereas for conversion I will take 25%. Got it? Equivalent for material is 10,000, conversion is 8,500. Now, my material cost is 33,000, conversion is 17,000. So 33,000 divided by equivalent for material 10,000, conversion 17,000, equivalent for conversion 8,500. I got cost per equivalent unit. Correct? Next, allocation. They have done it in this way. Like for closing separate, for finish separate, etc. If you remember how we have discussed, like this. Okay, particulars, material, labor, overhead, total. For example, now here only if you want me to replace closing WIP. Closing WIP, how many units are there in terms of material? Equivalent units 2,000. Correct? So closing WIP 2,000. Cost per equivalent unit of material 3.3. Total 6,600. Labor is not there. Chalo, overhead only. Let's say we will assume it as conversion cost. Then equivalent unit in terms of conversion cost 500. Right? Together. Yeah, anything. 500. And cost per equivalent unit in terms of conversion cost is 2 rupees, which is gonna be 1,000. So this will be 6,600, 1,000, 7,600. Understood? Transfer to next process. Material wise equivalent is 8,000 and overhead wise equivalent is also 8,000. 3.3 2. That only we are doing, Mama.
But that is not in the tax.
I mean, you have taken it as absolutely fine.
So when you get a lot of things like this, the standard column will be different. When you get closing stock and normal loss,
Yeah.
then this is.
Then just remember, these are the steps in one. Step 1 should be to find out equivalent unit. Step 2 should be to find out cost per equivalent unit. Step 3 is allocation of cost. While allocating a cost, if you are using FIFO, make sure transfer to next process includes your opening. No, for that opening, you should even add cost of opening inventory, because that is nowhere added. If you are using weighted average, you are not going to differentiate at all. But while finding out cost per equivalent unit, that should be added to the cost. Remember this. Opening cost, in VAM we will use it in second step only, while determining cost per equivalent unit. In FIFO we will use it in third step. We will add it to the transfer to next process, because it is only relating to opening, like that. Now these are the values: 7,600, 42,400. That's it. 5 marks. Shall we see this question? Question number 21, I think next study material question. Hill Manufacturing Limited uses process costing to manufacture water density sensors for hydro sector. The following information pertain to operations for the month of May. Opening WIP is there. Congratulations. Units introduced during the period 1 lakh. Completed 92,000. Ending is 24,000. Guys, introduced is 1,16,000. They are giving us count of 1,16,000. Moral of the story, there is no normal, there is no abnormal loss. Normal loss is there means you should take it, then it will be abnormal gain. The beginning WIP was 60% complete for material, 20% complete for conversion cost. Whereas ending inventory is 90% complete for material, 40% complete for conversion cost. The cost pertaining to the month of May is as follows.
In case of the ending inventory, how much it's been completed, they have given 90%. In case if it is not there,
100%. Opening also, if at all they haven't given, then here during a year we will take it as 0%, because 100% is introduced last year itself. Okay. So cost pertaining to the month of May, beginning inventory they have told. Okay. Cost incurred during the month also they have told. Using FIFO method, find out the equivalent cost per equivalent unit for conversion cost. Need not be conversion cost, for everything you can find out. See, very simple. FIFO introduced will be 1,16,000. Completed and transferred. They are telling how much is completed and transferred? 92,000. In that, the assumption is 16,000 will be out of opening, remaining 76,000 will be off during the period, and closing WIP is 24,000. During the period, I will take it as 100%. Okay. Opening, they are telling 60% completed in terms of material. That means during the period 40% equivalent. Correct? Conversion cost, they are telling 20% completed. That means 80%. Closing stock, the assumption is what is introduced during the period, that is there in closing stock. That means we started working from 0. Now material they told 90%. So I will take 90%. Labor they told 40%. I took 40%. This is the reason we take for opening different percentage. Opening 100 minus given percentage. For For closing, given percentage. Reason you understood, no?
Yes.
Now, they have told cost incurred during the period for direct labor and factory overhead is 5,74,040. If we divide it with the equivalent unit, you will get cost per equivalent unit. Over only your conversion cost, and you should take only cost incurred during the period, because whatever incurred relating to opening, that will be added in the step number 3 and charged to transfer to next process. Is that clear? Okay. Look at this study material question again, which is also repeated in RTP May 21, sorry, RTP May 19, November 21, RTP September 2024. Sorry, RTP May 2019, November 2021, September 2024. This study material question only, no? Third question.
RTP May 2019, November 2021, September 2019.
ஒவ்வொரு ஏரியும் ஒவ்வொரு கொஸ்டின்
இல்லைண்ணா இப்பெல்லாம் கேட்டுருக்காங்க, இது ஒரு தடவை தான் அதுல இருக்கு. The same question will not be repeated for 3 times, no? In the material. But he's saying like in all the cinema.
Is this RTP? May 2019. What is this 4,000?
16,000
Units in process 4,000.
16,000 is
Newly introduced 16,000. Units completed 14,000. Same,
after 6,000, 1,000, 8,000.
which 1,000, madam? That you should turn the page, no?
Oh, okay, sir.
That one plus same thing is asked in November 21.
But in
Numbers might be different.
yes.
Numbers are different. They have taken double of it. Instead of 4,000, they have given 8,000. Here 32,000. Instead of 14, they have given 28,000.
But September 2024 totally different.
Oh, we'll check.
See, sir.
Opening stock 600. They haven't given a split.
Different or not? Different.
No.
The concept is same.
Mm.
The way of asking question is different.
See there. Unit in process on 1st of Feb, we have 4,000 units, guys, where all material used. That means 100% of material is already used. That means for equivalent units, we should take material 0. Because last year only, material wise, everything is completed. Labor and overhead, 25% completed. That means during the period, 75%. Got it? Next, newly introduced are 16,000. So total, how much we introduced? We introduced 20,000. Correct now?
Yes.
Output, what they are telling? Units completed 14,000. Units in process 6,000. 20,000. There won't be any loss as such. Whereas closing stock, they are telling all material used. 100% is used. Labor and overhead conversion cost, it is 33.33%. Cost records. For opening, they have given this. What we should do to this 8,000? Don't add it while computing cost per equivalent unit. Whatever transferred to next process, you will get no after apportionment. For that, you have to add this 8,000. Is that clear?
Because it's been 100% completed.
No, because we are applying FIFO.
Okay.
In FIFO, cost of opening stock should be given to opening stock. This is incurred during the period. Okay. Presume that average method of inventory is used. So here we are not going to use FIFO, rather we are going to use average method. You can use FIFO also here if at all question is silent. Statement of equivalent production. This is very easy. Input is how much? 4,000, 16,000. Correct, no? 20,000. Output is how much? 16,000. Sorry, 14,000. 6,000 closing stock. Material wise, 100%. Conversion cost wise, 100%. I'm not going to take 0% because I'm not going to split between opening and introduced because they're asking average method. So this will be 14,000. This will be 14,000. Closing stock. Material wise, all the materials are used. 100%. 6,000. But conversion cost wise, 33.33 is used. 2,000. So material wise equivalent units are 20,000. Labor and overhead wise 16,000. Is that clear, everyone? If at all they asked FIFO, then what you would have done? 4,000, 16,000. This way there won't be any change as such. Output of 14,000 I would have split into 4,000 and 10,000. And closing stock 6,000. 4,000 material wise 0% because it's already completed. Labor and overhead wise I would have taken 75%, which is 3,000 because it's already 25% complete. This 10,000 is newly introduced and completed. 100%, 100%. 10,000, 10,000. This 6,000 material wise I would have taken 100%. Labor and overhead wise 33.33. 6,000 and 2,000. Equivalent units would be 16,000 and 15,000. I hope you guys understood difference between FIFO as well as weighted average now. Yes. Now we have to determine the cost per equivalent unit. Correct? See, I will do one thing. I will show it under FIFO as well as equivalent step by step by step. First step is that clear, FIFO as well as weighted average. Shall I show the second step?
Yes.
That is statement showing cost for equivalent unit. Step number 2. Listen. First under weighted average. Or FIFO, what shall I do? Weighted average. We have material cost. We have labor cost, we have overhead, total. Okay?
They combine labor and overhead.
Yeah, I mean percentage wise, yeah. Cost if you want, you can combine, otherwise. Material. Incurred during the period I will take first. Incurred during the period, they are telling 25,600, 15,000, 15,000. Okay. Now, I would have reduced scrap recovery of material if at all anything was there from the material cost. Please keep in mind. Scrap recovery from normal loss should be reduced from the material cost. As I am using weighted average method, as in the denominator I didn't segregate between introduced and opening, cost also I will not. So I will add cost of opening stock. How much? 6,000, 1,000, 1,000. Correct, no?
Yes, sir.
So now the total cost would come to 31,600, 16,000, 16,000 divided by equivalent unit. For material equivalent units are 20,000. For material equivalent units are 20,000. For labor and overhead it is 16,000. For labor and overhead it is 16,000. Is that clear? Now I will get cost per equivalent unit. 1.5811. Is that clear?
Yes.
This is under your which method? Weighted average method. If the same question is asked under FIFO, what I would have done? Forget. Material, labor, overhead. With the from like as she requested, I am not writing total column. Incurred. How much is incurred? 25,600, 16,000, Sorry. Got it? If at all any scrap recovery from normal loss is there, I should reduce it from the cost of material. I'm not going to add the cost of opening here because I'm dividing and taking, right? So I will divide it with the equivalent units. Equivalent units for FIFO are 16,000, 15,000. Correct, no? Material 16,000, this one 15,000. 16,000, 15,000, 15,000. Cost per equivalent units 1.611. Is that clear, everyone? Yes. Shall we go to step number 3, one of the important where many students will do the mistake? That is statement of apportionment of cost, division of cost between transfer to next process, abnormal loss, closing WIP. Here abnormal loss is not there, only transferred, closing, only these two are there. Okay, transferred and closing. Okay, I have material, I have labor, I have overhead, I have total. Here I am not using the tabular form, I am just showing the calculations. Okay, first one, transferred. I am doing it under FIFO, sorry, weighted average first. Transferred. How many equivalent units of material, labor, overhead transferred as per weighted average? 14,000. Correct, no?
Yes.
Transfer to next process 14,000. So 14,000 into what was cost per equivalent unit? 1.58. 25,200. Huh? Labor wise also equivalent units are 14, per unit 14 rupees. 25,000. 22,000.
1.58.
50,000. 120. Is that clear? Now talking about closing stock, because there is no abnormal loss as such. Closing stock. Material wise equivalent units of closing stock are 6,000. Labor and overhead wise 2,000. Okay. So 6,000 into 1.58, 2,000 into 1, 2,000 into 1. Okay. Okay. Is that clear? Pakka. That's all. This is division under which one? Weighted average. Now, shall I show it under FIFO? Material, labor, overhead, total. Let me first take the closing. Okay. Closing. As I already told you, whatever is there in the closing, everything is what we introduced during the period. So material wise, how many equivalent units? 6,000, 2,000. Closing. 6,000 in terms of material, 2,000 in terms of equivalent units. Correct, no? So 6,000, 2,000, 2,000. What is the cost per equivalent unit of material? 1.6. Correct, no? 9,600, 2,000, 2,000, 13,600. This is your closing. Now, it is very important. Next process. Listen. Next process, how much equivalent units for material and labor?
10,000.
10,000 for material,
10,000.
10,000 for material, 13,000 for labor and overhead. Equivalent units. 10,000 for material, 13,000 for so 10,000, 13,000. Okay. So 10,000 into 1.6, 13,000 into 1, 13,000 into 1, 13,000, 13,000, 16,000. Total 42,000. But don't forget that 42,000 is only the, or if you want to divide and write, should I divide and write? Should I, next process, if you want you can add this and finally add the opening value. Or if you want me to show the separate, I can show separately. I will show separately. Leave. Next process, out of fresh issue. Out of fresh issue, material wise, 10,000. 10,000 into 1.6. Correct, no? 10,000 into 1. 10,000 into 1. Which is 16,000, 10,000, 10,000. Total 36,000. Opening stock, please be careful. Material wise, nil. Correct? Labor and overhead wise, although it is 4,000 units, they are just equivalent to 3,000 units because they consumed 75% of what they consumed. Here we did know. So 3,000, 3,000, total 6,000. But not only this much, for opening, even opening cost should be added because it is not allocated at 8,000 rupees. Okay. That means in case of weighted average method, whatever the opening cost was there, that got separated between transfer to next process, closing stock, abnormal loss. Here it will straight away go only to the next process. Okay. Weighted average.
Opening work in progress.
Here it's
This
there.
8,000.
Here. WIP on the 1st of February. Cost of opening stock. Cost of opening stock I should add. So it is 14,000 here. Transfer to next process in total it is 50,000. Got it? Earlier if you remember we got around 42,000 or something. For that straight away add 8,000. If you want to segregate and show, segregate and show. Otherwise it's your choice.
Plus 8,000 we need to show it as work.
No, this is opening, no?
That is what? Opening stock.
Opening stock transfer to next process. Yeah. Opening stock transfer to next process. During the period cost consumed is 6,000. But that doesn't mean that that's all the cost towards it. Because last year to bring that into current position we spent 8,000. So total value of that opening stock transfer to next process is 14,000, not 6,000. 6,000 is cost incurred to complete it this year. But last year again 8,000 we already incurred. So add both and take. In case of weighted average, that situation only won't arise because when taking cost only we are adding it and taking. Is that clear? Okay. Now process account. Process account. First let me do it under weighted average method. Okay. To opening stock. How many units were there in opening stock? 4,000 is it? 4,000 at the value of 8,000. Correct? To material. How much is the cost of material incurred during the period? Some 25 something. 25,600. To labor. 15,000. To overhead. 15,000. Is that clear? Now, by normal loss, anyhow it's not there. If it is there, unit column, scrap recovery, scrap recovered amount will come. By transfer to next process. I am doing it under which one? Weighted average method. So straight away I will take the total here. 50,120. 50,120. By the way, how many units we transfer to next process they are telling? 14,000, right?
14.
Okay. By closing stock of WIP, 6,000 units at the value of 13,480. Just check totals will match. Should match. Otherwise, rounding of things. Sorry?
63,600.
Is this clear? This is under your weighted average method. Now shall I show it under FIFO? I mean FIFO also not much different. Everything is same only, but the values will change. That's it. Process account under FIFO. First, to opening stock. We have 4,000 units at the value of 8,000. If you want, you can show it as material labor overhead split up. Okay. During the year, you incurred material cost 25,600. You introduced 16,000, right?
Introduce 4. 16.
Okay. To labor
15.
15,000.
Overhead.
To overhead. Is that clear? Normal loss is not there. By next process, how many units we transferred? 14,000 units. What is the value? Somewhere here we determined 14,000 out of opening stock. During the period we started producing and completed production is 36. Total transfer to next process is 50,000. 50,000 by closing stock 6,000 units and value of that is 13,600. This is under your FIFO as well as weighted average. The only thing is the treatment of the opening cost. Hope you guys understood. Any doubts here under FIFO, under weighted average? And you understood now why we do that first 3 steps. Otherwise, we can't do this process account at all. We have to prepare that. Don't think that, okay, we should start this sum with equivalent units. No. We want it because we don't know the value to be filled there. That's the thing. Hope it's clear, guys. Third question. Again, study material question only. Following details are related to work done in the process 1 by XYZ company during the month of March. Opening, they are telling 2,000. That means opening information they have given. Please keep in mind. Material, labor as well as overhead. Material introduced during the process, they are telling 38,000. Awesome. Yes, sir. September 2024 is different, sir. Hey, are same method, man. Not. Good. Following details are related to the work done in process 1 by XYZ company during the month of March. Opening is 2,000, which involves material 80,000, labor 15,000, overhead 45,000. What is the total cost of opening here? 1,40,000. Material introduced during the process are 38,000. That means total 40,000 units are there. Please keep in mind. And cost incurred during the period is this. Units scrapped are 3,000. So total loss 3,000 they are telling. Not telling that normal scrap is 3,000. Please keep in mind. Scrap degree of completion is 100%, 80%. That means that loss is there. No. Material wise it is 100% complete. Labor wise it is 80% complete. Or for normal loss it doesn't matter. It's always 0. For abnormal loss it is. Closing WIP is 2000. Degree of completion they have given. Units finished and transferred is 35,000. Normal loss is 5% of the total input. Guys, how much is the total input? 40,000 is total input. Correct now? 5% of that. 2,000. Correct now? That means actually we should get good unit of 38,000 in my denominator. Overall 38,000 equivalent units I want. Now listen. This 38,000, what they are telling? How much we transfer to next process? 35,000. How much is there in the closing? 2,000. Correct? Then where did other 1,000 go? Abnormal loss. That means in this 3,000, 2,000 is normal loss, other 1,000 is abnormal loss. Is that clear? Okay. Scrap units fetch rupees 20. You are required to prepare using average method. Whole effort is waste. Right? Because you don't have to segregate between opening and transferred and introduced and transferred. Straight away everything you can take it as 35,000 and finish it off. Okay? They're asking you equivalent production, statement of cost, statement of distribution, process 1 account, normal loss account, abnormal loss account. Now, shall we start? In the units introduced side, I am going to take opening stock of 2,000, introduced of 38,000. Total would come to 40,000. As this is the average method, that 35,000 whatever I have finished and transferred, that I am not going to segregate at all. I am going to take that 35,000 as 35,000. 2,000 is your closing, 1,000 is your abnormal, 2,000 is your normal. 35,000 is transferred, 2,000 is closing, 1,000 is your abnormal, 2,000 is your normal. Is that clear? Now, material wise, 100%. 35,000. 35,000. Got it? For this 2,000, that is closing, material wise, 100% complete. Labor and overhead wise, 80% complete. So 100%, 80%, which is 2,000, 1,600. Abnormal loss, material wise 100% complete. This wise 80% complete. 100%, 80%, which is 1,800. Normal loss. Scrap they are telling no 180. So how much I should take? Nil. Normal loss should never take. Okay. For abnormal we have taken that. So equivalent materials are 38,000. Labors are, sorry, not labors. What is it? Overheads and this one conversion cost 50. Is that clear, everyone? How come 51,800? Yeah. No, I mean, input is only 40,000. No, output cannot be more than 40,000. That's the case. Done. This is your average method. Next, they are asking statement of cost. All you have to do is add these two costs and divide by equivalent units, because we are using average method. If it was FIFO method, I would have done only for this cost. Whatever this 3 cost is there, that I would have added to transfer to next process in the step number 3. Okay? 2 only. because we are not segregating between opening and during the period. Then accordingly we'll distribute and process 1 and 2 be prepared. I don't think so that will be the difficult part to do.
So in this question, the only difference is that abnormal loss. We need to identify.
1000 abnormal loss. Madam. Scrap is there?
Yes, sir. Scrap units
Okay.
NP per piece.
Sorry? That you should reduce normal loss related only. That is 2000 into rupees 20. 40,000 you should reduce from the material cost. Step number 2. Is that clear?
Nothing is there, so we will not reduce it.
No, abnormal it's there, but it will go to costing panel. No? Array here, that second step is nothing but my numerator for the cost per unit. My numerator for cost per unit is what? Total cost less scrap recovery from normal loss. The study material question you just go through once, not much things are there in this. Look at this PYP. Furniture Wala Limited is a manufacturer of dining table. Oh, by the way, in the study material question here, 2 processes are there. So whatever is transferred from process 1, that will be taken as input in the process 2. Leave. See here. Company produces a component which passes through 2 processes. During the month of April, material for 40,000 component were used in process 1, of which 30,000 were completed and transferred to process 2. That means there won't be any opening in the process 1. So no confusion at all. Straight away, which method? Weighted average method. Those not transferred to process 2 are 100% complete in terms of material, 50% complete in terms of labor and overhead. So they are telling closing stock, how to value. The process 1 cost incurred are so and so. Of these transferred to the process 2, that is 30,000 transferred to process 2. 28,000 were completed and transferred to finished goods account. There was a normal loss with no salvage value of 200. There were 1,800 remaining unfinished. So 28,000, 200 normal loss, 28,200 plus 1,800 which is there in closing, 30. That means there is no abnormal loss as such. And closing is the 1,800, 100% complete in terms of material, 25% incomplete in terms of wages and overheads. No further materials cost occur after introduction in the first process until the end of second process, when protective packing is applied to complete the component. Don't treat it as other material cost. This is applicable to the finished goods.
Then it will go to.
In the second process, you will take it as a material cost. I mean, not material cost, packing material cost. And remember, 4,000, you are not going to divide it with the equivalent units. Why? When will you pack it? After completion. So only you should take finished number of units. Too much, no? The process and packing cost incurred are as follows.
They very well know this is not required for the required. In case if they say secondary packing also, we need to include.
Yeah, same. Only for the finished goods. Packing is always for finished goods. Secondary packing, you take it in costing P&L. Don't take it in process account.
We go to selling and distribution.
Yeah. So take it in costing P&L, not in process account. Now, see here. Process 1 equivalent units. We introduced how much?
It is 30,000.
We introduced 30,000. Correct now?
So materials for 40,000 are put in process. 40,000.
40,000. Okay. Here they have done some jatre. Let it be. In that 40,000, I am going to divide it into 30,000. They have done it horizontally rather than vertically. That's it.
Okay.
30,000, 10,000. Okay. There is no loss, etc. here. So material wise 100% complete. 30,000. Labor wise and overhead wise 100% complete. 30,000. This 10,000 material wise 100%. Finished. That is always 100%, finished one. This one, closing, how many percentage complete they are telling? 50% complete relating to labor and overhead, which is 5,000. Now 40,000 equivalent units, 35,000 equivalent units. Got it?
Yes.
For material 40,000, labor and overhead 35,000. Now cost per equivalent unit. How much is the cost we incurred during the period? 15,000, 18,000, 12,000. Equivalent units are 40,000, 35,000, 35,000. 40,000, 35,000, 35,000. First one 0.375, 0.514. Okay. Now this is cost per equivalent units. This is cost per equivalent units. Now you should go for distribution of this. Okay. By the way, may I know the total of this? 0.375 plus 0.514 plus 0.343. 1.232. Sir, why you need total, sir? Are transfer to next process is there, no? Material wise, how many equivalent units? Transfer to next process. Material wise 30,000, labor wise 30,000, overhead wise 30,000. So instead of doing 30,000 into 0.375 plus 30,000 into 0.514 plus 30,000 into 0.343, I will do 30,000 into 1.232. 36,960. This is the cost transfer to next process. Got it? Closing you can't do that way because material wise different units, labor and overhead wise different. If you want labor and overhead, you can add it. Or you do the table normally. Now I am just telling. So material wise it is 10,000 units, right? 0.375 plus labor and overhead wise, those are 5,000 units, no? Equivalent, yeah. 5,000 into how much is 0.514 plus 0.343?
0.858.
Total
1,000.
4285. Oh. Plus
8,040.
8,000. Okay. Is that clear? Now see the process account here. Direct material 40,000, 15. Direct wages, factory overhead. By process 36,965. How much we have taken? 36,960. Rounding off difference. Closing 8,040. They have taken 8035. Now second one, concentrate. Second one, guys, whatever we transferred, no, that only will be introduced to the second process, no. From process 1, how many units we transferred? 30,000 units we transferred. Process 1, how many units we transferred? 30,000 units we transferred. In that, they are telling what and all. In that, they are telling
28,000 units were completed and transferred.
28,000 units were completed and transferred. Next up,
There was a
normal loss of 200, closing of 1,800. That means there is no abnormal loss as such. For normal loss, always remember it is nil. For transferred, 100% complete in terms of material, 100% terms complete in terms of conversion cost, which is 28,000 and 28,000. Talking about this 1,800, they are telling material wise 100% complete. Process 2, right?
25%.
25% complete in terms of labor and overhead. 1,800, 450. So equivalent units in terms of materials are 29,800, 28,450. Got it? Any doubt? Okay.
So when will we have this package? After
Transferred units. See, now what we will do, we have to find out cost per equivalent unit. Material cost, how much you will take? Students will take 4,000, gone. Material cost, guys, what is our material? Our material is the same thing what we received from earlier process. So the cost of material is how much is the cost we received it at? That is 36,960. Understood? Cost of material is at what we received a material, 36,960. See here, this is input, no? From where you got it? Process 1. At what price you got it? 36,960. That only is our material cost for process 2, no? Don't add that 4,000. Now you might say, now you add 4,000. No, sir. Again, no. Why? This is not only relating to produced units. This is also relating to closing stock. This is also relating to normal loss. But your packing material cost is only relating to produced. So that you add in step number 3. Now, 36,960.
too much to
Right? Only one question is there. If at all in examination they give like this only. All the question is solve and go. Then automatically my jobless friends, Sunday, I mean, of course they have job. Sunday they don't have job. So nice group video call they are doing.
Sunday, Monday for you. When no day we can contact you. But only you will have break. In
Hi.
between 1
Huh?
hour. In between 1 hour, only people have break.
No. I have a lot of break.
Now we are going to Chennai. No?
Yeah.
You have 10 hours batch.
Yeah.
In between you have 2 hours time.
Yeah.
Half an hour will be there for eating.
No. Skip. Huh.
Half an hour.
No, Karthik sir is there, no, now in Chennai.
Okay.
So 1 hour to pull his legs. Or getting my legs pulled by him.
That is what in between we have 1 hour time to discuss with you. During that time, they should be free to contact you.
Who?
Your friends.
Yeah, I mean, that's what. I'm telling Papa, not Papa.
I know. It's sad.
Sad. I mean, the thing is not group video call. The thing is they're planning for a trip in the month of August.
Very sad.
That is sad, actually sad. Because it's been like 10 years. Once we went for a trip. I mean, every year, 2 times, 3 times. Last month, they went for some trekking. Again, they are planning in August month. No, they will go to Chikmagalur, my hometown. And I am somewhere else.
Very sad.
So, I mean, that's the, different reality of different jobs.
Missing you then to become a practice.
No.
The money
Now they are like that only.
gets it. But still they are keeping you in the
Yeah.
hope is there.
Hope is there. One day he will come. I mean, only once in this 10 years, and recently with 2 friends, I went to Pondicherry like for a day. I was in Chennai. I called off a class on Sunday. They came from Bangalore. We went there. So, not possible. My PUC friends. I mean PUC in the sense 12th year, 11th and 12th friends.
Very sad.
Yeah, next month they are planning. Can you imagine? And they are like, hey, every time you want to come, take leave and all. How I can take leave? 3 days, can you imagine? Their leave means only their leave. My leave is not my leave. My leave is mine plus if class is having 200, 300 students, 200, 300 students leave. If student studies, that makes sense. But you also know. See there, scrolling. She will tell scrolling the question bank, sir. Scroll. Then why are you hiding your mobile? So like that. Saturday, Sunday, week off. Enjoy.
Whether to go for trip or go to hometown functions.
No, for my hometown now it has become like trip only for me. Functions though it's not even a choice. I'm not thinking of it also.
Not doing it all.
Only when I'm in hometown, if I feel like I might be able to meet few potential clients, I go. Otherwise, family functions, no way. Mad or what?
I think from your family, you have separated the
Completely. Cousin's wedding, I went previous day night, next day night I left from there. My sister's wedding, I was there for 10 days.
at least.
At least, exactly. I went like a guest and I came back like a guest. I mean, everything was done by the time I reached. All it was like just execution. That though, this time we had decided like nothing to be taken as a risk factor. Outsource everything. So that was taken care. So yeah,
Sir, for your marriage,
my marriage though girl side will take care. No?
but the leave has to be done from your side, sir.
What?
Leave.
Leave.
Classes?
You have to go there, sir.
That 3 day, that 3 days, 4 days in between the batches, I will get married. Leave.
Let me see. Let me see.
See now between last batch and this batch, I had 10, 12 days off. Like that one off, like
So during that,
I will plan.
only
No, because anyhow they give 1 year schedule. No. So not anytime soon. At least 3, 4 years.
you got
Which one? My marriage. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, this was supposed to be leave. Actually, my leave was 25 days or 22 days. 12 days I took leave. 10 days I'm taking revision. See, dedication level.
Leave also.
Sorry?
You will recover your leave also later, right?
How?
Since you have taken leave for 10, you're working now. She's asking you whether you can recover this leave later.
No.
Why? No,
How?
he's not working planned for salary.
Is this already planned out?
I planned
When
1.5 months before. Okay. I mean, I planned marathon, then I planned off revision. Okay. How much per unit here? Per equivalent unit. 36,960 divided by 29,800.
1.24.
1.24.
0.28.
0.28. Now, this is your cost per equivalent unit. Now, how much to be transferred to next process? Equivalent units in terms of material. 28,000. In terms of labor also 28,000. No? May know the total of these two? Okay.
42,560.
Okay. Now to this, you add the packing cost. To this, you add the packing cost of 4,000. Total would come to 46,560. Okay. Normal loss, anyhow, it's not there. Closing stock, material wise 1,800. So 1800 into 1.24. Labor and overhead wise 450 into 0.28. So value of closing stock, please.
2,980.
2000.
980.
Different.
388.
Do it. 2358. You can see here.
Yes.
Transfer to next process this way. So packing cost, always remember where you are going to take. Transfer to next process. Don't take it as the material cost and don't divide between all the products. Got it? Huh? No, packing cost, FIFO or weighted average, same treatment. The other way, like other cost and all. So here always remember from process 1 when it is coming, that itself is material for process 2, that itself is material cost. Labor and overhead is what we incur during that particular process. Is that clear? Okay. We'll go to the next question. Question number 25. How many more questions are there? 37 in the 3 order. 47. No. That's it? Nice. How to solve 10 questions in 10 minutes. Question number 25. That also 10 minutes is not sufficient. 4 marks. PYP, May 2025. For 4 marks they have asked. They have asked you to compute equivalent units of production for each cost. Molding cost per equivalent units. That is nothing but your conversion cost. Cost of
You said like the material cost for process 2 will be the cost of process. But that will be then double the times, no? We are duplicating the cost.
no.
No.
For that we are adding labor and overhead and we are proceeding next. Whatever incurred in process 1, that we transfer to process 2. No? In process 1 now what cost will be remaining? Closing stock cost will be remaining.
Closing stock material, that cost will be transferred. The remaining
Transferred, remaining one is transferred here. Furniture Wala Limited, a manufacturer of dining tables, procures wood as its direct material. The dining table are initially processed in the molding department and subsequently transferred to the laminating department, where plastic layer is applied. Whatever nonsense it is, leave. The molding department, the first one, began manufacturing 35,000 initial dining tables. That means there is no opening during the month for the first time, and their cost is as follows. Okay. A total of 28,000 tables were completed, and the 7,000 are still in molding. That means closing inventory. All the molding departments direct material were placed, but on average only 25% of the conversion cost were applied to the ending WIP. Array equivalent units are very simple now. Introduced is how much? 35,000. Yes. In the 28,000 is transferred to next process. 7,000 is in closing. 28 material wise 100% complete. 28,000 labor wise 100% complete. 28,000. 7,000 material wise 100% complete. 7,000 conversion cost wise only 25% complete. 1,750. So equivalent units are 35,000, 29,750. Is that clear?
Yes.
They are asking molding cost per equivalent unit, but next they are asking cost of closing WIP and finished goods. That means only molding cost is not going to be helpful for you. You need material cost as well as molding cost. Okay. Now, how much is the cost of material? 1 lakh. 15,590. How much is the molding cost? How much is the molding cost? 59,500. Got it? Divided by equivalent units. 35,000, 29,750. Sorry?
3.3.
Okay.
2.
Got it? And you should write in sentence the cost per molding of equivalent unit is 2, because the second one they are asking only 2. Next, cost of closing WIP. Guys, material, conversion cost, total. Correct? Now, talking about material wise, how many equivalent units in closing? 7,000. Correct? And per unit 3.3. Conversion cost wise, equivalent units 1,750. Per unit 2. So 3,500.
23,000.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Next, transfer to next process. Equivalent units in terms of material 28,000 into 3.3. Conversion cost 28,000 into 3.3. First one, how much you told? Oh, sorry. 56,000, 92,000, 92,400. Done. Okay, that's it. Simple. For 4 marks. I mean, it was a bit lengthy only, but that's okay.
But no complications.
No complications involved.
But these kind of questions will actually save time. There's
A lot of
need
time.
much-
Using much brains and all.
Getting confused.
Whenever you ask, madam, when you ask, you tell. Tell. Now,
In the question,
oh, now WhatsApp double tick, they shifted to left hand side, is it? It's been many days. I didn't notice. Now I am noticing. Earlier, double tick used to come in the right hand side, no? Tick.
Right, even today, sir, that by seeing like this, it will be left side.
why the center one will be on that side only.
The corner it's really like this.
Outside it is left hand side, is it? Always it's so many years, huh? Oh, WhatsApp starting also?
Be there. The last
No, but it used to be in the.
So in front of the table.
So in case if the message is, the sent message is the last one, it will come and the double tick will be shown. In case the message received is the last one, there will not be any double tick.
Yeah, that is there. No.
So it will be there.
See, if you go inside a chat, it used to be there like this. To the this side. From outside of the chat also, if I'm not wrong, it used to be like this only. It used to be like this,
Basic logic, sir. If the message was big one, how the tick will be at last?
Sorry, madam. If the message is long, they are showing this, no? They can show like this, no? I mean, that's what I'm telling. They won't, but they can. But I'm not sure. Are you sure it used to be like right side only? Like, I mean, left hand side only all the time? From outside? When we go inside, it's, of course, because we send. Leave, who cares?
We'll come to break, sir, when we can.
We'll do one sum and we'll take break.
Yes.
If you're okay. Okay. One last question of study material is there. We'll do it. So then we will be discussing few remaining PYP questions, RTP questions. Healthy juice is engaged in manufacturing of jaggery. Its process involves sugarcane crushing for juice extraction, then filtration, then boiling of juice along with some chemicals, and then letting it cool to cut solidified jaggery blocks. The main process of juice extraction, that is process 1, is done in a conventional crusher, which is then filtered and boiled in process 2 in iron pot. The solidified jaggery blocks are then cut, packed and dispatched for manufacturing. This is important. For manufacturing of 10 kgs of jaggery, 100 kgs of sugarcane is required, where 100 kgs of sugarcane will extract 45 liters of juice. So remember, process number 1 is converting sugarcane into sugarcane juice. Process number 2 is sugarcane juice to jaggery blocks. Following information regarding process 1 they have given. That means conversion of sugarcane juice to sugarcane to sugarcane juice. Opening 4,500 liters. Awesome. That means already we are having a opening inventory in the form of juice, where the cost involved is so much. During the year, we introduced 1 lakh kg of sugarcane. That means normal loss will be how much, guys? Yes or no? 100 kgs if you apply, 45 liters you are getting. Somewhere here they should have told, 1 liter is equal to 1 kg. So 55 is going as a loss, no? So when you introduce 1 lakh kgs, automatically 55,000 is gone as loss, no? That means you are expecting how much? 45,000. Abnormal loss is 1,000. That means actually you are getting 44,000. You should have got 45,000, but you are getting 44,000. Closing is 9,000 they are telling. Extracted juice transferred for the filtering and boiling is 39,500. You are required to prepare statement of equivalent production. Very simple. Listen. Opening, how much was there? 4,500. That is next process. Transfer to next process. 39,500 is transfer to next process. This is your input, correct? No? Now, output. Listen very carefully. Using average method they are telling. Using average method. Now, how much we transferred? 39,500 has been transferred to next process, correct? 55,000 is normal loss, correct? I told you how.
Yes.
So that 4,500 we didn't add, it's already in the juice form. 1,000 is your abnormal loss. They only have given. Closing they are telling 9,000. Just check total.
Yes, sir.
Matching.
Yes, sir.
If at all closing they don't tell, you should take closing as a balancing figure. If they don't tell abnormal, then you should take abnormal as a balancing figure. 1,45,000. Correct. I was just testing you guys. Smart. 1,04,500. Now, this 39,500 is transferred to next process. Material wise 100% complete. Labor and overhead wise 100% complete. 39,500. 39,500. 55,000 is normal loss. 0 equivalent unit. 1,000 is abnormal. Did they tell anything about the percentage of completion? Yes, they did. 180. Then go for 180. Otherwise, it's always 100. Sorry, my bad. 100 percentage, 80 percentage, which is 1,000 kgs, 800 kgs. Is that clear? Closing 9,000. Whereas material wise it is 100% complete. Labor and overhead wise it is 80% complete. Kgs 7,200 kgs. So equivalent units, material wise 49,500 kgs or liters. You can write whatever you want. We'll write a liters. Huh.
47,500.
Which one? Second one.
Second one.
We'll proceed.
Yes, sir.
Statement of cost. Listen. As we are using the average method, opening cost will be added to the during the period, and then that will be divided. If at all scrap recovery is there, that should be reduced from the material cost. Opening, add the cost incurred during the period, you will get the total cost. That you divide with equivalent units, which we got it as 49,500, 47,500, 47,500. You got cost per equivalent unit. Now, value completed and transferred, as I already told you, 3 they have added and they multiplied and took. Because everything should be multiplied with 39,500, 39,500, 39,500. Value of abnormal loss, equivalent unit of abnormal loss is 1000 in terms of material, 800 in terms of labor and overhead. Quickly help me out with this. 1000 into 11.111 m plus 800 into 4.526 m plus 800 into 13.579 m plus MRC.
23,594.
Wait 1 second. What and all they are upload. Tell me now. 25,594. Got it? Value of closing WIP. Value of closing WIP. That is 9,000 into 11.111 m plus 7,200 into 4.526 m plus 7,200 into 13.579 m plus MRC.
This M plus and M.
Your call. M plus?
That is counted.
M plus is memory, MRC is memory recall. Just check M is there on your calculator. Clear it. MRC twice. Now memory is clear, no? Now see. I know that material wise I should take 9,000 units, multiply with 11.111. Then 7,200 I should multiply with 4.56, 13.57. So what you can do? First 9,000 into 11.111 is equal to M plus. This is your first one. Now 7,200 into 4.526 M plus. GT you can use, anything you can use, it's your choice. Third one is 7,200 into 13.579 13.579
M
is equal to M plus MRC. GT, use this, do this. Help me out with this calculation. Only using GT, 9,000 into 11.111, 7,200 into 4.526 minus 7,200 into 13.579. Take your time.
Chennai. Invent something.
Ah,
Try that. Try.
oh, check you are using. Then put to M plus, sir. Finally, you are coming to M plus only, no?
8.8 minus 90,000 times 8.8.
Minus 90,000. Correct.
So it is,
I don't know, but I'm damn sure there is not minus and all.
how? Sorry, plus 90,000 by 68.
Then it is possible. What you did, this two normal you took, and this you started with minus 7,200 into this.
After calculating
34,008 months.
You tell, madam. You tell, madam.
GT,
Hmm.
7,200 into 13.579
Hmm.
equal to minus equal to.
Here you can use memory function. How? 9,000 into 11.111 M plus 7,200 into 4.526 M plus 7,200 into 13.579, that should be reduced from memory. So M minus and memory recall. Simple. GT, I mean, I'm not that comfortable with GT also, because by believing, like trusting in GT, let's say 10 calculations are there. I pressed. Instead of AC, once if I press on button, gone. So I generally avoid using GT and I go for memory, because Casio calculator, that is best. Other calculators, actually when you press on button, even memory will go. Casio calculator, till you press MRC twice, it won't go at all. Or if you take pencil and turn the calculator and that one hole is there you have to press it.
This whole,
Yeah, there they have written, no, memory clear. You do this, your memory will get cleared. Do this. Do this, I'm telling you. Seriously, I'm telling you. This activity, do this take.
yeah.
Here. Memory got cleared? It is same only, no? Earlier also nothing, now also nothing.
That is actually bliss.
Okay, madam, sure. So 4:29. Let's take break till 4:37 p.m. Okay, coming back and completing it in other 23, 24, 25 minutes, and we are starting with JPVP. Tomorrow first half JPVP should get over and we'll start with cost of production.
ஒரு நாள் நாலு இருக்காது இப்படி பண்ணீங்கன்னா எப்படி வருதுன்னு இல்லாட்டி முடிச்சு எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு எல்லாத்தையும் முடிச்சுட்டு கொஸ்டின் மட்டும் பார்த்து நம்ம கண்டிப்பா ஒரு இடத்துல எங்கேயாவது அதே இடம் தான் இதே மாடல் அவங்களுக்கு தான் போடலாம். எல்லா எந்த கொஸ்டின் எந்த சாப்டர்ல வந்து எனக்கு இத்தனை வரைக்கும் ரொம்ப நல்லா புரியுது. ஆமா 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 ஒரு
ஜாப் காஸ்டிங்ல இன்வென்டரி வேல்யூவேஷன் இருக்கு. அதனால
ஆமா ஆமா கூட்டாங்க ஏதோ இன்னொரு சாப்டர்ல கூட பட்ஜெட்லயே ஓவர் இன்னைக்கு வாங்க செகண்ட் ஹாஃப் ரொம்ப குழுக்கல இல்ல சில சமயத்துல 25-26 இருந்தாலும் இல்ல நீங்க 6 எப்போ விடுறாங்க
வெஜிடபிள் பிரியாணி. ஆமா என்ன பண்றது? என்ன? ஆமா நான் அதான் எழுதல. என்ன என்ன எழுதுறேன்னு அப்புறம் என்ன? ஏன்
அங்கிருந்து ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டே வரேன்.
வந்து ஏதோ வந்து கரெக்டா இது ஃபார்வர்ட் பண்ணாம அவங்க எழுதியிருக்காங்க. வேல்யூ
லைன்ஸ் போடணும் சொல்றேன்.
லைன்ஸ் இல்ல லைன்ஸும் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தான்.
பட் லைன்ஸ் இருக்கணுங்கிறது கம்பல்சரி இல்லை. பட் அந்த ஹெட்டுக்கு கீழே இருக்கணும். அது அதோட ஹெட்ஸ் இருக்கணும். அது அதோட காலம்ஸ் இருக்கணும்.
அப்பதான் இந்த வேல்யூ பண்றவங்களுக்கு புரியும். ஏன்னா அவங்க நம்ம ஆன்சர் பாக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு பாக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கும்.
இதுக்கு எல்லாம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒரு தடவை எழுதிட்டு அந்த பேப்பர் வாங்கி நான் பார்த்தேன்.
5,500 போடுறேன். 5,000 போட்டு அப்படியே லைன் அடிச்சு அதனால ஒரு வாரம் அப்புறம் இது வந்து ஸ்டாண்ட் காஸ்ட் எப்படி அந்த இதுக்கு அவங்க என்ன பயன்படுத்த பண்ணிருக்காங்க அந்த ரீகன்சிலேஷன் இயர்ஸ் காஸ்ட்டுக்கும் ஒன்ஸ்க்கும் இயர்ஸ்க்கும் காஸ்ட்
அது நம்மளுக்கு முடிச்சிட்டேன்.
அது காஸ்ட் பண்ணிச்சு
அது எனக்கு தெரியாது.
இது வந்து காஸ்ட்
காஷன் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஹலோ, ஏய் உள்ள வா உள்ள வா, நான் நிறைய பேர் இருக்கேன்.
இது வந்து ரேடியோ மார்ஜினல் காஸ்ட்
ஃபிக்ஸ் காஸ்ட் கால்குலேஷன்.
இது வந்து நம்ம கேஷ் எடுத்து இது பிரேக் இருக்கு இந்த
கேஷ் மட்டும் உங்களுக்கு 2 பேர் தான் போனா எங்க 2 பேர் இருக்காங்க அங்கே இல்லையா எங்க போனதுக்கு
அஞ்சு பேர்
அது மட்டும்தான்
எக்ஸ்ட்ரா 5 பேர் இருக்கு. அங்க இருந்து அப்படியே கொடுத்துடலாம்.
அப்படியே என்ன ஸ்பெஷல் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. நாளைக்கு வாங்கி கொடுத்துருக்கேன் லாஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் இன்னைக்கே
செப்டம்பர் இருக்குங்களா
சீனியர்
டைரக்ட் என்ட்ரியா
அதனால நான் பிரேக் ஆகல. இதுடா புளி காஃபி கலர் இது வந்து அந்த ஆனந்தாஸ் நார்மல் பசோட இது பட்டர்
எப்படியோ என்னையும் அந்த கிளாஸ் ரூம்ல உட்கார வைக்கிறீங்க.
வடிக்க வச்சாதான் ப்ராப்ளம். முப்பத்தி எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு 4-5 வருஷம் சில பேருக்கு டாபிக் நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்.
எனக்கு இன்டர்நெட் டாபிக் வீக்
காயத்ரிங்களா? இல்ல காயத்ரிங்களா? நீ எல்லாமே செப்டம்பர் அவருக்கு கிளாஸ் பிள்ளைங்க கிளாஸ் இன்னும் 3 பேப்பர் அதுக்கு ரிவிஷன் பண்ணியா? ஸ்ட்ராங் பேஸ்மெண்ட். சரி வீட்டுக்குலாம் போனாலும் போர் தானே எடுக்கணும். உட்காந்து நேரம் ரிவைஸ் பண்ணு. அந்த கிளாஸ் முடியலையா?
half a day after
மார்னிங் ஏண்டா நம்மளும் போறதோட இது பெட்டரா
நாமளும் பார்க்க மாட்டோம். இதெல்லாம்
நீ படிக்கும்போது ரிவிஷன் பாருங்க. மத்தியானம் எடுத்துருக்கோம். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ரிவிஷன் எடுத்துருக்கேன்.
நாம கான்செப்ட் நல்லா கிளாரிட்டியா இருந்தது. எம்டிபி அந்த ஏரியால படிச்சோம். பட் 2026 ஓட செப்டம்பர் அவரோட எம்டிபி ஆக்டிவிட்டி இதனால
இது கொஞ்சம் டீடைலா இருக்கு. இது ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்டிங்ல எல்லா பிஒய்பியும் ஆர்டிகிலையும் கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி போட்டுருக்காங்க. 3 சப்ஜெக்ட் ஆடிட் எப்படி படிச்சிட்டீங்களா? இல்ல
படிச்சோம். நல்லா இருந்துச்சு.
எல்லாமே தெரியுமா? கணினில மேக்ஸிமம்
எவ்வளவு ஓடணும் ஒரு படிக்கலாம் இதாக அதான் நாங்கெல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கோம். எக்ஸாம்
நீங்க தொலைக்கீழ இருக்கீங்களா?
இருந்தேன்.
இன்னைக்கும் நாளைக்கும் மேலதான் இருக்குங்க.
நானே சர்ஜரி பண்ணிட்டு லாஸ்ட் 2 months ஆகுது சர்ஜரி.
சரி
ஒரு ஆக்சிடென்ட் அதுல போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது வண்டியில தட்டினான். அதனால ஒரு 8 மாசமாவே பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்கூல்ல போயிட்டு இருந்தது.
எந்த மாடல்?
356. என்ன கலர்? பிளாக். ரெட்டிஷ் ரெட் கலர். பிளாக் மாட்டா இப்பதான்
இப்பதான் வருதுங்க. நம்மளுக்கு நான் என்னோட வந்து 2019 மாடல். 18
அப்புறம் ஒரு வருஷம் முன்னாடி வாங்கிருக்கேன்.
உங்களுக்கு BS3 இருக்கு. BS4 இருக்கு.
4 அதுதான். வண்டி இங்க இருக்கா இல்ல
இங்க தான் கரெக்ட்டா பாஸ்ட் கரூர்
கரூர். எந்த ஊரு? எந்த இடம்?
முடிப்புங்கிறது தெரியும். bypass தெரியும்.
bypass தெரியும்.
உங்களுக்கு இதெல்லாம் தெரியும் கோமஸ்.
ரொம்ப நல்ல பையனா தெரியுது, அதுதான் கேட்டேன்.
கீதாஞ்சலியோட இது பேர்
சக்தினஸ்
இல்லைம்மா, கீதாஞ்சலி உட்லாண்ட் சொல்றது.
ஓ சரி சரி சரி.
அந்த 2 பாட்டில் எப்படி நாளைக்கு பாப்பாங்கள நீ எப்படி வராம இருக்க.
எப்போ இருந்தோ இன்டர் போனீங்க? நான் பார்த்ததே இல்லை.
ஜீரோ மைனஸ்
ஃபவுண்டேஷன்
இன்னொரு
ஜூன் டு லாஸ்ட்
ஹலோ
அறிவு
ஹலோ
ஜான்வரி
தெரியல போவேன்
இன்னும் ஃபவுண்டேஷன்
முடிவு செய்யணும்.
அவன் மோஸ்ட்லி யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. ஆக்சுவலா அவனால நீங்க இந்த மே 25 அப்ப ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்டர் முடிச்சிட்டேன். ஆடிட்டர் அப்புறம் எஃப்எம்எஸ் எஃப்எம்ல வந்து ஒர்க்கிங் வித் மேனேஜ்மென்ட் இந்த சாப்டர் ஃபுல்லாவே எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ். ஓகே ஓகே. நீங்க ஜாயின் இல்ல மெயின்ல எழுதுறேன். சிலபஸே இங்க நாங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வீக் தான் செகண்ட் வீக் தான் படிப்பாங்க. டிசம்பர் இப்ப டைம்ல இருக்காது.
இதுக்குள்ள மோர் கொடுத்த பாட்டில் எடுக்கலாம் பார்க்குறேன். மற்ற நாள் தான் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, சின்ன சின்ன டப்பாவாக கொடுக்கணும். இன்னைக்கு வந்து மட்டன் குழம்பு சாதம் சாதம் வந்து வச்சு அதனால அதுக்கு சாம்பார் பண்ணிடணும். எப்படியும் மட்டன் குழம்பு இவங்கதான் குக் பண்ணுவாங்க. அதே எனக்கு பிடிக்கும் பிடிக்கும். அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் இல்லைடா, நாங்கள் 2 பேர் தான் ஒன்றா ஒன்றும் இல்லைடா. நேற்று கருப்பு 5 years ஆச்சு. 2001, 2002 இருந்தாங்க. கோமண்டாடி காலேஜ் இருக்குல்ல, இந்த ஜங்ஷன்ல ஜிஎன்எல் தான் ஜிஎன்எல் ஒரு ஹாஸ்டல்.
பை பை பை.
அப்பவே எவ்வளவு பெரிய பில்டிங்
இங்க காலேஜ் இல்லடா.
Shall we start now? No. Hi Aditya. Hi Anand Singh. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. Okay. One of my friend has written, sir, you give only time to students, not to your friends. And one of my friend who don't know Kannada, she has written, sir, can you please explain in Kannada? No. I came to class every day. Nice. Oh, I can come to class every day, every year.
Sir, will you start job costing today, sir?
Job costing is done, madam.
JPD.
What costing? What costing you want me to do?
Second was job.
Which one? Why AC is off? Run. Where?
No, I don't think so. So I was getting warm.
I'm getting suffocated. Oh my God.
No problem, sir.
Oh no, please. 5 minutes you keep it on. Let's room come.
Immediately, one.
Your choice. We'll proceed.
Yes. You like it?
I didn't eat it because I was drinking buttermilk. Later I will eat it. Following details, this is PYP November 2020, right? Following details are related to the work done in Process 1 by ABC Limited during the month of May 2019. Opening WIP 3000 units are there where material, labor and overhead are so and so. Cost incurred during the period, material introduced, labor overhead. Units scrapped 4800 units, whereas degree of completion, material 100%, labor and overhead 70%, whereas closing WIP 4200, unit transfer to next process is 36,000 units. Normal loss is 4% of input including opening WIP. Scrap fetches 32.5. If you remember, similar question we discussed, right? There it was, I think, 5% of the input or something. So, statement of equivalent production they are asking. Statement of cost per unit, process 1, process, normal loss as well as abnormal loss. Practical problem 4. Okay. So here they didn't tell which method to apply. If you see carefully, they didn't tell which method to apply. FIFO or weighted average. What shall we apply? Your choice? No, not to discuss. I'm just asking. Can we apply FIFO or can we apply weighted average here, or both way also we can do? Okay. Then tell me, opening stock is how many percentage complete? Moe. See, I told you, if you remember in the beginning only, you can apply weighted average, only two major information is given. One is percentage of completion, one more is opening stock values. Here opening stock values they have given, but they haven't given you. So you can't apply FIFO. You should go for VAM only. Is that clear? Opening stock introduced is 3000, 42,000 is introduced, total 45,000. Talking about the output, they are telling transfer to next process 36,000. Transfer to next process 36,000. I am not dividing it between opening, introduced and all. Reason being, we are going to apply which method? VAM, weighted average method. Correct? No? Okay. That is transferred to
The practical problem they asked using average.
same. Okay. Here 36,000 is your transfer to next process. Material wise I will take 100%. Labor and overhead wise I will take 100%. Is that clear? Next, they are telling unit scrapped is 4,800. Let it be, because in that normal also could be there, abnormal also could be there. Closing inventory they are telling 4,200. 4,200. Degree of completion 150. 100 in terms of material, 50 in terms of L and OH. Next up, they are telling 4% of the total input is your normal loss. 45,000 into 4%. 1,800. 1,800 will be your normal loss. Normal loss will always be 0. Don't go for the unit scrap percentages. That will be for the abnormal loss. So total unit scrapped was 4,800. Now we got to know that for in that normal is 1,800. That means 3,000 is your abnormal. Where material wise it is 100% complete. Labor wise it is 70% complete. Just check the total is matching with 45,000 or no. Is it? Great. So it will be 36,000, 36,000, 4,200, 2,100, 3,000, 2,000. Got it? So material wise equivalent units are 36, 4,200, 43,200. Next one 40,200. Is that clear? First one is done. Next one is a statement of a cost per equivalent unit. How much is the cost incurred, guys? 36 lakh, 4,000, 4 lakh, 50,000, 15 lakh, 18,000. And opening stock values also I am going to add because we are doing it under weighted average method. 32, 400 and 90,000. Here students might miss out scrap recovery from the normal loss. There is a scrap recovery of 62.5 per piece. Normal loss are 1,800. 1,800 into 62.5 is equal to 1,12,500. So may I know the 36,72,000. 4,82,400. Sorry sir, you were telling something? I missed it, I feel. You're telling some numbers. No. 16,08,000. This I am going to divide it by my equivalent units, where equivalent units of material 43,200, 40,200, 40,200. First one you told how much? 80 na? 85
85.
85. Okay. Next one. Next one.
40.
Got it? If you want labor and overhead, you can take together as a 52 also. It's absolutely fine. Is that clear? Next, they're asking process one account. Before going to process one account, I need a cost for three things. Transfer to next process, closing WIP, abnormal loss. First, transfer to next process. May I know the total here? 85, 125, 137, right? Rupees 1,37,000. Equivalent units are 36,000. Equivalent units are 36,000. May I know the value of units transferred to next process? Madam. Sorry, my bad. How can?
42,000.
49,32,000. Got it? This is your next process. Talking about abnormal loss. Material wise, how many equivalent units, guys?
45.
3.
40,200. Material waste 40.
Talking about abnormal loss. Material wise, how many equivalent, guys? Thank you. 3,000 into rupees 85 plus labor and overhead wise 2,100 into, I am taking total there, okay, labor and overhead together I am taking 52. 3,64,200. Done. Next process done. Abnormal loss done. Next is your closing stock. Closing stock. Material wise equivalent units 4,200 into rupees 85. Labor and overhead wise 2,100 into rupees 52. 4,66,200. Okay. Now, in the process account, if you see, you can see here, guys. Material opening 3,000. We introduce this. Introduce 45,000. This. Normal loss 1,800. Scrap recovery from normal loss will be there. 1,12,500. If you remember, we have done it. Calculation. By abnormal loss 3,64,200. 3,64,200. Closing stock 4,66,200. Transfer to next process 49,32,000. That's it. Now talking about the normal loss account. By CLC they have taken, you can take by bank also. They have taken it on the basis of non-integrated method. So 1,800 units we recovered so much. Transfer to process 1. Abnormal loss in the process 1 so much is there. Out of that part is recovered. 3,000 into 62.5 is recovered. Remaining will go to costing P&L. That should not be the problem, I feel. Simple question, isn't it? Simple question for 8 marks. Sorry, 10 marks. Hope it's clear. These and all are the few questions where they can easily check it in your MCQ as a case scenario question. We'll proceed. PYP Jan 2021 for 5 marks. They're asking you statement of equivalent production. Also, they're asking you abnormal loss account. MNO Limited opening is 10,000 unit, guys, at the value of 50,000, whereas material is 100%, labor and overhead 70% complete. During the period, you have introduced 55,000 at the cost of 2,20,000, and labor and overhead wise we spent 26,500 and 61,500 respectively. 9,500 units were scrapped. Degree of completion material 100%, labor and overhead 60%. Closing WIP 12,000, degree of completion 100%, labor and overhead 90%. Finished due goods transferred to the next process is 43,500. Normal loss is 5% of input including opening WIP. Scrapped units would fetch you 8.5 per unit. They are asking you FIFO method में statement of equivalent production abnormal loss account. Simple. Shall we start? First, how much was in the opening? 10,000 units was in opening. Awesome. How much we have introduced? 55,000 we have introduced. Correct? Okay. Now, How much is our output? 43,500. In that 43,500, 10,000 will be out of opening, 33,500 will be out of fresh issue. Sorry, madam. 33,500 units. Sorry, my bad. Extremely sorry for that. Okay. Done. Next up. 9,500 were scrapped. Let it be. Don't write anything because that might have normal as well as abnormal. Closing WIP is 12,000. Closing WIP is 12,000. Now, normal loss 5% of the input including opening. So, 65,000 into 5%. 3,750? 250. 3,250 will be your normal loss. Out of the total scrap, 9,500. If 3250 is abnormal, then 6,250 should be your normal. Sorry, abnormal. 3250 is normal, 6250 is abnormal. Is that clear? Now, talking, just check the total whether things are matching with 65,000, it's matching. Okay. 10,000, material wise, it's already 100% complete. That means during the period, nothing. Whereas labor and overhead wise, it was 70% complete. That means during the period, we'll consume 30% of the resource, which means it will consume the resource equivalent to 3,000 units. Talking about this 33,500, 100% consumed during the period only because it is completed and transferred. Is that clear? 12,000 is closing. They are telling closing WIP 100% in terms of material, 90% in terms of labor and overhead. 12,000 and 10,800. Got it? 3,250, which is your normal loss. You know that what to do. What to do? Nil. Whereas remaining abnormal, they are telling
and the first closing it.
Total 55,000, 65,000. Okay.
abnormal loss, material wise 100% complete, labor and overhead wise 60% complete. 100%, 60%. 6250 and 3,750. Now, may I know the total of material equivalent units, please? 51,750. Sure. Okay, 3,000 got adjusted. No, I was just checking because here only so much difference is there, no? Still only difference of 700. So, because of 3,000 here. Shall we proceed? This is your statement of equivalent units. They are asking you to find out abnormal loss. Or abnormal loss, I should know the value first. Correct, no? So, to know the value, first I want to know cost per equivalent units. So, how much is a material cost, guys, during the period?
2,20,000.
Overall. Material is 2,20,000. Okay. 2,20,000. Labor and overhead?
26,500.
Labor is how much? 26,500. Okay. Overhead?
61,500.
61,500. Correct, no? This I am gonna divide by 51,750. This I am gonna divide by 51,050. Oh, normal loss is there, no? Okay. Normal loss, how many units? 3,250. Scrap recovery is 8.5. Reduce it from this. 1,92,000.
3.72.
375. Is that clear, guys? Hello? So first one, may I know the per unit? 3.72, 0.52, 1.2. Correct, no? Now, what was our assumption? Whatever was there in the opening, everything was transferred to the next process. That means whatever the abnormal loss is there, that everything is introduced during the period. Correct? That means whatever the abnormal loss will be there, no, only the cost relevant to the period should be allotted. If it was weighted average method, that is not even a question. But as it is FIFO, opening stock is transferred to next process. Whatever the opening stock cost is there, everything will go to process account. Transfer to next process. That means just we have to value on this basis. We don't have to worry much. So abnormal loss, how many equivalent units? 6,250 into 3.72 plus labor and overhead wise 3750 into 1.72. 29,700. 29,700. 29,700. Okay. Now, talking about abnormal loss account. To process account, 29,700 by bank. Guys, how many units in total? 6,000? 6,250 multiplied with 8.5. 53,125. That means you are getting, yeah. So it's a benefit. Scrap is more than this. So two costing P&L. 53,125.
23,425.
Got it?
Yes.
This is your abnormal loss. Hope it's clear. Simple. 29th question. How many more questions are there? 29? 6 questions more. What are you talking? Yeah. So 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29. 6 questions. Star Limited manufactures a chemical solution for the food processing industry. Follows FIFO method. At the end of the last month, fire occurred. This is your case scenario question also in the study material. RTP May 2018, RTP May 2020, as well as case scenario question. Some of the paper containing the record of the process was lost, it seems. Star Limited needs your help to prepare the process account for the month during the fire occurred. You have been able to gather some information about the month's operating activities, but some of the information could not be retrieved due to the damage. The following information was arrived. Opening WIP at the beginning of the month are 800 liters, which are 70% complete. For labor, 60% complete. For overhead, they are not telling how many percentage complete for material. If that is the case, 100% complete. Opening WIP was valued at 26,640. Closing WIP at the end of the month is 160 liters, 30% complete for labor, 20% complete for overhead. Material wise, they are not telling anything. Moral of the story, 100% complete. Normal loss is 10% of the input, and total loss during the month are 1,800. liters, partly due to fire damage. That means 1800 is not only your normal loss, it is normal plus abnormal. Output sent to finished warehouse is 4200. Loss of the scrap is going to fetch you 15 rupees per liter. Huh.
Apart from that, there are losses. So
Yeah.
that is
Partly due to fire damage. So 1800, a portion is due to abnormal, portion is due to normal. All raw materials are added at the commencement of the process, that they told here clearly. So initially only you are adding the raw material. Moral of the story, material wise it's always 100% completed. The cost per liter, per equivalent liter is rupees 39 for the month. Awesome. Cost per equivalent liter they have given here. How they gave? Raw material wise 23, labor wise 7, overhead wise 9. Now, calculate quantity in liters of raw material inputs during the month. 2. Calculate the quantity in liters of the normal loss expected from the process and quantity of abnormal loss or gain experienced in the month. Calculate the value of raw material, labor, overhead added during the process. Prepare the process account for the month. Very simple question. First, let's start with our equivalent units calculation. Automatically we get some idea, then we can proceed. Shall we start? Input, we don't know how much it is. Input, we don't know how much it is. Opening by any chance you know? Yes. Opening 800 liters. Opening 800 liters. During the period how much we introduced, that we don't know. That we have to determine. Let it be. Next, what they are telling. Closing WIP at the end of the month is 160 liters they are telling. Awesome. Closing is 160. Fine. Next, what they told. Normal loss, etc. Total 1800 is loss. Please keep in mind, it's not normal loss, it's not abnormal loss. Total is 1800.
out of the 10% is not.
Inputs 10%. I don't know input. That is the case. Output sent to finished inventory is 4200. So 4200 is transferred to next process. Understanding? Yes. That means, don't you think output side everything is sorted already? Normal loss taken into consideration, abnormal loss taken into consideration, closing inventory taken into consideration, transfer to next process is taken into consideration. That means, in simple, can I tell that my total inventory would be, total inventory during the period was 6000. 6160, no? 6160. That means how much we have introduced during the period? 5360 was introduced during the period. Is that clear? Now, shall I split this a bit now? Yes? Okay. How much they are telling transfer to next process? 4200. In that 800 will be of what? Opening. Remaining 3400 will be of what? Introduced during the period. Introduced during the period. Now, next, closing, how much they are telling? 160, right?
160.
Closing 160. Loss, normal loss. Input is 6160. Hello. Input is 6160. 10% of that is 616. Abnormal is 1000. Hope you guys are able to find out this. If this is found out, then everything is sorted. Material wise, already everything is introduced, because they are telling material is introduced at the beginning of the year. Whereas remaining opening stock wise, it was 60 and 70% complete. Oh my god, awesome. Nonsense. Why nonsense? Labor separate, overhead separate. Double work. Labor wise, how many percentage complete they are telling?
70.
70 percentage. Overhead wise, how many percentage they are telling? 80 percentage. 800 into 70 and 800 into 80. Got it? This 3400, 100% also during the period only, which is 3400, 3400, 3400. Is that clear? 160 is what? Closing stock. Closing stock, they are telling that 30-20. Material wise 100, labor wise 30, overhead wise 20. 160 into 100%, 160 into 30%, 48, 160 into 20%, 32. Normal loss is nothing. You should not consider normal loss. Abnormal loss, they are telling
80% and 70% doing the
how much we took? Oh, that only we took. Soy, 30 and 20. How much it is? 240, 160. Got it? Closing inventory, scrap, did they tell how many percentage complete, etc.? No. When they don't tell it how many percentage complete, more of the story, 100 percentage complete. Where? 70 and 60 or 70 and 80? Oh, shoy. Oh. 1184, 100%, 1184, 100%, 1184. May know the equivalent units in terms of material, in terms of labor, in terms of overhead. 4007, 44, 4872, 4904. 4936. That's okay. Got it? Now, next they are telling cost per equivalent unit also they are telling here. Hello? Now, material cost I don't know. Correct? Material cost I don't know. Labor cost I don't know. Overhead I don't know. We are using FIFO, but scrap recovery from normal loss. How many units of normal loss are there? 616. And scrap recovery is 15 rupees. So 15 into 616. 9,240. Some amount you will get. Okay. All this, some amount you will get. That sum amount, here I divided it with 4,744. Here I divided it with 4,872. Here I have divided with 4,936. That gave me answer of 23, 7 and 9. So, how much is 23 into 4744? 1,09,000.
Sir, the starting of material before
1,09,000. 122 na? 112. Add this 9,240.
1,18,352.
Done. 54. 34. 34,104.
44,000.
Got it? Now we found out, I think all the required data will be there. Now you can calculate whatever you want. Correct? Six one six zero, no? How much we got material? 1,18,992, na? No, 1,18,352 we got. 23, 4824. 4824 are equivalent units. So where is equivalent units calculation? Fresh input we have taken 3,400, no? Abnormal 1264, right? No, 1184 we have taken. How come? No. I think normal they have computed that loss percentage only on the units introduced. We have taken on introduced plus opening. Absolutely fine. Okay. If the question is silent, in the question if they don't tell, consider it only on the input freshly introduced. If they just say input, you take in opening plus introduced, because in study material every question they are doing that only. They are telling input on input and they are taking both. That's it. That's the reason you are getting the difference. That's it. Hope other things you can manage. You guys understood now how to do that if at all missing figure is given in the question? Look at this one. From the following information for the month of January 2020, 2019, whatever it is, process 3 cost accounts. Opening WIP they have given. Transfer from process 2 they have given. Transfer to warehouse. So they are giving us process 3 information. Opening 1600 is there. From process 2 we received. This is nothing but your material. I told you if you remember. And next you transferred this much. Closing is this much. Unit scrapped is this much. Incurred during the period is this much. Degree of completion, material labor overhead, closing, scrap. The normal loss in the process was 5% of the production and it realized ₹5. Students may treat material transferred from process 2 as a material A and fresh material used in process 3 as a material B. Okay, see here. First, opening WIP. 1600 and introduced is how much? 55,400. So that I will take it in the input. 1600, 55,400. Got it? Next, transferred to warehouse 52,200. In that I am going to split 1600 from the opening. Yes. And 50,600 from the units introduced during the period. Got it? Next, closing WIP I will take 4,200 and they are telling normal loss is 5% of the production. Okay, so 50,000 total. How much you have produced?
50,600.
How much you have introduced? Introduced is 57,000. Correct, no? Hello?
Yes, sir.
57,000. Whereas 4,200 is closing. That means total how much we consumed? 52,800. Normal loss should be computed on this. They are telling in process. That means how much you consumed in process on that 5%. Got it? So normal loss will be 2640. Got it? Closing stock they are telling 4,200. So the difference will be your abnormal gain. That should be reduced. Okay. Now, opening stock, they are telling material wise it's 80% complete. That means I will take 20% during the period. Labor and overhead wise 40%, 40%. 20%, 40%, 40%. Got it? Sir, what is this material A? What is this material B, sir? Guys, material B is our department material, what we have already opening. Material A is what we are receiving from process 2. Okay, that anyhow I will tell. Next is what? Transfer to next process, so anyhow you know everything is 100, 100, 100. Closing WIP will take, abnormal gain will take. Now, material A, that is transferred from process earlier process, less scrap value of normal loss, will get some cost that we will divide with equivalent units. Material B, which is out of opening, yes, 51,820 equivalent units, will find out like this. Here two materials are there, just that's it. Okay, not much. You can do it. Two materials are there. One is of process
2 and the other one is for process.
This one we have already done, if you remember. Process 1 and process 2. Correct. Process 1 output will be of process 2. Packing material. What you should do to packing material? Take it in the transfer to next process cost. Don't divide it with anything. $32. Opening WIP is not there. That means it doesn't matter whichever you follow. Answer will be same. In simple, we are going to apply weighted average method. Okay. So units introduced during the period, expenditures, units transferred, closing WIP, units scrapped, normal loss is 4% of units introduced. Okay. That means you should take 4% of 55,000. I don't think so anything special is there in this. All discussed questions. RTP May 2025 and January 2026. See what they are asking. Following data, opening WIP nil and nil in both the process. Cost incurred during the period. Process 1 they have given. Process 2 we are not incurring any particular material cost. Whatever is transferred from process 1, that only will be our material cost here. Got it? So units of production received, completed and transferred, closing WIP, normal loss. Whereas here closing WIP is not given. This you see, completed and transferred, that is your received. Okay. Next, production remaining process has to be valued. That is closing stock they are telling has to be valued here. There is no abnormal loss in process 2. Company follows weighted average method of valuing inventory. Prepare process account after finding out the missing figures. What is there in finding out the missing figure? How much you have introduced? 36,000. Correct? Was there any opening? No. Okay. In that 32,000 you transferred to next process. Okay. Normal loss is 1,500. And they are telling there is no abnormal loss as such. That means remaining 2,500 should be what? Closing stock. Remaining 2,500 only should be your closing stock. Now all other things are normal. Nothing is there here. You can do it on your own. Equivalent statement process 2. $2,500 is your closing. Using that you can find out certain things. That's it. With that we have completed our process costing. If you need, take a break of 4 minutes. We are going to start at 5:33 p.m. We are going to start with JPBP. Okay. Six, 15, 30, 45, 7. Today we'll discuss topics of JPBP. Tomorrow we can see the questions. Topics are there. Yeah.
Uber extra ரெட் டாக்ஸி தானே இருக்குது தெரிஞ்சு என்ன ரேட்டோ அது மட்டும்தான் ரெட் டாக்ஸி அதுவும் சில பேர்னால பீக் டைம் early morning ஆஃப் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆட்டோல தான் பண்ணிட்டு அப்புறம் டூ வீலர் டூ-வீலர் வந்து 15 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ்க்கே 130 அது 120 யாரோ என் தங்கச்சியோட டேய் அந்த தொண்டாமுத்து தக்ஷா இருக்குல்ல பாரம் தக்ஷால இல்ல அது அந்த ஸ்கூல் டெல்லி அதெல்லாம் தாண்டி போவாங்க ஒரு எண்டு போன ஒரு டர்ன் ஆகுங்க ஏபி சொல்லி கடைசி போய் டர்ன் அப்படியே ரோடே டர்ன் இல்லடா இங்க வடவழியில இருந்து இந்த ரோடு எடுக்கியா தொண்டாமுத்து ரோடு நேரா போனா இங்க பாரம்பரியம் கிராஸ் பண்ணி அப்படியே போயா போனா முடியல இப்படி திரும்ப இந்த இடத்துல இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் நீங்க ஏபி ஏபி அங்கெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் லேண்ட் வேற பார்க்கணும் அதுல இருந்து இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் தூரம் போயிட்டே இருந்தா அந்த திராட்சை எல்லாம் வைப்பாங்க அந்த திராட்சை விற்கிற கடைக்கு அங்க பார்த்து अपने करने को योगा चाहिए ये 5 minutes break ली இல்ல 5 minutes இப்போ ஒரு டாபிக் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு அதனால திருப்பி ஒரு எடுக்க போறோம் சரி மட்டும் முடிச்சிட்டு காலேஜ் நீ ஒரு 6 o'clock அங்க இருந்து கிளம்பு சரியா இருக்கும் ரெண்டுல ஏதோ ஒர்க் இல்லைன்னா ஒரு 5-10 minutes ஜாலிக்கலாம் சரி அப்போ 5 minutes முன்னாடி ஓகே பிரவீன் ஆக்சிடென்ட்னு சொன்னால கையில நாலு முட்டி கை கை முட்டி ரெண்டு காலும் முட்டி ரெண்டு அந்த வண்டிங்கிறதுனால தூக்கி கொடுக்கும் இந்த வண்டிங்கிறதுனால
எவ்வளவு நாள் ஆச்சு இது ரெடியா இருக்கு?
சொன்னேன் 8 மாசம். இந்த காயங்கள்லாம் இன்னுமே இதெல்லாம் இருக்கு.
யாரு இருக்கா?
ட்ரக் டாக்ஸி இல்லாட்டி நான் இன்னும் முன்னாடியே படிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சேன். எனக்கு ஆப்ரேஷன் பண்ணி கூடயே இருக்கும். ஜாலியா
எனக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஆனா எனக்கு எனக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஆனா
அதெல்லாம் ஒன்றும் பெரிய விஷயமே இல்லை. ட்ரை பண்ணா ஓட்டிடலாம்.
நீங்க கார் டிரைவர் பண்ணீங்க. இங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பாருங்க.
இங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் கோயம்புத்தூர் வந்தது. இங்க காலேஜ் முடிச்சோடனே நாங்க வந்துட்டோம்.
அவங்க
காரு பைக் நீ விட்டேன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. பஸ் ஸ்ட்ரைக் பண்ணது கவர்மெண்ட் பஸ். அப்போ கூட யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் லைசன்ஸ் எதுவும் இருக்கோ நீங்க வந்தீங்கன்னா பஸ் எங்கிட்டலாம் செம்ம சண்டை. பஸ் இப்பயும் சண்டையா எடுத்துருக்கோம். பஸ்மா இருக்காங்க சும்மாவே இருக்க முடியாது. அதுக்கு என்கிட்ட சொன்னா நான் போய் மெக்கானிக் ஷாப் போய் இந்த கார் பைக்லாம் இது மட்டும் இல்லடா காரு ஸ்விஸ் போயிடும். போனா எப்படி இருக்கு நல்லா இருக்கு எப்படி இருக்கா வீடெல்லாம் எப்படி இருக்கு என்னென்ன த்ரூ அவுட் எழுதுறேன். அதில் வந்து சுற்றி காமிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு பஸ் பிடிக்கும். சரியா அந்த பஸ் வந்து பென்ஸ் அந்த வந்து அவங்க டிரைவரோட சீட்ல வந்து ஸ்ப்ரிங் இருக்கு. நீ உட்காந்தா சரியா இருக்கு டிரைவிங் சீட். இப்போ கெஞ்சி அதை உட்காந்து உட்காந்தாலும் காப்பேன் த்ரூ அவுட் முன்னாடி உட்காந்துருப்பான். உட்காந்து அவரையே கொடுத்து அவரை விட்டாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோ. அவருக்கு என்னென்ன வரும் தெரியுமா? கட்டாயம் வரும். இந்த விண்வெளி தூக்கி போவாங்கல்ல அது நீளமா இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் எப்படி ஓட்டுவாங்க. அவ இருந்தானே காரை போட்டு அவர்தான் நீங்க 2 நாள் ஓட்டு திருப்பி நடுராக எழுப்பி போகணும்னு வச்சுக்கோ. வந்து அந்த இது வந்து டிரைவர் சீட் டிரைவிங் தான். பயப்படவே கூடாது. பயந்தெல்லாம் கஷ்டம்.
Start.
Yes, sir. Session was nice, no?
Which one?
Small talk.
Yeah, I kept talking.
You have
He didn't eat. I will eat later.
But then you do one thing. You just go eat it and
Why?
eat that and eat. Because that is full like butter thing.
Butter is it?
So when you heat it, no, heat the microwave on the with this temperature, no. While bringing, she actually made it hot and she. So with this temperature, it would have become like a stick only.
Okay.
Then you need to heat it a little. The taste will be nice. Normal papanal, no, generally, it's all maximum with vegetable.
Vanaspati, yeah.
This is
Pure
butter.
Nice. Where it is?
Ananas. Ananas.
Ananda.
Small one. But you need to ask for butter. Mini.
I'll start.
Yes.
I'll start. I will not. Okay. We are starting with JPBP, joint product, byproduct. Listen guys, what is this joint product, byproduct is all about? Joint product are those product which are main product which comes out of the same process. That is, let's say we introduce some raw materials here. In this process, we introduce labor and overhead also. We are talking about labor and production overhead because we are talking about production. So this process will get over. Now when the process gets over, generally we will get one product. But here we are not getting one product. Let's say we are getting 4 products. Okay. Now, same process, same raw material, but the output is more than one type of output. Now these things only we call it as joint products. Let's say we got A, B, C, D. Okay. Now, if at all A, B, C has good value in the market, yes, then we call A, B and C as a joint product. We call A, B and C as a joint product. Whereas D don't have much value. This we call it as byproduct. In fact, byproduct you can also say it as your intention was never to prepare the byproduct. Your intention was never to produce the byproduct, but you can't avoid, you are getting it. Your intention was never to produce the byproduct, but you are getting the byproduct. Got it? Your intention was to produce A, B and C, which are joint product, but without byproduct it is not possible. Now it is called as byproduct. Okay. Now how to treat the byproduct? Guys, you have 2 ways. Way number one. Treat it as main product. That means take the sale of byproduct as a normal sales only. Treat it as a main product. Let's say value is good value, big amount of value is there. Then treat it as a main product. Treat it just like any other main product. Let's say value is less. Then do one thing. Take the NRV of byproduct. Reduce it from the cost incurred here. In that process, the cost incurred, from there you reduce net realizable value of byproduct. By the way, this cost what we incurred, this only we call it as joint cost. The cost what we incurred while producing the joint product, that only we call it as what guys? Joint cost. By the way, this point is there, no? Point where exactly these products are getting split. This we call it as split off point. This we call it as what? Split off point. Or we can also call it as separation point. Is that clear? By the way, joint cost, as it's before separation, joint cost sometimes we also call it as pre-separation cost. Sometimes joint cost we also call it as pre-separation cost. So byproduct treatment is that clear, guys? Whatever the cost whatever the NRV of byproduct will be there, if the byproduct is of a smaller value, that NRV should be reduced from joint cost. Okay, sir, we reduced. Now what we got? We got net joint cost. Okay, so what? Nothing. Now if I want to analyze the performance of product A, product B, product C, I want to know the cost of product A, product B, product C. But do I know the cost of product A, product B, product C? Do I know or I don't know? I don't know. Because I know the joint cost, overall cost I know. I don't know how much for A, how much for B, how much for C. That means we should divide this net joint cost among products. Net joint cost among products. How can we divide? Proportions, awesome. Division in the proportion basis, absolutely correct. May I know what proportions, madam? One method of division is on the basis of units, output basis, right? Let's say A we produced 200 units, B we produced 300 units, C we produced 500 units. Awesome. Now let's say joint cost is coming to around 2 lakh. Net joint cost after reduction of the NRVF byproduct and all, joint cost is coming to how much? 2 lakhs. Now, if at all I do 2 lakh divided by 1000 units multiplied with 200 units, 40,000, 60,000, 1 lakh. This is your first method, physical unit method. This is your first method, physical unit method. One more method is there, physical unit from Misho, called as unit cost method. Nothing, ditto, nonsense it is. What is that, sir? 2 lakh we incur to produce how many units? 1000 units. That means per unit how much? 20 or 200. Now, all we do is 200 into 200, 40,000, 300 into 200, 60,000, 500 into 200, 1 lakh. This one we call it as unit cost method. First we'll find out cost per unit, then we'll multiply with the units. Earlier, we took it in the ratio of physical units. That one we call it as physical unit method. Is these two clear? Yes. See, many methods are there. Yes. One more method is sale value at split off method. Sale value at split off point method. That is, they will give sale value at split off point. We are going to divide it in that ratio. We are going to divide it in that ratio. Sale value at split off point method. Like that, many methods are there. They might say whichever it is. Generally used, I am telling. Next one we have is marginal cost method. Marginal cost method. How this marginal cost method will work, sir? We have A, B, C. Correct, no? A, B, C. I will take the sales here. I will take the sale of A, B, C. From that, I will reduce the variable joint cost. What they do is, now here 2 lakh they told, no? They will tell, let's say, 1,20,000 is variable, 80,000 is fixed. They will tell something like this. Now, this 1,20,000 variable joint cost will be there, no? That I am going to divide between A, B and C in their unit ratio. That is in the ratio of 2:3:5. I am going to divide my variable cost on that basis. Now what I get is contribution. Now what I get is what? Contribution. Sales I will take, less joint variable cost I will do. Joint variable cost is nothing but the joint variable cost split in what basis? Unit ratio. Now, whatever the contribution I got, no, then I will reduce fixed joint cost. Then I will reduce fixed joint cost. Now, while reducing fixed joint cost, you are going to reduce on what basis, sir? In the contribution ratio. We will reduce fixed joint cost in what ratio, guys? contribution ratio. Is that clear? But please remember what ratio we are going to segregate the fixed joint cost, and what to remember? I should say, oh, fixed joint cost is there, no? Fixed joint cost, remember, if at all any product has negative contribution, if at all any product has negative contribution, then you should not give any share of fixed joint cost to that product. Whatever the fixed cost, joint cost is there, that should be shared among other products. Is that clear?
Yes.
Is that clear or no? Units, variable in the ratio of units, fixed in the ratio of contribution. However, if at all any product has a negative contribution, for that you should not allocate any fixed joint cost. Fixed joint cost should be shared only among those units with the positive contribution. Is this one clear? Contribution method clear? Now, king of all the method. Oh, what is the score?
192 for 1.
Who?
Indian batting.
England batting, is it? India. Virat stays in London. That doesn't mean that he plays for England. He plays for India. Okay. Oh, you are Virat's fan, is it? Don't do she and all. Tell no. Look at the. Tell once. Do it once again? I just asked Virat's fan. She was like, "What is there to do he and all?" You are not. You should say you are not. You are fan of whom? That's okay. Tell. No way. Sanju Samson. Huh? You are telling me. Now, when you ask me whether I am a fan of Sanju Samson, not much. I didn't do. Bad. When you told E, that time only I got to know. No hate for Virat, it seems. Good for you. I mean, why you should hate? Listen. Now, best method, king of all the method, we call it as NRV method. Net realizable value method. Which method? Net realizable value method. Shall we start?
Yes.
What is this net realizable value method, sir? NRV. Listen, we are going to split our joint cost. We are going to split our joint cost in the ratio of NRV of each and every product. We are going to divide our joint cost in what ratio? NRV of each and every product. Sir, how do you arrive at NRV of each and every product? Very simple. I will take sales value after further processing. Sales value after further processing less further processing cost. Less further processing cost. Now I will arrive at NRV. What I am trying to divide here? Joint cost. Joint cost will be after further processing, before further processing. First we will incur joint cost. We get joint product. That if we further process, that cost is further processing cost.
Joint one.
Now what do I get? NRV is nothing but your share of JC plus profit. See, I will tell. Listen. First, you will incur JC. Correct now? From that, for that, you will add further processing cost if at all you are further processing. That will give you total cost. To that, I will add profit. That will give me selling price after further processing. Now, from the selling price after further processing, if I reduce further processing cost, what will I be left with? I will be left with joint cost plus profit. I will divide my joint cost in this ratio. I will arrive at joint cost for each and every unit. Is that clear? Sometimes the best part is they will give you profit information also. That time, listen, selling price after further processing. Okay. From that, if I reduce further processing cost, or let's say, first I will reduce profit. What do I get? Total cost. Yes. From the total cost, if I reduce further processing cost, what do I get? Joint cost. Here, no division, nothing. Straight away, we will arrive at joint cost. Like this also they will give sometimes. How they will give you, know? They will tell A, B, C. 3 products. For B and C, they will tell profit percentage also. They will tell further processing cost also. They will tell sales after further processing also. Now, sales after further processing. From that, if you reduce profit, you get total cost. From the total cost, if you reduce further processing cost, you will get joint cost. Now, joint cost of B you know, joint cost of C you know. Overall joint cost you know. Now, from the total joint cost, if you reduce joint cost of B and C, what do you get? Joint cost of A. Like that also they will ask sometime. Okay. If they don't give profit percentage, then NRV is nothing but your JC plus profit. So, in that ratio you divide, you will get a JC. If profit information is also not given, you don't have to divide anything. Make sure you, from the total sale, you reduce further processing cost. End of the day, will arrive at. And also sometimes selling expense also will be there. That also you should reduce while arriving at NRV. Is that clear? This is your NRV method. Now, sir, what if we are not further processing? What if we are not further processing? If at all any product is not further processed, see, one thing you have to keep in your mind. Whether you further process or you don't further process, for NRV computation, it doesn't matter. If at all you can further process it, then for NRV computation, you should start from after further processing only. Let's say A, B, C, D. 4 products are there. D you cannot further process. A, B and C you can further process. In that, C, if you do the further process, you will incur a loss. But it doesn't matter for calculation of NRV. For calculation of NRV, these 3 will be taken after further processing only. Don't tell that C cannot be further processed, so I am going to, if we further process C, it will give us loss, I am going to eliminate. No. Like that, one question was there, now they eliminated it. In study material, one question was there, now they eliminated it. So always remember, while arriving at NRV, it doesn't matter your further processing or no. If at all option is there, boss, for NRV computation, take sale value after further processing. If no further processing is there, then take sale value at split off point. Sale value at split off point, no further processing cost will be there. You will get sale value at split off point itself is your NRV. Is that clear, guys? Pakka. Now, sir, from that time you are telling further processing, further processing, further processing. What the hell is further processing? Once I get a joint cost, joint product, let's say curd, or you can call it as cream. Curd only, but still you can call it as cream also.
Cream also
They can, correct. Thank you, madam. No. Cur.
You say
I told cur. Curd I told. curd, curd, Sanju. Okay. Now this curd we are going to process this curd. Then we will end up getting two things: butter, butter milk. Oh, it's not butter. Sorry, my bad. Now let's say you got butter, you got butter milk. Arey, butter milk also. You have now this whatever is there. This is joint process and it's done. Now buttermilk you can make it as spiced buttermilk. Yes. Butter you can make it as ghee. Now what to do? Should we do it or should we not do it? I mean, we can do it, no doubt in that. Should we or should we not?
Profitable if it is.
Profitable. Very simple. That is, if at all converting butter to ghee, if at all it increases my profit, there is incremental profit, boss, go for it. If at all it is not going to add profit to you, then why to take risk? Spiced buttermilk, if it adds value, go for it. Otherwise, don't. Sir, how do we determine it? Whether we have incremental profit or no? Very simple. Check how much is your incremental revenue. How much is your incremental revenue? From that, you reduce your incremental cost. You reduce your incremental cost. Now what you get, that itself is your incremental profit. If at all you get incremental profit, then go for it. Otherwise, don't. If you get incremental profit, go for further processing. Otherwise, don't go for further processing. Simple. Now, what is this incremental revenue, sir? Nothing. Revenue after further processing minus revenue before further processing. Revenue after further processing minus revenue before further processing. What is this incremental cost, sir? Incremental cost is cost after further processing minus cost before further processing. With love, we call this only as further processing cost. Got it? So if your additional revenue is more than additional cost, that means you will get additional profit. Go for it. If at all your additional revenue is less than additional cost, your additional cost is more, don't go for it. Okay. This is how we will decide whether should we go for further processing or no. Hope it's clear. For example, now let's say 1000 kgs of butter we have. Butter. Let's say the market for that is 600 rupees. Okay. Now we have a choice. We have a choice to convert. See, whether to produce buttermilk, you don't have choice because it's a joint product. Sir, I want only butter. I don't want buttermilk. Choice is not with you. But to convert butter to ghee, choice is with you. So to produce a joint product, it's not your choice at all. It's not decision making thing at all. Decision making will come into picture only and only for the purpose of further processing. Is that clear? Now, you can convert this butter of 1000 kgs to, let's say, 800 liters of ghee. Okay. Ghee you can sell, let's say, at around 800 rupees. Let's say to do this activity, you need to incur 50,000 rupees of further processing cost. Joint cost is not taken into consideration at all because that is not even decision making. That's a sunk cost, right? Here this 50,000 is in your choice, in your hands. Got it? Now, how much will be my incremental revenue? What will be my revenue if at all I produce ghee? 800 into 800. 6 lakh 40,000. Instead of converting it into ghee, what happens if at all I sell it as butter only? That means just by converting into ghee, how much I am making? But don't be happy. To earn this 40,000, you are spending 50,000. Mad or what? It's as good as taking loan at 12%, putting in FD of 7%. Correct? No? So, in this case, don't further process. What if the further processing cost was 30 rupees? Sorry, 30,000 rupees. You should go for further processing because you can increase your profit by 10,000. What if the further processing cost was 40,000 rupees?
Then also you can.
Of course, no profit. I mean, profit loss would be there. No further profits, no incremental profit, no incremental loss. What we should do? That's their wish. Of course, their wish. But as a CA student, what's your opinion? Let's say your client will come and tell this. What you will tell to your client?
You can do both. If you can further process.
They say, yes, I can if I want. If you tell me no, I am not going to do. What would you suggest? They can. So you will suggest them to go for it. Now, one client who was producing butter peacefully and making, let's say, 1 lakh rupees profit and going home early. Same client, because of your suggestion, afternoon, they are converting it into ghee and taking and going home, same 1 lakh rupees. Why you are spoiling their half day? For no reason.
In case the demand is there for ghee,
No, that is later part. That is different.
if the
Right now situation you tell. You should always keep less number of products in your portfolio.
no, if somebody is buying butter and ghee together, they will go for the shop where both are available. At
But you are not telling your client half you convert to butter, half you convert to ghee. No. So, I mean, business decision point of view, when you were making nothing, why to put that extra efforts? So you would suggest them. I mean, it's in conclusion, you write and come, it doesn't matter. Same it is. If you keep employee, madam, extra cost will come. No?
Yeah, no, after that.
After that,
Them to convert.
why you are employing some person and you are making nothing out of it? I mean, of course, you will be helping someone's family to run, but that is business.
If there is no loss for me,
So you're fine with it.
do it.
See, shutdown point the other way I told. Because there will always be hope. We can come back. But here, you know that without doing anything, you are going to make same money. With doing that thing, you are going to make same money. Money point of view, money is not changing. Effort is increasing. If you ask me, costing point of view, you should write income. It's not going to impact decisions. Like, I mean, if you further process also same profit. If you don't further process also same profit.
It's not going to affect you.
And you can write income. Because of the extra work involved, it's advised not to go for it. That your add-on to your answer. Hope this is clear. That is all about JPBP. Tomorrow we are going to see a few questions in the first slot. By the time of breakfast break, we are completing JPBP. Trust me. If at all I won't, breakfast break will start the point we complete JPBP. We are completing. Damn sure we are completing. No doubt. Then after that, we'll go to cost accounting system. Cost accounting system, not much things are there. Quickly we can. Then we'll be left with material, labor, batch. Yes, sir. What were you telling? Few, very few. Chalo, we'll close for the day then. Contribution margin method done no here. Chalo, we'll close for the day. Thank you. Bye.